falsely believe is they believe that when you're an investor, you just sit around and money just rains on top of you and you're just making money every day, all the time, no matter what. And what a lot of people don't know about investing is that investors take hits. Investors have to take lumps, lumps in their coffee, and it's not easy. It's very difficult to deal with that, and you have to have a disposition that can help you maintain your balance as you move forward. So all of you that are investors, which I hope all of you are, because every single study, every single research paper I can point you to shows that people who invest consistently, particularly in the stock market, have more wealth than people who do not. There is no study out there that says that you can work your way to wealth and do better than somebody who invests their way to wealth. There's no study out there that says that people who avoid real estate are going to do better than people who invest in real estate. There's no study that says that that employees do better than entrepreneurs on average. What happens is though that when you are taking that different path, when you're sort of building your wealth in a different way, it becomes more volatile, and it's the volatility that makes it hard. It's the ups and the downs that make it difficult. It's one of those things where when they say scared money doesn't make money or nothing ventured, nothing gained, it's literally that part of it. It's that fear of change, that fear of adjusting and adapting. It can be somewhat exhausting actually to have to do that, right? So the easier route, for some of us is that we're kind of trained to just do your job, get your paycheck, and everything's going to be pretty stable. The reason that I don't recommend that, in my view, again, I don't give investing advice, but this is not something I recommend as a life strategy, is because all the studies also show that that approach that you think is safe and secure is not the best approach. Maybe at a time, maybe in the 1960s, actually, in 1950s and 1960s, there were times where you could get a job, say at General Motors or Ford or something, and you could just get your paycheck every week and do that for 30 years straight, and everything's gonna be okay. And they're gonna give you a gold watch at the end and a nice pension package, and you're gonna make enough money where you can afford to have a house and a picket fence and two-car garage and all that. Unfortunately, that's kind of gone because I believe that corporations, unfortunately, have reneged on their social responsibility. And I think that it's ultimately going to harm this country in a significant way. I think that corporations, because they're not properly regulated, these politicians don't really regulate corporations the way that they should. The corporations are pretty much operating in a way that is, in my view, unethical because they should be paying workers more money. They should be giving them things like sick leave and maternity leave, because if you want a better society, you want parents at home with their kids so the kids don't grow up and become serial killers. The retirement packages, a lot of the pensions are heavily underfunded. So they will lie. They will make a promise that, oh yeah, when you retire, you're gonna have this much money. But there's some companies who say, oh, sorry, we thought you'd have this much money, but sorry, we were lying the whole time. And then you have just the idea that your wages don't keep up with inflation. And also, last but not least, job security is not what it used to be. So even when you get that job and you feel like you're safe, you're not really safe. I hate saying it, but safety is something that has to be custom made. Safety has to be something where you understand what economic safety looks like and you shape your life around economic safety. Do you understand what I mean? Let me know if you're following me. And so ultimately, I know I hit the ground running. I came in just because that's how I am. I've been up about 3 hours and I wasn't in the 5 a.m. club today. I was in like the 5:58, 6 a.m. club. So I done got up and been thinking about things and and played virtual golf and played in the tournament. Got my ass kicked though, but I tried my best. And I got to work on my drive. Got to hit the greens in regulation. That's a problem. I did actually do a poker tournament yesterday. I don't know if you guys, I mentioned to you all that I love poker, not because I don't like gambling. Gambling is very unhealthy financially, but I like poker because it's a great game of psychology, strategy, and math. So I play online poker every now and then, and it's free. It's like something I subscribe $25 a month, and I play people from all over the world. And so yesterday I was in a tournament with 106 people, and I got second place. Now I think I could have won, but I had to leave because we were having the book club meeting, so I had to leave my hand, and the other guy just kind of ate away at all my chips. But I got second place. How cool is that? So anyway, so anyway, let's hop back into this security thing. So financial security is something where, in my view, you have to know what it is and create it for yourself. You got to just know what that looks like. And I don't know if a lot of people really know that. And the question becomes, if you don't understand what it looks like, and the people that you are allowing to create it for you, like your job or the corporations of America, if they're not doing their job, then that leaves you very, very vulnerable. Okay. So generally speaking, I would say Now, what's happening right now, circling back to what's going on in the economy, is that corporate earnings are dropping. Inflation appears to be kind of shaky. We're not sure if we can control it. Also, also the economy is not as strong as it was before. And even luxury brands like Louis Vuitton and stuff like that, they were selling a lot of stuff during the pandemic, but they're having a hard time selling things now, particularly to middle class people. So, kind of buckle your seatbelt. All these declines in the market recently could continue on. You could be at the beginning of what could be a major crash. There are people who even predict market prices could drop to half of what they were before. And I would encourage you to just kind of make sure you prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And so I did a training called Stormproof Investing. I mentioned it before. If you want to go take a look, it's stormproofinvesting.com. So feel free to go to stormproofinvesting.com. All the materials are yours for life. All right. So speaking on that other issue about sort of that mindset between the investor and the person who chooses not to invest at all. One of the things about the mindset of an investor and the reality of being an investor, in my view, is there's a heavy psychological component to it that I encourage you to consider. That it's not just about what you know; it's about also developing a culture where you're applying what you know. And then also it's about developing the mindset where you can kind of tolerate and know when to make your move and when to be patient. A lot of times that anxiety and the fear that we feel, my wife's a therapist, so we talk about these things a lot. That's why we created the Black Financial Therapy Department in the Black Business School. That anxiety and fear is what leads to a lot of bad financial decisions. It's similar to you ever see somebody who can't keep a relationship because anytime anything goes wrong, they run. They might call them a track stars where every time they see one red flag, they're out, they're gone, right? And so nothing really lasts. They'll have a great relationship for about 7 or 8 months, and then after about 7 or 8 months, they'll see a couple of red flags, and then they bounce out because they can't really fight through anything because the fear becomes so crippling that they're just afraid of being re-traumatized. So they just say, "I better get out of here before something bad happens." And that comes from maybe your experience, right? Maybe bad things have happened, or maybe you never really saw what it looks like to make a relationship last. And actually, there's an addiction associated with that. They call them love addicts. There are people who are addicted to the feeling of falling in love. They love, just almost like when you take a piece of gum and you put it in your mouth, and it tastes really good because all the sugar, and then you spit it out when the sugar is gone, and then you put another piece in your mouth. I used to do that a lot when I was like 7 or 8 years old, and that literally is a is an addiction, they say. So that and that's it. But then you contrast that, right, with people who are on the other extreme, who will see every red flag and go through every kind of piece of chaos in a relationship and maybe hold on for too long, stay in a situation that's too unhealthy, too toxic, to the point where I know people who have been killed because they stuck around, with somebody they shouldn't have stuck around with. This is a real thing. There's a lady who spoke at our convention a couple years ago, Robin. I don't have her last name in front of me, but Robin, who died in Houston. Her husband killed her, stabbed her 100 times in front of her daughter. And Robin she saw a lot of the signs that this man had become unstable, but in the tradition of really sticking it out and never giving up, she stood by him, and then eventually ended badly. So the middle ground is kind of what you're always looking for in, say, a relationship. Just like with investing, you're always looking for the middle ground, and maybe that's why I like poker, because poker is the same way. It's like the middle ground. In fact, actually, and I mentioned the poker tournament I played in yesterday. Well, did you? I don't know if you all know this, but Wall Street started recruiting a lot of professional poker players because they said poker players know how to have the right kind of balance. They know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. Shout out to Kenny Rogers, right? They know how to maximize positives. Like when they see an opportunity, they know how to take it to the limit. But then when they see danger coming, they know how to get out of the situation before it gets too bad. Do you see what I mean? Like it's like that balancing act, right? So a lot of times as an investor, I think it's the same way for yourself. Knowing when to hold them, when to fold them, is, I think, an important part of investing, and kind of being able to say, okay, the market's reacting badly right now. Bad things are happening. I want to panic right now, but maybe instead of panicking right away, I can sit back and think. And maybe I can just process things for a little while and know that I'm probably not always going to make the right decision. It's very hard to make the perfect decision. You're always going to have regrets, right? On some level, but I want to minimize my regrets. Jeff Bezos talks about this. He calls this the regret minimization strategy he used that led him to go found Amazon. He said, "In my goal in life was to minimize my regrets in life." And so he felt that going after the Amazon opportunity would lead to fewer regrets than not doing it, right? So so ultimately Sort of knowing that balancing act is really important, but then also just sort of knowing when it's time for you to walk away and give up, right? So you have a set of investments, and you have some investments that are doing really well. So you're going to have some dogs in there, and the goal is to make sure that the good outweighs the bad. That's the best you're going to get. It's just like a basketball game; you're going to miss some shots, and so knowing how to miss those shots and just sort of say, hey, you know what? I made some mistakes, some things went wrong, I lost some money over here, but I'm not going to dwell on it too much. I'm going to focus on building on the next opportunity. And also, when there's an investment I'm going to get away from, I'm just going to get away from it. I'm going to make my decision and then move forward. I'm kind of looking forward and up. I'm not really looking down and back a whole lot. The only time I look down, the only time I look back on mistakes is if I'm learning from those mistakes. Because and even so, even looking down and back is really looking forward and up. Like the only reason I'm looking down at the chaos I created by the horrible mistakes I made, and believe me, I've made horrible mistakes. You probably made horrible mistakes. If you haven't made mistakes, I encourage you to make more. And the only reason I'm going to look down at this that this pile of blood that represents all the horrible mistakes I've made is so I can use that information to learn about the next move and the next step. Most people that become very successful at anything just they kind of feel like they're stumbling along the way. I can tell you, I think I'm qualified enough to sort of present myself as a relatively successful man. I'm proud of that. I'm proud to be a successful black man. That's very important to me. And I can just tell you that success did not feel the way I thought it was going to feel. It didn't. It didn't feel. I thought you'd be shining the whole time. I thought it'd be like, just every day the sun comes out, and every day if you're feeling great and everything's wonderful. No, it ain't like that. It sucks sometimes. It's painful. It's like, oh man, I'm confused. But what happens is, here's what I've concluded. I conclude that successful investors are just successful people, which is the kind of similar in the sense like you're always investing, even if you're not investing money. So I hope that you see the connection, even if it sounds like I'm not talking about money. I'm really talking about wealth. Okay. But what I found was what helped me a lot was learning how to artificially create my own sunshine when I didn't have any, right? Knowing how to, create light where there was none, to be in the middle of a dark space in a tough time and still find artificial confidence that will get me through until I have something to really be confident and excited about, right? Or find artificial enthusiasm, to help me to hold me over until I got to the point where I had something to be enthusiastic about. And that really is internal, and that really comes from something I heard Will Smith say one time where he was just talking about happiness, and he said, nothing out there can make you happy. It has to all come from inside. And I never met Will. I sat with Will's brother Harry for many many hours in Hollywood, and Harry was a great guy. And we pulled up to in Beverly Hills, and he had this big old Rolls Royce or something. And Harry was like a financial guy like me, and also we were into the history of war. So we talked a lot about World War II, and we talked a lot about financial stuff. And he's a super smart guy. Like I really have a lot of respect for Will Smith's family because they come from a really smart family. They're geniuses, really. And he looks just like Will, and so it was very strange talking to him because I said, "Wow, I feel like I'm looking right at Will Smith. This is, I don't want to be fanned out right now because I'm a big fan of Will Smith." But anyway, I just remember sort of having these, listening, so when I listened to Will, I know I would hear him just say some things that I think are really worth hearing. There are really some things that some wisdom that he's picked up from going around the world, dealing with all kinds of crazy situations, dealing with unbelievable pressure, having unbelievable access and success and wealth that I think can really help you in terms of transcending and elevating. His consciousness level is very, very high, very, very high, and because it's a rare space to be in, in a situation where you can have anything you want, any type of girlfriend you want to have, any amount of money that you need to do whatever you want to do, to be able to do those things. And then what happens is you start to get into this rare space where you've got to figure out who you are and what you need in the moment and where to get that thing. And sometimes the people around you can't give it to you. Sometimes your situation can't give it to you. Sometimes your job can't give it to you. So you got to give it to you. And so this is where introspection really comes into play. And I think that that really helps you a lot as an investor, right? And so I would encourage you as you're building your business, as you're building your stock portfolio, as you're building whatever you're seeking to build, develop a process. Everybody has to have a process. I have a reset button I hit every morning that helps me to get recentered. I'm not gonna lie. Yesterday I had a really weird, disturbing conversation. There was a really famous person who called me on the phone and literally threatened to to physically attack me if he saw me in person. He literally was like, if I see you, I'm gonna hurt you. I'm not scared. I was like, okay, well, come on. I got security. They got guns. We can test that theory if you'd like to. But it was very strange. It was really strange. And I was like, huh, okay, all right, well, all right, okay. Is that what we doing? Is that how things? Is that what y'all doing in the black community now? Yeah. So anyway, so literally after that happened, I just told my wife. I said, "Leah, let me tell you what just happened." And it was kind of one of those things where it's some I guess when things happen and you see stuff, you just have to like for at first there may be shock, and then you have to have a process, like whatever it is. And it may or may be failure. It may be you start your business and you try to make money and you literally lose money and embarrass yourself, or maybe it's your relationship is giving you problems at the same time you're trying to conquer another problem. And I would encourage everyone in here to really figure out like what is my reset button? What is my process for me to get back to balance if the world kind of throws me off balance, or if the world tries to make me into somebody that I don't want to be. And so my process is every single morning I get up and I spend time by myself. And you know where I learned that from? I learned that from billionaires. I learned that from listening to Jeff Bezos, who runs Amazon. He said every morning he gets up and he doesn't start working in the morning. You know, he does. He'll like wash dishes. He'll just wash dishes and listen to the radio or whatever podcast or something, and whatever. And I do the same thing. This morning, my wife came downstairs and I was washing dishes and I was listening to a podcast, and then I played virtual golf and I just goofed around for a couple hours before I came in here. And what was interesting was that by the time I got to the point where I was ready to start doing business again, I was ready. Like I was that's why I came in just sort of talking a mile a minute, because all these ideas are just flooding to me. All this inspiration, like I'm truly inspired about today because I went through the process. But I can't say I would have felt that way, I don't know, a couple hours ago or last night, And so figure out what your process is. And I encourage everybody to look into things like mental health, meditation, wellness, things that will help you to be your best self every single day, because it's not always going to feel good. Success isn't going to feel good, and life is hard. Achievement is hard. Becoming wealthy is hard. And the other thing I've noticed about wealthy people is that you have to be serious about what you're doing. And unfortunately, most people are not that serious. Most people talk about things. Most people have a lot of conversations you know, about what they're going to do and who they're going to do it with and how much money they're going to make. And that's all fine. That's all great. But when you get into that rare space of people who actually get it done and start achieving things, you have to be really mindful of not letting things waste your time. Like you have to really be clear that you want to work with other people who are clear. You're right. So to me, the clarity means that serious people should be working with serious people. So if you're a serious person, invest heavily in connecting with and working with and building with very serious people. And then if you do that, you can do amazing things. And I think even learning little things like one thing I learned, for example, is that if you are the CEO of a company and you're very creative, you may need a partner who is not as creative as you, but who's actually able to implement all your visionary ideas. Because sometimes as a creative, and I'm one of them, I'm speaking that way. I'm a creative, inspired person. So sometimes I'll have a vision, and I can't implement the vision without my team, without people actually taking the vision and saying, okay, how do we just break this down brick by brick and help to make this thing real? Steve Jobs, they said, was really not a great CEO at Apple. That's why he got kicked out of the company. He got kicked out because he was a genius, but he didn't have the ability to really run a company from a functional administrative standpoint. It wasn't interesting to him. And so, anyway, what made Steve Jobs great was he hired Tim Cook. And Tim Cook is not a visionary. Tim Cook doesn't have any creativity. Tim Cook is just the guy that's like, okay, what are we doing? Okay. So he's the guy that the saying goes, he's the guy that can make the trains run on time. So when you build your company or build your business, and I think everybody in here should try to build a black-owned business or get somebody in your family to do it. And I know if you're in the Prime program, maybe your part of your black-owned business starts with stock options and stuff, and that is a legitimate business, a thing that something that you invest in that makes money. That's a business. It doesn't mean you got to go work all day. That's a business too. And so I would encourage you as you build your black-owned business to sort of think about those components that you need in order to develop the kind of solid infrastructure that you'll need in order to grow and survive and to thrive and to create opportunities for other people. Um, that's my only thought for today. I have more thoughts, but I want to actually, I promised myself that I wouldn't talk your ears off all day. So if you have a few questions, you can put them in the Q&A section. I'll answer a few questions before we're done. Quick reminder, the All Black National Convention. I'm going to keep reminding you guys about it as we have updates. So I mentioned Dr. George C. Frazier's coming this year, who is a brilliant man that everyone should know and talk about. And also the team is still working to put together everything for the convention. If you want to get a discounted hotel room, you might want to go ahead and lock that in because I think the deadline is coming up pretty soon. And we're going to be at the Westin in Lombard, Illinois, right outside of Chicago. It's October 25th through the 27th. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right. So let's see here. Okay. Next, first question is, to protect against the storm, what's the address? Oh, yeah, it's stormproofinvesting.com. Somebody type that in the chat for me, please, if you could. Stormproofinvesting.com. Also, I don't know where the team is in terms of the launch for the Black Math Geniuses program, but basically we partner with Asada Moore, who has educated Black children for 30 years, and also we combined her with our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program. So we took what she was doing with Black Math Geniuses and connected it to Black Millionaires of Tomorrow. And so she is, if you have not seen Asada Moore, just know you're going to be blown away because she is one of those people that I admire and respect so much because she is like fiercely devoted to Black excellence when it comes to educating our kids at a high level. So if you got kids and you want them ready for the future, feel free to participate in that. I don't know exactly where the link is. I don't have a link. I'll try to find one and send it to you. But until then, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. If you want to just get ahead of that, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and the team can connect you to the resources that Miss Asada put together. And I'm telling you, these people are my heroes. These are these are the ones I get excited about. I don't get excited about all that election stuff. This is what gets me going because I see children in their transformation. Like I've seen children go through our business school for kids who were troublemakers, getting in trouble in school, having a really hard time, and now they've got $25,000 in their investment portfolios, or their mothers will email us and tell us, "Oh my gosh, he loves making money." Well, of course he does. Most little boys do. And so I would encourage you, like if you're having trouble with your child, introduce them to money. Like that money's a great, that's a great icebreaker in the conversation. I promise you. All right. So if you have a question, please put it in the Q&A section if you could. Let's see here. Where's Martin Rowland, the Negro naysayer puppet? Haven't seen him in a minute. Well, Michael, I try to leave my silly stuff out of class. I rather because I don't want anybody to feel bad about your politics. I realize sometimes when I get too expressive of how I feel, it can make people feel alienated or like I'm shaming how you feel. And it's not true. I believe in freedom and openness and acceptance. And so whatever you believe is fine. If whatever you believe, I believe and I love it. And if you love it, I love it. I love it for you. Just like even when you talk about secondary issues that don't relate to being Black, like, LGBT and all that. I just don't care who you sleep with, but I don't need to know who you sleep with either. That's my, and I think it's okay for me to say that. Like for someone to get offended by me saying that, I don't get that. Like, why would you be offended that I just told you, like, do what you want to do. Like, if you're freaky in the bedroom, go be freaky, but you ain't got to tell everybody. Like, I don't care about all. So anyway, let me keep going. All right. And same thing. So same thing is true with politics, Democrat, Republican, all that. I do not fight other Black people, and this is what I told that person. I said, I'm not going to fight another Black person over politics, over Democrat, Republican. I don't care what you believe, but you're not going to tell me what to say either. That's the reality. All right, so let me keep going. Please give me more examples of B1 businesses or services. Well, let's see here. Hmm. You know what? There is a list of side hustles that you can start for under $100. And so there's a little ebook they put together inside the bookstore. So if you go to drboycebooks.com and search for the term side hustles, you can check that out. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. Just search for the term side hustles, and you can see what Dr. Lene Javette put together. She's our Dean of Entrepreneurship in the Black Business School. Christian says, one of the things I really respect is that you're self-funded. Yeah, that's important because one thing that we don't know yet as a people we've never learned is that the person that has the gold makes the rules. The one who pays the bills is the one who decides what's going to happen. So even when you talk about celebrities, like people think celebrities have power. I've never felt celebrities have independent power. The person that has the power is the person who paid the money to make that person into a celebrity. Celebrities are manufactured like products, no different from cans of Coca-Cola or Tesla cars or Ford trucks. Um, you need funding to do that. And so so the thing about funding is that money is used for various forms of warfare. And also there is a thing such as called economic self-defense. Actually, the whole training called the economics of self-defense. You can probably search for it somewhere. It's out there. And so my point is to say that if you want to be free and independent, you're gonna have to pay your own bills. You got to find a way to be able to do that. And also you're gonna have to resist the temptation of letting other people conquer you with their money. Part of the reason we're colonized is because people who have more money than us suck us in and they get us addicted to their financial nipple, so to speak. And so when they're the ones supplying the drug that we need in order to feel healthy, we become the drug addict and they become the drug dealer. And there's no situation where you could find a relationship where the drug addict has more power than the drug dealer. So there's only two ways you can get off the drug, or two ways you could be free financially. Only two ways, really. You can either A, have all the money that you need to do whatever you want, which is not true for most of us, including myself, or B, you can reduce your dependence on resources that are coming from people that don't share your values. So the Black Business School is funded by B1 people. It's funded by people who look at what we do, look at who we are, and they love what we are. They love us. They love us because we're Black, not despite the fact that we're Black. There are people out there that I'm sure they would give us money and tolerate us despite the fact that we're Black. And I don't want that. I don't want you to just tolerate the fact that I'm Black. I want you to love the fact that I'm Black. I want you to love the fact that I'm trying to be smart. I want you to love the fact that I talk the way I talk. That's a great feeling. You want to be encouraged to be more of who you are, not have people say, well, I'm going to let you in despite what you are. And that's what integration feels like to me. Integration feels like it's like, oh, yeah, we're going to let you in even though you're Black. It's like, no, you should want me because I'm Black. Don't you understand that we are the prize? I'm the prize. You the prize. You getting the prize, buddy. You're going to have to pay for that. I'm not just happy to hang around you. It's like having a friend, like think about it. Who would want a friend or a set of friends where they would only just allow you to hang out and none of them like you? That they just tolerate you. Those are not your friends. And but if you have low self-esteem and you don't see your worth, then you will go hang with those people. A lot of us maybe did that when you were little because you want to hang with the cool kids and you want them to like you. So you stop being who you are so you can fit in with the cool kids and laughing at stupid jokes and doing stupid stuff. And that to me is a self-esteem issue. That's that lack of self-worth is what keeps you from saying, nah, I'm not. If you can't accept me for who I am, then I'm out of here. And I think that's okay. I just really do. I think so really I, in the core of my soul, every ounce of my soul knows. I don't think I know that what we're doing in the Black Business School is epic, powerful, legendary, practically unprecedented. It's not replicated anywhere. It's incredibly impactful. I don't think that. I know these things. So no, being in this space is not it's not something I'm begging people to do. It's a privilege. If you won't act right, we're gonna put you up out of here. That's it. Let me keep going. All right. So let's see. Okay. Can you speak to what it means exactly? Because I'm thinking that doesn't include bank loans, as Christian Ray. Well, what happens? Here's the deal. Okay. So let's talk about funding in general, just from a more generalized perspective. When you fund a business, you kind of have two major funding sources. You have debt and equity. That's it. Debt and equity. Equity means that the funder has some ownership in the asset. Debt means that they don't own anything. They just need you to pay a certain amount. They don't care about any of the upside, but they need you to make sure that you pay them no matter what. So there's the trade-off, right? So, and then when you talk about debt and equity, there's different types of equity, different types of debt. So if I put in some equity, it can be just me. Like I could literally put in my own financial equity, sweat equity, and just say, okay, this is the piece that I own. And then the bank is funding the rest. But then I could also raise equity. That means I could go and get investors and say, hey, can you give me $100,000 to help me pay this, build this company? I'll give you 10%, 5%, or whatever. And then on the debt side, that's where the banks typically, most of the time, don't really care a whole lot about exactly how you're running the company. They just want to make sure everything's stable and that their investments protected. So they may put in, like with Robinhood, margin requirements to make sure that you're not going to just take the money and kind of run or whatever. But for the most part, debt is more comfortable than equity, in my view, because they don't get all up in your business. They don't tell you how to run your company. And so, really, when you're building um, a company, you kind of have to think about it in that way and also realize that even though equity gives up control, equity actually in some ways is safer than debt. Because someone who loans you $1 million and says, okay, make sure you pay us that $1 million in the next 10 years, they don't care if your business struggles or goes bankrupt or whatever. Whereas an equity holder has agreed to, take the lumps with you. They've agreed to make money if you're making money, but they've also agreed to lose money along with you if you're losing money. So equity holding is what they call risk sharing. You take on partners and other investors if you're investing in something that's really risky and you don't want to put all your money on the line. But typically, if you have an investment that or a company that's doing really well already generating great cash flow, and you need to raise money at that point, debt in many cases is the better option because like for example the businesses I'm associated with are pretty well established. They've been around for a while. We're able to do what we got to do. I don't really need any partners. I don't want any more investors. Right? So when we need to raise money, we'll go to the bank, right? Because the bank isn't going to bother us. They're not going to say, "Well, you're being too black and you should stop doing this," right? So, but if it were a new venture, if it were something brand new, and I don't know how it's going to work out, or it could easily turn into nothing, then yeah, having a partner helps because that means I'm not putting all the money in required to make this investment go. So when you're talking about funding things, the other mistake a lot of companies make, here's another interesting thing too. I'm gonna speak about this coin on both sides, and I hope I don't say it in the wrong way. So pay attention. So listen closely, and I'm gonna try to say it in a way that makes sense because I'm trying to form this thought here. When you're talking about building a business, you've got this issue in Black wealth that people don't talk about hardly at all, which they really should talk about more, and that is access to capital. Access to capital is one of the biggest challenges in the Black community that there is. If suddenly, if one of the I kid you not, here's one thing that would make me run to the voting booth. If one administration truly showed evidence that they were willing to truly push for Black people to have access to capital, where every Black person who wanted to buy a house could get 400,000 to buy a house, every Black person who wants to start a business could get a quarter million to start their business, etc. I would vote for that person, and even before paying reparations. And why is that? Well, because access to capital is pretty much access to opportunity. Access to capital is access to wealth. Access to capital allows you the opportunity to jump over that fence and go from being a person who consumes and spends and gives their money away to being a person who actually is able to build institutions, own property, own stock, and build wealth. Access to capital, access to capital, access to capital. So one of the biggest things that burns me up is that banks don't loan adequate amounts of money to Black people. Silicon Valley does not loan adequate amounts of money to Black people. They don't. They fund these crappy little white boy businesses that haven't made a nickel, that they have poorly formed ideas, and they'll give them $50 million. And I'll see a Black entrepreneur with a hell of a project that's already making money, that's already cash flow positive, that's already winning, and he has a hard time raising $100,000. That is a type of inequality that bothers me that really doesn't get discussed by anybody. Maybe somebody's going to pick it up and start talking about it. So that's the one side of it. If you have access to capital, if you gave me a choice and you said, "Boyce, which would you rather have, a check for $5 million or for somebody to loan you $1 billion?" Oh, I'd much rather have somebody loan me $1 billion. Yeah, I got to pay it back. Oh, but you let me hold that money for about a month. Watch how much money I can make from $1 billion in a month. Just from just selling. Those of you who sell stock options with us in the Prime program, you know how much money I can make from $1 billion. Literally, I can make $50 million or more just from selling stock options, right? So the ability to have access to capital is really, really essential to building businesses. And this is one of the reasons why white people have all the big fancy stuff, is because their projects are well funded and well financed. if Elon Musk were black, he would not be Elon Musk. If Mark Zuckerberg were black, Facebook would not exist. If Mark Cuban were black, Mark Cuban himself, bless him for saying this, he actually said that if he were black or if Zuckerberg were black, those companies wouldn't exist. And I agree with that. Or maybe he said it in a different way, but that's kind of what he was saying because he was on Earn Your Leisure and he was, I guess trying to be cool with black people again, which is fine. I like him. I don't have any issue with this guy. So that's one side of it. Now here's the other side of it. That is everything in finance for the most part is a yin and a yang. And so it's fun to kind of figure out like, okay, everything seems good here, but where's the dark side? And everything seems terrible here. What's the bright side? Everything in finance typically has a dark side and a bright side. So the bright side of access to capital is that you can create all this possibility and all this potential. The dark side, though, of having access to too much capital is that it creates something we've discussed in this class before, which is called the free cash flow problem. The free cash flow problem is when you have too much money too fast, you waste it. When you get too much money too quick, you invest in everything. You want to hire everybody. You want to make every move. And sometimes you ain't supposed to do it. Sometimes you're supposed to sit back and chill and think. Sometimes you're supposed to sit and wait and learn. Sometimes you're supposed to observe before you make a move. And so when you have a bunch of money, like imagine if you have an idea for a business. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna sell the coolest sneakers on earth, and they're gonna be pro-black sneakers, and we're gonna make $1 billion doing it. And then let's say somebody says that's a great idea. Here's $50 million to get started. Well, then what will happen is you'll take that 50 million, you're gonna pour it into a bunch of stuff that ain't gonna work, and you're gonna and you're sort of undercutting the process. So after you burn through all that money, making one mistake after another, you're going to look back and say, wow, if I'd known then what I know now, I would have used that money differently. Exactly. So sometimes not having all the money that you need, this is a blessing that my brother and I had that I didn't realize was a blessing at the time. And I know a lot about finance. At that time, I had a whole PhD in finance. So even I was learning stuff. Don't never think that you get to the point where you can't keep learning. Because I was learning about the streets. Because remember, a lot of finance professors are real good at teaching finance, but they haven't actually run businesses before. So I was learning to be an entrepreneur. I was building my skill set. But I remember we had these ideas and we even had gotten them to the point where they were making money. We had one project that was making a good amount of money, maybe $5,000-$10,000 a month. And we just needed like maybe another 50 grand for investment to really expand this thing and blow this thing up. And we got on the phone with it was three black men. One of them was a part owner of the Boston Celtics. So this guy had money. And I heard him talking about his investments. They weren't making that much money, like 4% or 7% or something. I was like, come on, we could do better than that. So I got on the phone with these guys, and one was a lawyer and one was a businessman. And so I'm talking to these older black men. I'm 35. I'm thinking these 50-year-olds are going to hook me up and help me out. I didn't know at the time that unfortunately sometimes brothers don't want to help brothers out. They're competing with you rather than trying to help you. I didn't know that. So if you're younger than me, just know my goal is not to do that. I want to support you. I want to see you win. I want to see you succeed, right? So anyway, so these guys got on the phone. I did this whole pitch on what we were doing and what's working and what we can see happening if we get some more capital and blah blah. And I know these guys had the money. I know they had the money. And when I got done with the presentation, I was like, "So what do you think?" And the one guy, though, and he was a part owner of the Celtics. I won't say his name, but I'll never forget this guy. He instantly says, "I'm not interested." And what really bothered me about it was that I knew that the other two guys were following his lead. And I was like, but why? Like, I did everything to show you this is an ATM machine. Like, and he just said, I'm not interested. And I remember the other guy that was kind of following him, like the alpha says no, but the beta guy, he's like, well, hold on a minute. We don't want to make a decision too quickly. I'm like, yeah, we don't want to be too hasty now, Bob, or whatever his name was. And but they ended up saying no. So I was mad. I was sad. I was just like, man, this sucks. Like, 50,000 isn't even that much money. We've put in thousands of hours of work into this thing. Can't we even get $50,000? Well, let me just tell you. I remember I told y'all a long time ago, I said, you got masses plan for you, which you should ignore. And then you have your plan for you, which sounds better. It's better than masses plan. But then you got God's plan. And God's plan is more accurate and more informed than your plan. He can see things at higher dimensions you can't go to. You understand? So what I did not realize was that even though it was Boyce's plan to go get this money, right? Because I'm fighting Mass's plan. I'm like, we're gonna get this money, we're gonna grow this great thing, we're gonna have these partners, blah, blah. I mean, I offered them a big percentage of the company for a really fair amount of money. If they had taken that deal by now, that $50,000 would have turned into 5 million easily for them. And when I tell you, I am every day, I am so grateful that they told me no. It's ridiculous. It's almost like it's like you begged for love from a woman, and then later on you find out that she was a serial killer with an STD, and you say, thank God she didn't say yes because I dodged a bullet, right? So that's how I felt. I said, man, if we had taken, I told me and my brothers would laugh about it to this day. I said, man, if those guys had said yes and given us what we wanted, it would have been terrible because we would have had to share all this money with these guys. So I was very happy that they were too short-sighted to see the $1 million opportunity I laid in front of them. And so here's what happened. Because we didn't get what we wanted right at the moment, guess what? We learned how to make do with what we had. We learned a type of financial genius that a lot of your grandmothers have. My grandmother had it. You know, like my grandma, a lot of y'all got the same grandma. Tell me if you got the same grandma. My grandma knew how to take $22,000 a year and raise 5 kids, pay off all her credit card debt, pay her car off, house off, have a perfect credit score on $22,000 a year because she did not mess around. She was very, very financially efficient. And that is a type of economic genius that is underappreciated. That is genius built on survival, extreme resourcefulness, understanding wealth at a level that you never learn in a university class. The grandmas know where to get what they need, how to get the value, how to extract it somehow. And that's a type of wealth extraction that most people don't know if everything's handed to you on a silver platter. So literally, I had to dig into my grandma's skills to be able to get my company going. We had to say, okay, how do we do more with $5,000 than most people can do with $50,000? What costs can we cut? How do we keep the budget low? How do we make sure we don't live above our means? See, think about this. Imagine if we had a culture where people just didn't live above their means. Look at how often you see people going into debt just to maintain a lifestyle and spend money on a bunch of stuff they don't even need, just so they can flex on Instagram or just live the way they think they're supposed to live because you went to Harvard and you think you're supposed to drive a certain car, live in a certain house, or whatever it is, right? A lot living below your means is not, it's not cool, it's not lit, it's not seen as being part of the culture, but I think it should be part of the culture. The culture should not be financial extravagance and economic irresponsibility. The culture should be economic efficiency and extreme financial intelligence and resourcefulness and wealth preservation so that you then can build the kind of legacy that you want to build. So by doing things that way, by being forced into a situation that we did not choose, by being forced to follow God's plan instead of Boyce's plan, we were able to build a really strong company. We got to the point where we changed the freaking world. You and some of y'all saw the whole thing from the beginning. I'm sorry, I'm not bragging, but it's true. We changed the world with this thing. Wasn't nobody talking about black wealth in 2008, 2009, 2007. That was when we were getting this stuff started. All this stuff that you see now, all these people that are out there, they pay tribute to what we did 15, 20 years ago. And I'm very proud of that. You know, and I believe we're just getting started, you know, because we're building the legacy now. That I think the good stuff's gonna happen after we're all dead. I really believe that. I really believe that one day, 200 years from now, somebody's gonna be watching this video and they're gonna say, "Wow, they had no idea that it was gonna become what it is now." I'm like, no, we kind of know because I know how to plant a damn seed. And also, I've studied the origins of great companies all throughout America. I've studied how many of the multi-billion dollar, trillion dollar companies that you see now had very humble beginnings, but they had a crystal clear vision for who they were and what they wanted to be. They were committed to the vision. They invested. They fought through the storms. They kept things moving. They remained consistent. And then next thing you know, you have Apple, the trillion-dollar company that started in somebody's garage. We didn't even start in the garage. So we're gonna be much greater than Apple one day, right? Who knows, right? Anyway, and one of your children might be our version of Steve Jobs. One of your kids might be the visionary that takes our company from being a $20 million company to being a $1 billion company, right? One of your kids is gonna do it. I already know it. I already know the Black Wealth Revolution has begun. They can't stop it, can't slow it down. They could kill me tomorrow and it wouldn't matter. The train has left the station. You can't catch it. So anyway, so what I guess my general point would be to say, access to capital matters. It's great to have access to capital. but don't think that because you don't have access to capital that you don't have access to extreme possibilities and opportunity and wealth. Sometimes you have to trade the money for time. So maybe some of the things we wanted to do right away, if we'd had $1 million in the bank, we could have done things right away, but maybe we had to wait a year to do it because we didn't have all the money at once. But it's okay because during that year we were learning things. We were learning how to do things in a much more efficient way than we would have if somebody just threw a whole bunch of money at the problem. Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? So access to capital is important. I'd rather have us have access to capital, but what's really more significant is the intelligent use of capital, the intelligent application of capital that is a driver of capital efficiency. You have to be efficient with it. And unfortunately, that's something that a lot of people never really learn, right? So I want you to learn those things. So when those reparations checks come in or whatever it is that they decide to do one day, maybe that one day they'll do the right thing. I really am a little concerned about making sure that people sort of know what that money's supposed to be used for. Because if you don't, it's just going to go to waste. You'll be back where you were before. All right. So anyway, let me answer a few of your questions, and then we're going to bounce out for today. By the way, I have a book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, and you can get an autographed copy if you go to drboycebooks.com. Also, my wife has a section. We have a whole money and love section. So if you're into that kind of thing, you can find stuff there. We have a children's section. So we have workbooks for children, flashcards for children, and we have a digital program for children. So we have lots of things for kids. And so if you want to learn your kids to learn Black economics, we can get that done for you. All right. So a few more questions. Desmond, what are your feelings toward market weekend trading? I think it's fine. Or aftermarket weekend trading. I think it's fine. The market's not as liquid, but for big major stocks, it's perfectly fine for sure. Agnes, have you heard of Arrived? No, I have not. It's a real estate company, and Jeff Bezos is one of their investors. No, I have not. I'm going to look it up. Thank you for telling me about it. I'm going to write that down. Arrived. And then I'm going to type in Bezos so I can search for that. All right, let's see. Travis, can I repeat the strategy that of a year or more covered calls like the video where you can loan yourself 20,000 and make myself $1 million in the next few years? Yeah, Travis, if you log in at drboyce.com, you should be able to find the material because I did do an example like that where basically I sold a leap, sorry, is it long-term equity anticipation option? Yeah, something like that. Anyway, I sold a long-term option, and basically what you can do is the reason I like options is because you can sell time, and by selling that time, you can get that cash inflow. But the downside, though, is that if the market moves against you, then you can almost be locked in a almost like a time prison in the sense that if you sell an option on a stock going out, say 2 years, and you get say $10,000, and let's say the market moves against you, and that option goes from being worth 10,000 to 20,000, then you're stuck in this time prison where either A, if you want to get out of the option, you have to pay the 20,000, or B, you have to wait 2 years for the option to expire, and then you have to hand over the shares. So that's the downside of that. But the upside of it is that if you need cash and you own shares of stock, a lot of people don't know that you can actually loan yourself money. You can really use stocks as your own personal bank. So it's a really cool strategy. And so anybody who's interested in the program, the Prime program, feel free to take a look. It's really good. I think you're going to like it. It's drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. Prime stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. Gigi, do you think 2025 will be a bullish year in the stock market? It'd be hard to imagine 2025 being better than 2024. Anything's possible, but I'd be shocked if it were. Even with the anticipated pullback in the fall. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, 2024 has been really amazing. I don't know if 2025 is going to be as strong, but nobody really knows. Dr. Boyce, I'd like to connect with someone who's in the Prime program because I'm outside the US, meaning I don't have access to Robinhood. Okay. Is that Sile, Sihle? Email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, and let's see if they can help you find somebody or find someone to connect with. Also at the convention, we're gonna have a special gathering for all the Prime members, so you can meet Prime members at the convention. So feel free to join us in Chicago. Dr. Boyce, or sorry, allblacknationalconvention.com, allblacknationalconvention.com. Ethelene, good morning, Dr. Boyce. Where would I find the information for the program JV? I signed my grandchildren up on Saturday night. You know what, Ethylene, that information, if it did not arrive in your email, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and Amani will respond to you pretty quickly, either Amani or someone else from the team, and they'll make sure that you're well taken care of. And that's 100% true for anything you do in the Black Business School. We have a great support team that's right on it. And if something ever happens and you don't get a response, it could be maybe the email address was in or wrong or something like that, but they're right on top of it. Our number one priority actually is to make sure that you get everything that you want and everything that you need and that you are happy. If you're not happy, then we don't want you to invest in anything with us. Michael, seriously though, Professor Watkins, the market right now, buying opportunities are holding. I think it's a buying opportunity. Studies show that people who buy when the market drops by a certain percentage tend to do better than people who don't. You could sit around and wait and say, well, maybe it's going to keep dropping. You could do that, but that's a very dangerous strategy because you may miss your opportunity that way. So I personally believe when the market dips, I just start buying stuff. That's my general rule. Montez, do you think Kamala or Trump are on the Jeff Epstein list? That's outside the scope of this conversation. But you know the thing about Epstein, it is a financial consciousness issue because one thing that Epstein and I believe okay, y'all want my Jeffrey Epstein theory? Like y'all want to hear what I think Epstein was, what he was all about? All right, I'm gonna give it to you really quickly. I believe I saw a video once where they showed that Epstein's plane had a tail number. You know, you guys know I'm sort of a trained pilot. I have my student pilot's license. I can fly airplanes. And one thing you learn in pilot training is that you can look at an airplane's tail number and you can look it up. You can look up the history of the plane. You can look at the flight trajectory. Every time I would get up and I would fly, my instructor would tell me to type in the plane tag, and it would show me right there on the internet where my plane has gone that day, like an hour later. It was crazy. And so with Epstein's plane, the big private jet he had, somebody looked up that tail number and basically said, "Oh, this somehow they connected it to Israeli intelligence." I believe. Here's what I believe. It's a thing about again. This relates to money, so this fits in the scope of this conversation. I believe that one thing that the Israelis might have done, Mossad is very insidious. You know, they're kind of like the Israeli version of the FBI, CIA. I believe that one thing put it this way, it would be logical for them to do this if this is what they're doing. Um, I think blackmail is a powerful tool that's used in politics because a lot of politicians have secrets they don't want people to know. So I believe that what they did was they said, okay, people they love people that have money. Everybody wants to be around the rich guy. Everybody wants to be friends with the rich guy. Everybody's flattered when the billionaire, says, "Hey, come to my party." I went to billionaire Mike Roberts' party. He had a party at a castle in the Bahamas, and it was kind of cool. It's like, wow, I'm at a party with a billionaire at a castle. This is awesome, right? So a lot of times people want to be around people like that. And what happens is that your financial consciousness kind of drops in the sense that people don't really ask the right questions. Like, okay, what does this come with? What are you involved with? How did you get your money? Like, what am I being connected to? Or even when you talk about people that will sleep with a wealthy man and they have no idea what kind of man he is, where he's been, just all the problems that can come with that experience, but people are just happy because, oh, he's a doctor, oh, or he's a millionaire, oh, that's so exciting, girl. And I'm like, maybe you should really think about that a little bit. So Epstein would make a lot of friends and get a lot of access and influence because of his billionaire status. And I believe that that was strategically done to get people into compromising situations so that when it came time for you to decide if you want to support the government's decision to send another 50 billion to Israel, we know what your answer is going to be. That's what I believe it was. I believe that's what all that's about. So who, I don't think everybody that's on the Epstein list is, sleeping with underage children and all that stuff. I'm sure there's some people in there doing that, but I think there were some people who just said, "Oh, he's rich, he's a donor. We're going to get on the plane with this rich donor who's connected with Harvard." And so he's coming with all this other institutional credibility, and now everybody's kind of scrambling to disassociate. But I mean, come on, like he was a rich guy in the in crowd, and I think that that's just what it was. So would they be on the list? I don't know. I wouldn't be. I would expect them to be. If you're in high levels of politics, and back when Epstein was the cool guy to be around, or back when Diddy was the cool guy to be around. A lot of people have pictures with Diddy and Epstein and Trump and a lot of these people. Anyway, so let me see here. All right. Okay, so there you go. That's my Epstein theory. All right. So maybe Kamala's on the list or Kamala. See, I say Kamala. Some people don't like. Somebody told me it's not Kamala, it's Kamala, and I was like, oh, I didn't know that. So Kamala, I'm gonna start using Kamala. So Kamala and I hope I'm not saying Donald wrong. The Donald. They I wouldn't be surprised if both of them were on the Epstein list, and I don't know why they are though. All right, Antoinette, Dr. Boyce, were you able to find out if the mobile notary classes are still available? Email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. They can tell you. I think that that's a closed program, though, but it may not be. They may have the ability to bring you in, but I don't know if Andre's running with cohorts or if he's doing it sort of as an ongoing thing. So email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. I know that they're going to do another launch soon, so that's another avenue as well. France, I'm progressing through Black Money 102, and I was interested in a recording session. You mentioned tax prep and planning with Jessica Smith. Did that ever come to fruition through the Black Business School? We have some tax people that we are connected to. If you email the support email I gave you, support at theblackbusinessschool.com, they can help you with that. But the other thing too is that we don't have sort of any official tax company that we recommend or anything like that. So anybody that's kind of come through, that's sort of your decision, but that's not something that where we say, okay, this is our official company that we support. Okay. All right. Let's see, Dr. Boyce, the work that you're doing is awesome. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. Thank you so much for using your genius ideas to be one without being arrogant and cutting edge. Keep on keeping on, Juanetta. Thank you, Juanetta. That's a night. You made my day, Juanetta. I appreciate you, ma'am. Let's see. Next question. I'm retiring from the military. Thank you for your service. And I'm looking seriously for a mentor in the financial sector. I signed up for Prime before you offered the discount a few weeks ago. Is there anything that can be done to get the difference? Email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and they will work. They'll do the best that they can based on the situation. So just email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and they can help you. And congratulations on your retirement. Let's see. Ilchris says, "Is buy, borrow, and die that technique smart? A smart thing to do for keeping wealth in the family." I think it is. But the buy part means acquire assets. That's what makes you rich. Is rich people are the ones who have the most stuff. Borrow means instead of selling the asset and having a taxable event, in giving money to the IRS, just borrow against the asset you own so that you can maintain ownership, maintain control, and get that capital appreciation, but still have the money you need to live. And then you die. And then when you die, your kids inherit the asset at a stepped up tax basis. So they don't have to pay for any of the capital gains you accumulated because you kept them in a bottle. Because you kept them in a bottle, when you die, they throw the bottle away and your child starts with a whole new bottle with nothing in it, which is pretty insidious and horrible. It's terrible for the government. And that's one of the reasons why our government deficits and debts are so high is because they don't tax the rich at the level that they should. But given that they do it this way, I want you to win. So that's a good strategy to look into. Michael Hollingshed says, in 10 years, where do you envision the Black Business School being and doing? Um, that's a great question. I envision I envision, well, hopefully if I'm here, I hope I'm here in 10 years. If I'm here in 10 years, I'm literally going to be right here, like talking to you every day like I was, 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I was right here. And so I don't plan to go anywhere. We make a lot of partnerships. We just partnered with an estate planning attorney that I'm going to talk to later on today. We are partnering with Constance Carter, who owned the largest Black real estate firm in California. She's going to be doing some work with us very, very soon. We just partnered with Asada Moore, who runs the Black Math Genius Program, and we blended that into Black Millionaires of Tomorrow. We partnered with Andre C. Hatchett, who runs the Mobile Notary School, who's training people to become mobile notaries, which is a great way to make extra money. We partnered with Ace Chapman, who has helped, who has made millions of dollars acquiring businesses. One thing that people don't know is that there is this massive retirement thing happening, right? This massive wealth transfer occurring because all the boomers are getting older. So their businesses are just sitting there and they're going to die unless somebody takes them. So he's really good at helping people to acquire businesses, which is a great approach because you then don't have to figure out how to start something. You could just run something that's already been there. A lot of Black businesses die because they don't have anybody to pass it on to, because we live in a society where people somehow convince us that we're never going to get old. And so legacy planning, the lack of legacy planning on behalf of some people becomes a money-making opportunity for those who do make a plan. Heather Elliott, let's see. You said you joined late. That's okay. You may have already covered this. Can we dissect Warren Buffett's sale? How much stock did it include? Any extras, amenities? Yeah, all I saw with the Warren Buffett sale was that he sold a big stake in Bank of America. Let me see if I can pull that up and we can see. Let's investigate. So he dumped 2.3 billion shares over a 6-day period, or sorry, $2.3 billion in shares over a 6-day period. Uh, he said it's let's see, it's been 6 straight days. They sold another 18.9 million shares on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at an average price of $42, raising 802 million. I guess that was each day or something. Okay. Over the past 6 trading sessions, Berkshire has unloaded 52.8 million shares total, reducing their stake to 12.5%. So they already had a big stake. They're not divesting, they're just reducing their stake. Berkshire still owns 980.1 million shares of Bank of America, valued at 41 billion, a distant second to its $172.5 billion holding in Apple. Let's see here. Buffett could be trimming the bet on valuation concerns after Charlotte-based Bank of America outperformed the broader market this year. So what they're saying is that it looks like maybe he's trimming his stake because the stock has done so well. A lot of times, if a stock goes way up, investors will cut their stake not because they don't like the company, but because they want to sort of take some profits and divest those profits. Like so, if you start a company and your company blows up and becomes this multi-million-dollar entity, the first step you want to do is actually pull as much cash out as you can so you can divest some of that, because good times don't last forever. And if you look at Bank of America stock, Lord Jesus, I mean, this is a good investment for Buffett. Let me show you the chart. And because it was such a good investment, I believe that's why he wants to kind of back out a little bit. But if you look here in the last year, it's made 31%, which is really good. The last 6 months, 26%. The last month, 7%, not bad. Last 5 years, not so much. Last 5 years has pretty much matched the last 1 year. So in 1 year, they made as much money as they made in the last 5 years. So he's probably just trimming because he did so well. And when you've done that well, you don't want one asset to take too much of your portfolio. So a lot of fund managers will shave some off the top. Let's see. Should I open my stock portfolio under an LLC? Yeah, I mean, Yvette, there's nothing wrong with that. You can do that. I'm in the market for a CPA that is knowledgeable in this area in order to obtain guidance for myself and other family members that I'm conveying your message. It is hard to find a CPA lately. That has become just a tough business. You could find one online, but I don't have any. I mean, I had to work hard to find a good CPA for our company, so I wish I could tell you, something easy to do, but it is difficult. Um, any pointers without providing literal investment advice? One concern in my group has how to manage the gains. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Let me see. Oh, man. So you've been making money and you want to manage the gains. Okay. Well, I would say that if you wanted a financial advisor, you could go to a lot of banks have advisors that are right there on staff. Aisha Verzi is part of the Black Business School. If you go to drboyceoffers.com, that's drboyceoffers.com, drboyceoffers.com. Aisha's number is on there, and she can help you if you're looking into things like insurance vehicles that can help you to do something with your wealth. And then, at that point, I think the type of advisor you'd want, in my opinion, would come down to what you're trying to do. So if you're trying to do real estate, I would get somebody that really does a lot of real estate. If you're trying to do something in entrepreneurship, then maybe a consultant that knows how to run a business is important. If you're looking at stock market stuff doesn't have to be complicated. I don't think. I think you can set up a decent portfolio that will grow over time by following basic steps. If you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, where we have the $5 a day plan, if you want it to be as simple as possible, there's enough there that you could get started. But then if you want to do more, you could actually get an advisor from a bank. Just make sure they don't hit you too hard with the fees. So I would definitely wouldn't say 1% or above. If they even charge you 1% of invested assets, then I'd probably try to figure out like what services am I getting for that 1%? Because even that's a little bit too high. Brandon, how much capital at a minimum does a person need to start selling options? There is no um there is no minimum. It just depends on what you're seeking to do. There are people with low amounts of capital. There are people with millions in capital that are selling options. So, really, there's no specific number. You just have to be able to buy 100 shares of whatever stock that you're selling options on. So, if the stock is a $10 stock, then you need $1,000. But even then, though, you'd want to have some put options in place to protect your investment. So you need a little bit more than 1,000. So maybe 1,100 or something like that. But a portfolio of that size would not generate a significant ton of money. but it would generate a quality ROI in an added income stream that you could add to over time. So let's see. Will the Math Genius Bootcamp help a person become a smart investor also? Yes, Marcia. Our kids program is better than most universities. Our kids are 10, 12 years old and they can invest at a college level. So we're good at what we, and I know Asada is good. So yeah, absolutely. Constance's last name is Constance Carter. So I'm gonna bring Constance to class one morning, and so you'll get to meet her in person. She's real dynamic, super smart, and just she's been working with us in the Black Business School for about 9 years now. And I just a real quality human being. I respect her a lot. Joan Gibbs, what do you think a business growing around pickleball? Are there any stocks around it? I don't know about any pickleball stocks, but my sister has a boyfriend who owns a pickleball team, and I brought him to my real estate class actually, and his name's Cedric, and he does a lot of like multifamily deals and commercial real estate deals, stuff like that. And Cedric, ironically, bought a pickleball team, and I think that pickleball team is going up in value. Pickleball is really growing. You know, Jamie Foxx was talking about pickleball. I don't know of any publicly traded companies in pickleball, though. I'd have to look that up. But yeah, pickleball, that might be something to look into, especially if you're a fan. Okay, a couple more questions. Do you plan on uploading any promotional materials to the Black Business School dashboard? Maybe you can help me understand what you mean by promotional materials. If you talk about just promotions and discounts, if you go to drboyceoffers.com, that's where Mike tends to put a lot of that stuff. I don't know about anything else that you might mean by that. So maybe you can help me understand that. Or you just email support and just tell them what you're looking for. And I can definitely help you with that. Now, one thing that we do have, if you are interested in learning stock options on a basic level, is a companion to Money in the Morning. We created something called Money in a Minute, where the lessons every day are less than 2 minutes and they get delivered to you on your cell phone every morning. So if you text the word Miami, which stands for Money in a Minute, if you text the word Miami to the number 87948, you'll get a link, and that's where you can sign up. And that might be an easy way within the flow of your day for you to learn the basics of stock options. And those of you that are already in the Money in a Minute program for stock options, I'm going to send you all a survey that I hope you'll figure out or fill out for us. It's going to be very, very short. But basically, I'd like to get some feedback on you from just how you feel about it. Like, do you feel like you actually learned something, and how did that process go for you? All right, so two more questions, then we're going to go. Michael says, "Good morning, Doc. How long does it take for the estimated credit from a stock option to arrive in your account?" It should go through as soon as the transaction is confirmed. You should see something that increases your cash. And it'll also increase your investable amount of money, or the amount of money that you have available for purchase, your purchasing power. So that should be instantaneously as soon as they confirm the transaction. Making the trade does not is not the same as actually executing the trade. Just because you say, I want to buy X amount of stock at a certain price, doesn't mean the order went through. You have to get a confirmation of that. What was that number? Yeah, text the word Miami to the number 87948. Miami to 87948, and you'll get that link. All right. Let's see. Last question. Can you write stock options into a traditional business plan, or should this be separate? I think you can put anything in your business plan. Remember that in business, your goal is to make money. Your goal is to make an investment, and that investment can make money for you. This is a fundamental idea I want to leave our conversation on today. I want you to really understand what making money really means, what that looks like. Most income and wealth comes from some source of capital, and that capital is pretty much anything that can generate resources. And not even just money. Money is one resource. Money is just a resource that can be used to do a lot of things. But there's lots of resources out here. Carrots. If I have a carrot farm, then my capital base is the farm, and my resource generated by the capital base of the carrots. Money doesn't even have to be involved. Maybe I never sell the carrots. Maybe I just eat them. But either way, that's an investing process. I apply capital to something that generates an ROI, return on investment. Do you understand? So the way you are taught about money as a child, that is, in my view, old fashioned, wrong, highly inappropriate, and just very limiting to your potential, is you're taught that pretty much you have one type of capital, and that's basically you. You are the commodity. You are the asset. So what happens is, if you say, I want to make money, someone says, well, what you got to do is go get a job, and someone will pay you money. So basically, you are the asset, and you work the asset, you give away yourself and your time and your brain power, and so you're making the investment of the capital by working yourself into the ground, and then you get your ROI, which is your paycheck. You understand? That is what they refer to as human capital. Human capital can grow through things like education or working out or whatever, right? Like if I'm lifting boxes all day and I go to the gym, I get real strong, then my human capital goes up because I'm big Boyce, the big guy who can lift a lot of boxes, right? So somebody may pay me more because I have a more productive capital base. Do you understand? I can lift 20 boxes an hour where somebody else might only be able to do 15. So I get more money, right? Or I go to college and I get a degree, right? I go to some university, I go 100,000 in debt and they give me a piece of paper where I am certified that I have learned certain skills or gotten smarter. And so I get more money because college graduates and master's degree graduates and stuff get paid more money. So my capital is more productive. My human capital has increased in value, which makes it a more productive asset, which has increased my ROI. I think all of that is fine. But here's the problem. The reason that that's a problem is for a couple of reasons. One, you're eventually going to get old and tired. So your capital is what they call depleting capital. It's depreciating on a regular basis. You can't work at 75 the way you could at 25. You understand? And that's a risk factor for you that has to be sort of dealt with. Or if you're a basketball player and you say, I'm going to sign $100 million contract because I'm the best in the world of basketball. Well, when you're 40 years old, that's not going to be true anymore. So you have a lot of basketball players that go broke because their most productive form of capital, their human capital of being a great basketball player, depletes itself. It depreciates, and now you're kind of stuck financially. So what you want to add to your arsenal of money making possibilities is a broader understanding of all the different types of capital that can generate resources that you need. LeBron James, I think, is a great example since we're talking about basketball players. One thing LeBron has always understood is that he's not going to be young forever. And one thing LeBron has done over many, many years, and Steph Curry's doing, a lot of guys do this, is they make as much money as they can off their human capital, their basketball skill, knowing that when they get 35, 40, 45 years old, they're not going to be able to do that anymore. So they're taking the income from their human capital and they're diversifying their portfolio. Do you understand? They're diversifying. LeBron's invested in the movie studio. He's invested, I'm sure, in tons of stocks and pizzerias and all this other stuff. And he's created other forms of capital that are going to make money without depleting his body. LeBron is already at a point where he can make probably $100 million a year without even getting out of bed. And so even though most of us will never be LeBron, most of us will never be 6'8", 240 pounds, a lot of us are still high value assets. We go to our jobs, they pay us lots of money because you went to school, you got the master's degree, you work your butt off, you're a smart person, you're hardworking, you do all these things you're supposed to do. But you really want to think also about the importance of yourself and your children having forms of capital that can generate income and resources without depleting their body. Do you understand? Does that make sense? Right. So that's what you start a business. If you start a business and you automate the business and you've got employees working for you, then that's kind of what you've done. You create this source of capital that is going to be able to make a ton more money than you could make from your human capital, and it may not even require you to be involved. So, or if I go buy a bunch of stock and I say, okay, I've been saving up and using my income to buy this stock over the last 10 years. Now I've got, 10,000 shares of Coinbase and I can sell options on Coinbase every month and generate $50,000 a month or whatever. Well, then that's what you've done. You built the capital base, and your capital base is generating income for you just the same as it would if you were actually out working and depleting your body and giving up all your free time to do that. Using human capital is a very costly way to make money, and it should be temporary for everyone. Your children should not be in a position where they are using their human capital for their whole entire lives. That should be temporary, or maybe it shouldn't even happen at all. Okay, so this is how I want you to think about making money. It's all universal. It's all unified. Like there's a whole unified theory of money and how it works and how it's made, and all the valuation models that we did when I was in my doctoral program and all, they all come back to the same very basic fundamental ideas. So the key to wealth in your life and the lives of anybody you care about is building that capital base. If you build that capital base, then you have a level of freedom and financial security and economic possibility that is beyond anything that you were ever raised to believe was possible for you. Okay. So that's what I want for you. All right. So I hope that that makes sense. All right. Thank you guys for listening. See, I tried to end at 24 minutes in, and here we are, an hour and 20 minutes in. So either I talk too much or you're too engaging. I have no idea. But either way, I'm getting the hell up out of here. So y'all have a great day, and we'll talk to you all soon. And again, if you want to take a look at my book, you can go to drboycebooks.com. And I hope you guys have a great day. I'll see you all tomorrow morning. Oh, and by the way, if you're not on the text list to get an invitation to Money in the Morning, to come into the private Zoom, I see there's a few hundred of you in here now. So anybody who's watching on some other platform, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I will send you an invitation tomorrow morning, and you can join us. We do this every single morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 days a week, because we are serious about our wealth and we are going to build that legacy. So God bless you. Have a great day. I'll see you guys soon. 6. Black ownership rights have been preserved to land in Florida, according to the Adams-Onis Treaty. 7. If blacks have received the $50 million stolen by whites from the Freedmen's Bank, the exceptionality of black Americans is their best, but so far unused pathway to socioeconomic competitiveness, independence, and self-sufficiency. I'm going to stop on that point, and we're going to take a breath. And I want us to kind of process this for a minute. I want us to meditate on what Dr. Anderson said. Here's what I'm getting from this. It seems that what Dr. Anderson is saying is that you live in a country that wants to lump you in with everybody else. They want to act like what you went through and what you lost was not that important. That all that matters is how we move forward from here, and the past is just the past, which means the past doesn't matter anymore. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. That is simply not true. The present is nothing more than an accumulation of actions that have been taken during the past. That's all the present is. Everything that you see around you, when you walk through a city like Seattle and you see $1 million, $200 million, $1 billion buildings all throughout that city, and you realize that not one of those buildings is owned by a black person, there's a reason for that. Why is it that so many of these institutions are not owned by black people, but were built by black people? So a debt is owed, and it's old because you are unique and exceptional. There's no other group of people in this country that can say they went through what we went through, that they had the same experience, they had the same theft that occurred for our families. And so the question becomes, what are you going to do about that? What are you going to do about that? Because that's a lot, that's a big debt. If somebody owes you $3,000 and they only got $3,500 in the bank, they're not going to give you that money because they owe it to you. They're not going to give that money to you if they don't have to. If you just say, oh, well, we can still be friends, we're still cool, then guess what? They might send you $50 or something. They're not going to give you that 3,000 if they've only got 3,500 in the bank. So you're dealing with a country that is in an enormous amount of debt, and they tend to only pay for things that they have to pay for. They send money over to Israel because the Israelis have a very powerful lobby. They have AIPAC, and they force them to pay that money. They make them do that. They know that if they don't write those big $100 billion, $50 billion checks, that they're not going to get reelected. So you have to force their hand. Can you force it? When we got the Obama administration, Russell Simmons and I pushed the Obama administration to do something on incarceration back 9 years ago. We had to make them do it. They didn't want to do it, and it was crazy because it was something they promised they would do. They just were like, well, we don't have to keep promises to black people because nobody's making us do it. When FDR was talking to black people about civil rights and everything else, he said, okay, great, go out there and make me do it. So I really, instead of making this all about how evil white people can be, because we know we got evil white people out there, but I don't hate all white people. This is not a hatred conversation. Instead of us sitting around and doing the typical Negro tradition of complaining about how white folks none did us wrong, after we finish that conversation, I need us to talk about how we're doing ourselves wrong. Before you talk about how they're selling you short, you got to talk about how you're selling yourself short. So what are you commanding? What are you demanding? Or are you just so eager to go out and just support your favorite politician and literally expect nothing in return. That's awkward. That's very weird. That's very unhealthy. That's a mental illness. I don't care who you vote for, whether you vote for Trump, Harris, or something in between, or you vote for nobody. I just ask you to consider the logical action of quid pro quo. Logically saying, okay, now that I'm supporting you, here's what I need you to give me, or I won't support you anymore. If you cannot say that, then you will never be respected. You will always be taken advantage of. They're always going to use you because everybody, all pimps love to use a sucker. Any pimp loves to use a sucker. Politicians are pimps. They will use you up if you don't ask for anything because they got somebody right behind you who is demanding what they want. Israel asks, they demand what they want. You know, the gay community, they're demanding what they want. When the immigrants start voting, they've got leadership that's going to demand what they want. So what are you going to do? That's it. That's all. That's all. That's my whole point today. I'm not gonna keep going on forever. Um, I gotta go and do some other stuff. I think I've done enough yelling and screaming today. I've given us enough to think about. If you want to go take a look at Dr. Anderson's book, you can go to powernomics.com. That's where you can find his books. It's called The Black History Reader. Powernomics is there as well. I keep these books very handy. I encourage you. First of all, we should support this man. This man, all that money, all these brothers raising these people that raised $2 million to help Harris get elected when she said she would do nothing specifically for black people. I would love for those same men and to get together and raise, a couple $1 million for Dr. Anderson, the Powernomics Corporation, who has spent 50 years doing things specifically for black people. How is it that you will give your best to people who give you their worst and give your worst to people who give you their best? This man has done work that no one else is willing to do. And I find that really fascinating that you put him at the bottom of the pile and you put people who hate you and don't respect you at the top of the pile. That speaks to a self-esteem issue. That's a mental health issue. That's no different from the guy who treats one woman really well and she's the one who doesn't even saying that says it's the economy, stupid. And so things like jobs and inflation, things like that tend to dominate a lot of the conversation, when it comes to politics. And so, and all of us have mixed opinions about that. All of us have our own feelings about what the state of the economy is. In fact, I'd like to ask you all this. I'd be curious to know what you all think. How many of you all feel that the economy is strong right now? How many of you feel like it's very strong? Give me a yes if you feel like it's strong. Give me a no if you feel like it's not very strong. I'd be curious to see your responses on that. And I got something in my eye. Sheesh. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Um, and the reason I want to ask you all this is because there tends to be a disconnect between what the state of the economy looks like to working class people versus what it looks like to people that are either wealth builders or in the upper class. And all of you are wealth builders, but you may not be upper class yet. By being a wealth builder, though, you're headed toward the upper class. Wealth builder pretty much is a pretty simple idea to me. It means that you're either a saver or you are seeking to acquire real estate, or you're buying stock on a regular basis, and you have a financial surplus, meaning that you don't spend your entire paycheck. Your goal is not to live paycheck to paycheck. Your goal is to have a premium, have a surplus that allows you to build wealth. Remember, income doesn't mean very much. Income is just a flash in the pan sort of moment. Income is definitely not the same as wealth. Income is simply the opportunity to have wealth. So if you think about income, you can think about income like sex, right? Sex can happen, pretty quickly. It can happen one time. If there's somebody you slept with 25 years ago and there's no evidence that you slept together, you could just go through the rest of your life denying that it happened because the only two people that know that it happened are you and that other person. But what if you had a baby? What if somebody got pregnant? Well, now you can't deny that you had sex because there's like some 25-year-old walking around saying, I'm evidence that this event took place. So to some extent, you can think of wealth and income similar to pregnancy and sex, where income doesn't mean a whole lot. It means something in the moment, but it goes away very quickly. And income is pretty much merely an opportunity to have wealth. Income is not the same as wealth. Do you get what I'm saying? I know it's an awkward analogy, but give me a yes if you follow that analogy. I think it's a great analogy. I've never used it before. I like analogies. Analogies help us understand things by understanding foreign concepts, by connecting them to concepts that we've understood our whole lives. Well, a lot of us know the difference between having sex and having a baby. And we know that. Here's another thing that's really interesting, too. If you think about this, most people that have sex don't actually have a child. Like imagine if every single time somebody had sex, there was a baby born. Like literally imagine that. Imagine every single time you had sex, some of y'all had sex, maybe not with maybe not with that many people, but maybe you've probably maybe had sex thousands of times in your life. Some of y'all may have had sex with thousands of people. I'm not judging. Hopefully you didn't. If you did, you need to go get checked out because that's not good for you. That's not healthy. But let's say you had sex with with a few people, and you've had sex with a few people at least hundreds of times, maybe thousands of times throughout your life. Imagine if every single time you had sex, a baby was born. You would, like these, you ever see those stories about those people that go and like some young dude who gives to the sperm bank and he just does that every week, like to make rent money. And then years later, he's got like 150 kids or something, right? Like, so imagine that, right? Well, that to me is the visual I want you to understand in terms of the difference between a reality that you live where all you do is make income versus another reality where some percentage of the time when you get income, some percentage of that income goes toward creating wealth, right? Because some people go through life and they work really, really hard. They make a lot of money and there's absolutely nothing to show for it. Literally 25 years later, um, they literally 25 years later, they will say, "Gosh, I'm so tired. I've worked so hard. I'm so stressed out. I put in so many thousands of hours into this company and into this job because like they gave me a black job a long time ago, and I worked my butt off. I was the hardest working person on my black job." And you say, "Well, what evidence do you have to show that you worked this hard?" And they'll say, "Well, I don't have anything. I don't have any assets. I don't have any real estate. I don't have any stock." And you say, "Well, gosh, so what do you have to do now?" Well, I got to keep on working because literally I'm feeding my life by literally feeding into the moment. If there's ever a moment or two where I cannot work, if I have to go 3 weeks without working, without a job, I'll be financially devastated. I'll be broke. I'll be stuck. And I don't know if that's necessarily a healthy way to live. I think a better way to live might be where you say, okay, I'm 25 years old. I'm going to work my butt off, and 10% of the income that I earn is going to go toward wealth accumulation. Just 10%, not 30%, not 50%. If you did that, then you'd be very rich at a very early age. But let's say it's just 10%. Well, a person who does that, by the time they get about 45 or 50, they could probably retire, especially if they know basic things like selling stock options. If you, let's say you had 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock, you could literally make ten to $15,000 a month just selling options on your Coinbase stock. You guys have seen me in options class. You've seen me do this. Okay. So really what I want you to kind of think about is I want you to process this and sort of ask yourself when you're listening to your favorite politician, whoever that may be, Kamala, Trump, or somebody else. I want you to really think about this when they talk to us extensively about black jobs and they say we're doing something for the black community because we're going to give everybody black jobs. Trump used the term black jobs, but y'all know what black jobs are. They're jobs occupied by black people, right? And maybe if Kamala gets elected, maybe president of the United States will be a black job, because she has Jamaican heritage, right? She's not African American. That is a difference though. That does matter, but she's still black on that side of her family because Jamaicans are black people, most of them. And so I kind of think that maybe instead of just talking about black jobs, I would love to hear more conversations about black wealth. Instead of just talking about black jobs, I'd like to hear words like black owned. Black jobs is not an exciting word to me. We've had black jobs since slavery. I like to think about things like black families and black children and black communities and black institutions and just put the word black in front of things like we have the Black Business School, right? That's a black institution. That's something where I work very, very hard on this every day, knowing that at some point I'm going to die. And my belief and my hope is that because I'm leaving a percentage of my wealth to the Black Business School, that I will have something to show for all this work that I put in every single day. See, building the Black Business School is a little bit different from me just pouring into a black job. I had a good black job. I had a really nice black job. When I was at Syracuse, I made $115,000 a year. And that was a lot of money in 2001. It's still a lot of money now, but back then it was even more money. So I had a nice black job, but that black job was not contributing to a black legacy. That black job, that was going to make Syracuse great. It wasn't going to make the legacy of Boyce Watkins great. It wasn't going to do much for the black community, because Syracuse has their own agenda and it's not always consistent with a black agenda. So I kind of really want you to just think about this Um, and especially when you're engaging in politics, I don't tell anybody who to vote for. I have to keep repeating this because there are people that don't really want black people to have the same liberties as it pertains to politics that everyone else gets. I can't just say, hey, vote for whoever you want. People will say, well, that's bad because you're it's supposed to tell everybody to go vote for the Democrat. And I'd say I'm not doing that. I tell people to vote for whoever you are happy with. So if you like Kamala, go vote for Kamala. If you like Trump, go vote for Trump. If you don't like either one of them, don't vote for either one of them. Do what you want to do. That's and there's nothing wrong with that message. I hope that that message is okay for me to share. And I will say this though, that when you talk about the black economics, which I think it literally is the number one driver of black liberties and freedoms in this country. Part of the reason you don't have liberty and freedom is because most black people work for a white person, which means white people will always have more power because you will never have more power than your boss, especially if you're living paycheck to paycheck. That's just a fact. That's just the reality. And I hate saying it like that, but that's true. Okay. So you really are in a real life Game of Thrones, and you really don't want to lose this game due to a lack of understanding or a lack of preparation or a lack of economic consciousness. Now, before I move on, I want to remind everybody later on today, I'm going to have a conversation with a sister named Asada. I don't even have her last name in front of me, but I know that she works with Freddie Taylor from Urban Intellectuals, and they've created something called the Black Math Geniuses Program, where what we've done is we've taken our Black Business School for Children called Black Millionaires of Tomorrow, and we're going to merge some of that with their Black Math Genius Program, because we educate our own kids. I don't need Mr. Charlie to educate my kids. Like we got this. We're smart enough to do this. And so anyway, she's going to come in and talk about that a little bit later on today, about 2 p.m. Eastern. I'll send you all a text to let you all know when that's happening. So if you're not on the text list, get on the text list. And also you get invited to our private Zoom where we do money in the morning every morning. So you can just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I'll send you a link when it's time to meet with Asada. That's going to be a little bit later on today. And that's important because I really think that the opportunity for Black people, the opportunity that we have as African Americans, and there are a lot of you that are not, maybe not African Americans. I know that we have love from all around the world, and I'm not unincluding you at all. But I will say that the big move we can make that will change everything is to deeply commit ourselves to making sure our kids are economically advanced at an early age. This is very easy to do. My doctorate's in finance, you guys know this. And one of the things that I realized is I said, if we can take advanced financial concepts and just chop them up into baby food, like make it so that a child at the age of 7 can understand these concepts, then we can actually get a massive head start on everyone else. This is a battle plan that I know will make a big difference. So, for example, in the Black Business School, we have what you call the K.I.D model, which stands for knowledge, investment, and discipline. Knowledge, investment, and discipline means that if you give your child economic knowledge at an early age, then they're going to be in great shape, far better than other kids. Number two, if you give them investment, you have to give them capital that they can use to apply this knowledge, right? You don't want to be a smart person who knows how to run a great company but can't afford to even start one, because then they'll end up running a great company for somebody else instead of being an economic parent. They will become an economic babysitter. An economic babysitter is where someone sees that you're smart and you're broke. That's very dangerous to be smart and broke, because if you're smart and you're broke, then that means someone's going to hire you and they're going to use your financial desperation to extract ideas from you, all these possibilities from you that are going to be used to build their legacy, build their wealth. In fact, actually, the other day on Fly Nubian Money, which is a platform we help design for women. It has hundreds of thousands of followers. Feel free to check the ladies out. They go on there every single day. They were actually talking about, they were speculating. Again, I'm not making an accusation one way or the other, but they were speculating on the whole portal that Tyler Perry has, where he says, "Hey, if you have a great idea and you want us to make your script into a movie." Put your script in here. We'll take a look and we'll let you know if we want to make a movie from it, right? And I'm not saying that he's doing this. And this is not. And I did. Tyler called me years ago, and we only talked one time. He was a very nice guy. He also arranged for me to do a tour. Me and my daughter were in town, and I reached out to him and I said, I'd like to do a tour of your studio. And he wasn't available, but he went out of his way to get his number two in command to give us a 2 hour tour of the studio. And let me just tell you, one, I was impressed with his graciousness. He's a decent human being in that that way. Number two, that studio was amazing. I mean, I was really, I loved what he's doing. I love the fact that he has, I don't watch Medea movies, I ain't gonna lie, but I loved the way he showed respect for all these great black actors and actresses that don't get the same love out of Hollywood, right? He was giving love. And so Tyler and I overlap a lot. Like if you listen to a lot of his speeches, he gets the idea of black ownership, black power, and black wealth. That black wealth is black power. However, one, and I have to talk about this too, just again because I got to be honest. The ladies on Fly Nubian Money were kind of speculating, like, okay, when they're asking you to submit your script and your best ideas to see if they want to make a movie out of that, are they doing that because they really intend on sort of legitimately evaluating what you're doing and making you a legitimate partner in the process? Or are they just looking for ideas that they then want to pursue and make into their own? I'm not saying this is the case one way or the other, but I know that there are quite a few people who feel that, wait a minute, hey, that movie you just made, that's a lot like the script I sent you last year. Like, but you told me that you didn't want to do it, but this movie is a lot like my script. And now here's the thing. I don't know if that's going on with Tyler or not, but I know that this does happen with a lot of major companies. You have companies like Apple that will do that. Apple's been accused of having meetings with tech companies, getting all their secrets, and then saying, we don't want to buy you now, and then creating their own product. Amazon's been accused of that. Amazon's been accused of the exact same thing. It's really to the point where a lot of companies say, if you get invited to a meeting where Amazon's thinking about acquiring you, don't even go, don't even participate. And so what is happening there, in my view, is that, remember that economic power comes with a type of ability to colonize, right? It comes with a type of dominance that people who are that have wealth are able to utilize to manage people who are financially desperate. Do you understand? So you go in the world, you send your child out in the world, and they got a ton of brains, but ain't got no capital. So they're not really able to operate on a level where they're thinking about building $1 billion company. They're thinking about, how do I just pay my rent this week? So what a company does, where they're well capitalized, is they come along and they say, okay, show up, bring your best ideas. We will own them all, and we'll make sure you can pay your rent. So in exchange for you giving up all your economic possibilities, they're giving you enough money to survive. So the K.I.D model that we use in the Black Business School in our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program is built around this idea to say that if you give your child knowledge, just know knowledge without capital is a dangerous thing. Now, because if you don't have a capital base to support the application of that knowledge, then it kind of ends up going to waste. So you give them knowledge, then you give them investment. You give them investment. You make sure they walk out into the world with capital in their pocket so they can apply that knowledge and make it real. So the $5 a day plan, for example, which is 100% free at blackwealthmasterplan.com, that's blackwealthmasterplan.com, shows you how, if you start early, if you don't waste time, right? We waste money, but the worst thing we waste is not our money. The worst thing we waste is our time, because you got a newborn baby, you got 20 years, approximately 25 years, really, to build a nest egg for that child. If you were to simply invest $5 a day, or the amount of your car note, just the amount that you waste on your car note, if you invested the amount that some of y'all spend on your car note for that child consistently in the S&P 500, your child, by the time they're 25, they would have about two or $300,000, because some of y'all got big car notes. And so just think about this. This is really important. So now they've got knowledge and investment, and the last thing they just need is discipline. Discipline is the ability to avoid being distracted from the things that keep us from reaching our potential, avoid being sucked into a culture that is not healthy, that is not economically beneficial, economically healthy. Discipline means the ability to set a goal and follow through on the goal. So you learn a lot of these things actually from sports, believe it or not. I learned most of the things that I did that made me successful in life, and I guess I'm decently successful. I'm not bragging. I guess I did okay. Most of the things I learned that made me successful or great at anything in life actually came out of sports. Sports is amazing because sports shows you how to work as a team. It shows you how to sacrifice. It shows you how to be consistent. It shows you how to set a goal, right? So if you take all that and you understand what life is just a big game. Life is just a big competition. And so if you are a competitor in sports, then you can be a competitor in life. So that little black boy you have that's the superstar of the basketball team, but can't but was making D's and F's on his report card, that's a problem, because what that all that means is that he's turning off his brain when he gets off that basketball court. And I can tell you that that's not healthy and that's not appropriate and that shouldn't be acceptable. If you're going to be great on the field, be great off the field. If you're going to be great at one thing, be great at everything. Greatness should be a commitment. It's just a philosophy. It's how you live life, period. Okay. So anyway, somebody was mentioning a lot of the URLs. Well, here's a URL you can use that has a lot of stuff on there. drboyceoffers.com, drboyceoffers.com. And we have stuff up there for a lot of stuff. If you want to join my options program Prime, where we generate income selling stock options, you can do that there. Dr. Boyce offers. Also, people like Aisha Verzi, who's a great supporter of the Black Business School, she is up there, and she actually is somebody. She put her phone numbers there. You can call Aisha and get support and help on whatever you're trying to do financially, particularly in areas of insurance and investment vehicles, stuff like that. So there's a lot of stuff up there, drboyceoffers.com. So feel free to go take a look at that. All right. So let me talk about another quick thing that hit my brain earlier. Um I was thinking about this. Did anybody here give me a yes or no if you heard about that crazy shutdown of when Microsoft had their little issue with CrowdStrike? Did anybody hear about that? Where Microsoft and CrowdStrike basically went down at the same time because CrowdStrike issued an update that was complete crap, and it completely just annihilated like all these systems all throughout the world. Like 8.5 million machines all went down because CrowdStrike. I don't know if they let the summer intern issue the update. I don't know what happened, but it just made them both look terrible. I know CrowdStrike stock probably took a hit for this. It was bad. It was their Boeing moment. It was their soul plane moment. They just looked really ridiculous, and because you're sitting there thinking, wow, this really messed things up. And I was actually getting on a flight when I was in Europe. I did a tour of Europe this past week, and I mentioned that to you guys yesterday. It was amazing that my daughter planned it all. She was an art major at Columbia, so she enjoys artistic places. So we went to Basel and Brussels, which has the most beautiful town square I've ever seen in my life. Luxembourg, Dubrovnik, where they shot Game of Thrones, and then also we ended in Amsterdam, which was interesting. I mentioned to you all yesterday about the beautiful black lady I saw just standing in the window in her drawers, like in her lingerie, and I was like, why is this lady standing here in the window with no clothes on? And then I realized, I looked up, I saw a red light, and I said, oh my God, I think we're in the red light district, and I'd never seen that before. I'd never seen a person just standing there like that. It was crazy. And but here's the thing though, the red light district is not in Amsterdam. It's not like off like in a whole nother area. I thought it would be like in this whole other side of town. No, it's like right when you're walking in the town square and you're with your family and your friends, and it's like, oh, just go off into this corner, go make a right here, and you're immediately in it. Right. So when we walked, we had to turn around because we had kids. We had the babies. We're like, oh no, cover the baby's eyes. They want to see all that. And I mentioned to y'all yesterday that my thought too was like, I wonder how that feels. I wonder how that feels to stand in a window half naked, knowing that any stranger with any disease, any nasty person, any sick human being can just pay money and get access to something that I believe money should not be able to buy. I don't judge people for making choices that they want to make. I really don't. You can do whatever you want, be as freaky as you want to be. But I just think that that's so interesting to me because I think that the human body and reproductive organs are kind of sacred. That's what creates life, and you're just giving this to somebody because they had a couple $100 in their pocket. I'm not a fan of that. So I'm that brings in daddy mode. Like I started thinking, like, where's your father at? Like, why didn't your father give you some wealth? Why didn't he make a plan for you? If somebody makes a plan for you, you don't have to do that. But unless you want to, unless you just enjoy that, which again, I'm not judging, but most people I've seen who do that kind of thing don't really want to do it. They do it because they have to, right? And this is yet another example that I was mentioning earlier about how people that are economically prepared, sometimes people and companies that are economically strong are able to what's the word? Exploit those who are not prepared. Now Kevin Brooks says you judge all the time. Stop masking. Oh, Kevin, I hope Kevin ain't no hater. Don't come in here hating, Kevin. I hope Kevin's not no hater. But yeah, but you know what? Some things I think should be judged, but at the same time, I think that you have the right to do whatever you want to do, and I think that there is no there is there. I would say at the end of the day that I don't have a right to judge you, and you don't have a right to judge me, right? And that's what freedom is. Freedom means that you can do whatever you want. And so when it comes to the election, for example, I tell you all the time, do what you want to do. Just don't tell me what to do. I never responded well to that. I don't like that. But anyway, going back to that, so we did the whole European thing this past week, and we're doing Egypt next week. So we do go to Africa and stuff, and so the CrowdStrike thing was interesting because I was actually getting on a plane with KLM, which is connected to Delta, and Delta is I think that they're deeply connected to the CrowdStrike Microsoft stuff. So I was worried that I wouldn't be able to get back because they had to literally handwrite the boarding passes because the system had gone down. Now, what's interesting though is that this made me think about business from a diversification standpoint because here's what is interesting about that CrowdStrike Delta situation. They mentioned that 8.5 million computers went down, right? That 8.5 million went down, and that's literally less than 10% of the total number of computers that are impacted by Microsoft that have Microsoft Windows on it. So Microsoft is everywhere. Microsoft is pretty just ubiquitous, I guess. It's just everywhere. Um, and then there's like this idea where I'm sitting there thinking, wait a minute, so you're telling me that because CrowdStrike issued the wrong update, they had one guy probably that hit the button that sent the wrong file or something, whatever it was, that the global transportation systems went down, medical systems went down, all these things went down because of this one little issue, this one little glitch, this one little problem. That's an issue. That's a big issue. When you don't have a plan, I'm like, because I remember thinking, what's your plan B? Your plan B is that you're going to start writing boarding passes out by hand at the airport. Your plan B is that Delta has to ground all of its flights all around the world and lose billions of dollars. I mean, you know how many lawsuits are going to come out of this? That's not a healthy way to do business. That's not very smart at all. And then I thought about it and I said, but if you think about it, a lot of us live our lives that way. A lot of us live our lives without a plan B. I mean, think about it. A lot of us, for example, think about it. If you are a single parent living paycheck to paycheck, and let's say you have no savings, no investments, no life insurance, then you have no plan B. Your plan is that everything's going to work out so that and you don't think about plan B until you hit that other state of the world where there is no plan B and everything just collapses. I remember hearing celebrities, I think Eddie Murphy said it one time, and I didn't agree with it, where he said, or maybe it was either Eddie or Will Smith or something, where they said, you don't give yourself a plan B because then you have to succeed. You have to find a way to be successful. And I didn't like that at all because even though I love Will Smith, for example, I didn't, and I think Will said that. I don't agree with that because Will Smith became very successful partly because he happened to know people who helped him to get into the industry. Will Smith is not successful just because he has so much talent, and he has a lot of it. Or Eddie Murphy isn't successful just because he had a lot of talent. There are lots of funny black men in the hood. I think there are a ton of black men and women who are just as funny, just as capable, who could have, really benefited from the same opportunity. They got selected. Somebody picked them, right? And they got an opportunity and they ran with it and became the great legends that they are. But for every one Eddie Murphy, there's 10,000 Eddie Murphys who tried and gave everything and didn't have a plan B, who ended up having their whole lives fall apart because they didn't have anything to fall back on. I think that it's okay to have something to fall back on. I don't think that having a plan B means that you're not preparing for your plan A. That's like saying that anybody who gets health insurance is planning to get sick. No, you're not planning to get sick. You're hoping for the best, but you're preparing for the worst. You can have health insurance and still go to the gym, still eat right. You can have health insurance and still take care of your body. You can have health insurance and still go to the doctor, right? One is not connected to the other. Those are two different realities. So basically, you're preparing you're hoping for the best, but prepare for the worst. Nothing wrong with that. If you get married and you get a prenup, I've heard people say that a prenup means that you're planning to get a divorce, and I'm like, no, you're not. No, you're not. Most intelligent people I know don't get married expecting to get divorced, but they know that divorce happens, and they're basically saying in the prenup, hey, if it does happen, I want there to be a peaceful separation. I don't want it to be something that destroys both of us. I don't want this to be a painful breakup because I care about you right now, and I know that even if we're not in love anymore, I don't want us to be in a situation that is beneath both of us. The way you break up says as much about you as the way you love each other. Really, it does. It really does. Like that's why you don't really hear me speak negatively about anyone I've ever had a breakup with, because when I talk about them, I'm talking about myself. When I talk about her, I'm talking about my own choices. I'm talking about me. Right. So really, I think that just kind of understanding that sometimes things don't work out, and really knowing how to peacefully separate is critically important, not just as a wellness strategy, but also as a wealth strategy. Do you know how many billions of dollars get sucked up in divorce court because people go in court acting a fool? People lose their mind and want to fight over every little thing and get petty as hell. And next thing you know, the only people walking away with money are the lawyers. You suffer, he suffers, the kids suffer, the lawyers are happy. The lawyers want you to fight. Do you know how many times when people die and they don't make a plan, they don't have a plan B for their lives, like they don't prepare for the transition to heaven? Do you know how many estate planning companies and estate planning law firms make millions, even billions of dollars from families that either A, don't have a plan, and or B, fight each other over what little scraps are left? I talked to an estate planning attorney, Kelly Baker, the other day. I'm gonna bring her into class, and she told me about a story about a time where she saw that someone died, and they had about I want to say $200,000 or $300,000 worth of property, and the kids were fighting so much that by the time it was said and done, they all got a check for $3,000. There was like five kids. Each of them got a check for $3,000. The rest of the money went to the lawyers. So understanding these things like just so I'm kind of merging two concepts here. I'm merging the idea of having a plan B, and then I'm merging the idea of in that plan B sort of preparing for potential separations or potential changes in the state of the world is a critically important part of wealth building strategies. And if you don't do it properly, then it can be explosive and very damaging to your economics. I don't know if anybody else watches a show called House of the Dragon. House of the Dragon is it's part of the Game of Thrones series, and all House of the Dragon is about is a very strong family. They were called the Targaryens, and they had these dragons, and they had all this wealth. And because they were fighting each other so much, and so much infighting and destroying each other in the Civil War, they lost all their power. So if you and I are part of the same team, and I'm fighting you and you're fighting me, then the only that I lose and you lose, and someone else is going to win. Someone else wins when you and I are fighting, because if you and I could have found a way to work together, we could have been able to remain strong and successful. So I just really think that, and I know I kind of blended, I kind of mashed some concepts together, right? Number one is the plan B. Number two is conflict resolution. And number three is kind of preparing for the fact that the world changes. I think all these things are kind of connected. It means like, so for example, if I love you, then I prepare for the day that one day I may not love you as much as I do right now. I want to be ready for that. And my love for you means that I'm going to put something in place such that even when I'm not in my right mind anymore and I'm not thinking about you in the way that I did before, I'm going to show my love for you by saying that even if I'm mad at you and can't stand you, I'm still going to give you $100,000 or whatever it is, right? I'm still going to make sure you're good, because that's the kind of man that I want to be. At least that's how I thought about my prenup with my wife. My prenup with my wife was basically one where I said, okay, Boyce, it's easy for you to love her. Loving somebody's easy. Being attracted to somebody is very easy. That's very natural. It's easy for you to love her, but it's really hard for you to care about her, because loving her and caring about her are two different things. Because there may come a time where I may not love her anymore. But if I care about her, I'm going to want her to be okay, even if I don't benefit from that. I can love her easily when she's my woman and she's right next to me and she's treating me well. Yeah, I love you, baby. Right? That's easy to do. But caring about her means, like, okay, what happens if she decides that she is moving on and she's in another situation with another man? And we're not together anymore. Well, I still want her to be okay. I still want her to be happy. I still want her to be safe. I don't want bad things to happen to her. So I wanted my prenup to kind of reflect that. Like, look, hey, I'm showing you that I'm committed here. You and the family, this is my responsibility, and I want to try to cover this in as much of a 360 context as I possibly can. And again, I know it probably sounds weird, and I don't think most people think of it that way. I think most people think of it kind of differently, and I get that. That's fine. But in my view, Preparing your plan Bs is a critically important part of being successful, especially as a black person, because a lot of black people get killed, or not killed, but taken out financially and otherwise because they don't have a plan B. So let's go to the simple plan B. Let's talk about that black job you have. So you get this black job and you're not using the black job to build black wealth. Black wealth is graduation. Black job is like that's you're still in school. You're still earning your way to graduation, but you graduate when you get to the point where your black job converts to black wealth. Just like when sex converts into reproduction, that's a different type of sex, right? It's not just about the pleasure, it's also about the longevity, because when you reproduce and create a child, that child's going to be around for 80, 90 years. So that's a much greater impact on the world than you simply, getting your freak on with somebody. So the black job is you spinning your wheels, busting your butt, working hard so they can give you enough money just so you can pay your bills. But the black job converts to black wealth when you take a percentage of that income and you put that into something that's going to build wealth long term. Why is that important? Well, it's because that black wealth is part of your plan B. You see, similar, if you think about that CrowdStrike Microsoft thing, what bothered me about that was it was fascinating to me that they were so dependent on Microsoft, and Microsoft had let itself become so dependent on CrowdStrike that one mistake by CrowdStrike has not destroyed, but really significantly harmed the brand of Microsoft. Now, a lot of people are saying, gosh, we don't know if we can trust Microsoft the way we used to because you shut down our entire system, right? But then even the companies that have the systems that got shut down, like Delta, I'm looking at them and thinking, what was your plan B? You didn't have a plan B in place in case Microsoft didn't work out. And all this kind of reflects similar to I think the way a lot of us live our lives. I would ask a question. If you're talking about your family wealth and you're talking about economic security, ask yourself that basic question: what are my plan Bs in place? Right. So a good plan B, economically speaking, might be the following. It might mean it goes wide and deep. And what do I mean by that? Well, by wide, when they talk about things like multiple streams of income, that's incredibly important for a black person to have. So, in addition to that black job that they can take away from you at any moment, you should try your best to work on ways to develop other streams of income, two, three, four, five streams of income, such that in the event that that stream of income gets shut down for whatever reason, you've got other ways to pay your bills outside of that. A good way to have multiple streams of income is from family. Building family builds multiple streams of income very naturally. If I'm married to you and then my sibling is, let's say my siblings living with me and my grown kids are also in the same house and we're all generating income, let's say we all got our little black jobs. Well, then now we've got four streams of income in that house, such that if one stream of income gets shut down, one of us loses our job, we're not going to lose this house. We're not going to lose our place to live. This is why the building of family and the preservation of family is one of the most economically devastating skills that they took away from you. When they destroyed your families, they destroyed $10 trillion worth of black wealth. $10 trillion worth of wealth was destroyed when they destroyed your families because now everybody's scrambling, trying to do it all by themselves. And that reduces your financial security, which makes you very vulnerable to racist capitalist systems that are designed to exploit and control you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let me know if you get what I'm saying. I know I'm saying a lot today, but I hope you're following what I'm saying here. Okay. So having multiple streams of income is the first line of defense when it comes to your economic self-defense. Economic self-defense is the most important thing for black people to consider. It's more important than Democrat, Republican stuff. The economic self-defense is everything because if they control your economics, they control your life. If they any person who can take away your ability to eat, who can shut off your income stream, pretty much can tell you what to do. They just like that poor lady that was sitting in Amsterdam, standing in the window in her lingerie. Like I don't know if she wanted to be there or not, but I bet you that she probably didn't have as much financial security as she'd like to have. I doubt that she was a millionaire. Okay, so that's the first thing. Multiple streams of income, critical, essential, should be taught in childhood, should be taught damn near at birth. Second piece of that line of defense is so that's wide, right? Multiple streams of income goes wide. Going deep means that when I got that black job and I'm making that income, no matter what is required, I take some percentage of that income and turn that into wealth. I just, for some percentage of the time, every dollar I make in income, 10 cents of that goes toward savings or investment or the acquisition of real estate. Because these assets that are behind me, that stock that I own, that savings that I have, that business that I'm building, that real estate I've acquired, that gives you financial security. That's what protects you. That allows you to have collateral that you can then use and go to the bank and find some way to go get a loan because you're having a tough time economically. In economics, we call those economic shocks. Economic shocks are basically when something happens that you don't really expect and it kind of messes up your money. Black people are the most vulnerable in this country when it comes to economic shocks. They're always shocking your system. You're all financial trauma is very, very real, it's very, very big. That's why we created the first ever Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School. My wife runs that. She's a therapist and she's very good at what she does. She's also certified in trauma. And she said trauma is the hidden disease that is affecting the Black community on a very high level. And it's not being diagnosed and it's not being treated, and it's causing all kinds of chaos, all kinds of havoc. The reason you can't you can't get along with your relatives is probably connected to trauma. The reason your relationships don't work out is probably connected to trauma. The reason you make certain financial decisions that are not beneficial to you is probably connected to trauma. But nobody wants to hear me because nobody wants to talk about this kind of thing. They'd rather talk about goofy stuff. Okay. But for those that are serious, if you are serious about success and self-preservation and strength and power, if you're serious, then you definitely will go deal with the trauma. You will learn what the healing looks like. What does that look like? How do I heal? How do I identify other people who are trying to heal? How do I use that healing to allow me to do things that are economically and personally beneficial to me, like build wealth? I can go get money with you now because we're good at conflict resolution and we're both good people that know how to get along with each other and we want the best for each other. I can marry you now because you're not crazy and I'm not crazy. Two crazy people can't stay married. Come on now. All you're gonna do is hate each other, destroy each other's lives, and jack up the children. That's what you're gonna do. Two crazy people getting married. You're gonna have some great sex and some horrible fights. That's what you're gonna have. It's gonna be effing and effing, fighting and effing. Right? You don't know what it's gonna be. That's all it is. That's what crazy people do in relationships. A lot of y'all have had crazy relationships before. I did too. I'm not gonna lie. Right? But crazy relationships are not stable. You can't build stable institutions on sheer insanity and just ridiculous, outrageous, outlandish behavior. You can't. That's a type of immaturity as well. That when you mix that trauma with immaturity, you get like shows like Love and Hip Hop, where people get together long enough just to get pregnant and then they break up right before the baby's born, right? Because everybody wants to just wild out and go crazy all the time, and they never sat down with a therapist who said, that's not necessary. Maybe instead of talking over the other person, you can listen to them. Maybe instead of blowing a gasket and saying something you're going to regret, you can do breathing exercises to calm your crazy ass down for a minute. Maybe instead of acting immediately, you can think about it for a couple of days. Maybe you can learn something called empathy. Maybe empathy will help you, where you can really try to understand where the other person's coming from and then show them that you understand. And then maybe they'll listen to you a little bit more. Maybe you can have the discipline to realize that when you form a family, that how you feel and what you want to do in the moment cannot be the deciding factor in every decision that you make. You have to be able to consider other people. You have to have enough consciousness to be able to operate in a multivariate framework. What does that mean? Multivariate means that there's not one variable that shapes what you do next. It's multiple variables. So instead of me just saying, I'm going to punch my wife in the face because she made me mad and I'm just pissed off right now. Instead of doing that, I say, wait a minute, if I hit my wife, she's going to be upset with me. It's going to disrupt my family. The kids are going to see this. They're not going to like this. That's not the best version of me. I'm going to get locked up, right? Those are multiple variables. I'm considering all the variables instead of just acting in the moment. And the reason that this conversation can be difficult is because I believe that there is a strategic effort in our society to keep the Black community in a very childlike state, to keep your consciousness at a low level where you're operating maybe on the fear frequency or the trauma frequency or on the instant gratification frequency, so that you keep making crazy decisions and horrible mistakes. And then you just say, well, it's because of the white man or whatever, or it's because I'm Black. I'm in jail because I'm Black. Well, you haven't considered all the other reasons that you might be in jail. You really think that that's the only thing that happened to you or the only problem that you have in your life? So I would just say overall, when you're talking about building wealth, I think that operating in a way where you are where you try to be thoughtful, right? Everybody has a brain. I find that using your brain as much as possible goes a very long way. Some of our brains are better than others. Some of us are not as smart as we'd like to be, but I can just tell you there's a big difference between using 10% of your brain and 80%. And I learned that actually when I was when I studied mathematics or at University of Kentucky. And I think I've told you all about this, but I think it really taught me a lot. We would get a math problem on Monday that was really hard to do. I would look at the problem and I have no idea how to solve it, right? No idea. But I'd be under pressure because you have to solve this problem by next Monday. You have to turn in your homework. And I would be like, crap, what am I going to do? So what you would do with this problem is you would just stare at it and just look at it. You would research stuff, you would talk to people, then you go to sleep and you dream about it, and then you get up and you call your friend and talk to him about it, and then you look in books and you find similar problems. And what would happen is slowly but surely throughout the week, I would actually learn more and more and more about this problem. And I may not have the answer, but I would understand it really well. Like it's almost like you're trying to get inside a house and they say, well, Brett, you got to get in. And you're looking around the house and you don't see any windows, you don't see any doors that are open, but you learn a lot about the house just by walking around it 25 times and looking at it from the bottom, looking at it from the top, looking, you know what I mean? Like studying the history of the house. So by the time the week is ended, you may not know how to get into the house, but you know a hell of a lot more than you knew before you started. Let me know if you follow what I'm saying. Give me a guess if you get this. So the same thing would happen with this math problem. And what was crazy is, lo and behold, every week, like magic, we would always have the answer on Monday. And it was the weirdest thing to me. And you know what that taught me? Here's what that taught me. And I want you to walk away with this final point. This is a point that I want to give you that I'm hoping will help you in terms of doing anything you want to do in your life. I learned that the more you think about something, the more insights you're going to get. That you should never get to the point where you just think you got it all figured out or that, oh, I already been there, done that. I already know that. No, there's always more you can learn. There's always another angle you can look at it from. There are classes in finance, for example, that I have taught 20 or 30 times. And I don't mind teaching it. If I've taught it 30 times, I don't mind teaching it 31 times because on that 31st time, I'm going to see something I didn't see the previous 30 times. Do you understand? So if something confuses you or something, or you're trying to figure something else out, just study it. Just be patient and just think about it. Like, and I really think that just the act of thinking and encouragement of thinking, just saying, I don't know, let me think about that for a while. I think that makes us all better people. I think it gives us all better lives. I think it gives us better solutions because sometimes people just don't think. People think thinking is old fashioned or whatever, that it's stupid. And I'm like, no, you got to think because there are white folks out here trying to kill you. There are traps. There are capitalists out here trying to make you into a slave. There are people out here that don't want you to be happy. There's people out here that need you to be financially desperate, buried under student loans. They need you to be stuck. They need you to be ignorant. They don't want you to know what's going on. They want you to be distracted. They want you to be so sucked into your day-to-day life that you don't have time to think about other things that are happening all around you. And then next thing you know, your life isn't what you want it to be. So just sit back and think. That's something I want to. So I shared everything else about economic security and all that, but a lot of that really just comes from thinking. Thinking is connected to consciousness. The more you think, the more conscious you'll become. Like I mentioned to you all before, how when they studied like little 5-year-olds in kindergarten, and they found that the kids who had the most insight into the room, who understood the other children the best, were the quiet kids. It was the quiet kid who sat back and just would observe the other kids, and they could tell you everything that was happening in the room. They could tell you who did what, who was friends with who broke up with so and so, broke up. Cindy broke up with Billy, and blah blah, because they're just watching, right? So watch, just watch and think, and then I guarantee you that if you do that, you're gonna figure out exactly where you want to position yourself. Like you become the chess master where you can position yourself as a chess piece and say, okay, this is where I want to be. This is not where I want to be. This is the type of relationship I want to be in. These are the types of business people I want to deal with. This is where I want to be financially. And that's how you end up winning, not just in the game of economics, but remember, I think winning the game of economics is the key to winning the game of life. If you are financially free, you have a massive constraint taken off of your back that therefore allows you to go and truly engage in the world in a way that is going to make you feel powerful and wonderful. It is a beautiful thing if you know how to do this. And then here's the other thing too. If you have kids, give that gift to your kids. Give your kids the gift of financial freedom. Please do that. Don't leave them out here struggling and making them think because you black you're supposed to go through hell. There's nothing about being black that says you're supposed to struggle. Nothing. Absolutely. Even I grew up believing. I don't know if some of y'all grew up like. I grew up believing that you had to struggle. If you're black, you're supposed to work twice as hard to get half as much. And my grandma used to tell me that. My grandma is that's the Panther behind me. Her name's Felicia. That's my grandma. Rest her soul. But she used to tell me when you're black, you have to work twice as hard to get half as much. And I believe that because it's true if you work for white people. But what my grandma didn't tell me is that I don't have to live in a world where the white man decides what opportunities I get. Right? And it ain't right. Why should you have to work twice as hard to get half as much? I think you should work half as hard and get twice as much. How about that? How about we create that kind of world where you can work half as hard and get twice as much? And that's beyond this. So that's when I stopped worrying about white privilege and start focusing on creating black privilege. We talk all day about white privilege, but we don't talk about the fact that you too have the ability to create black privilege. I think that you should give your children black privilege. Black privilege means, yeah, you're going to be 25 years old with $100,000 in the bank because daddy and mama had a plan for you when you were born and we were investing small amounts for you when you were a baby. So now you got wealth. You got some black privilege, and anybody who gets mad at you, every hater, because you're gonna have haters because you're doing so well. Every successful person has haters, and all the haters that are mad at you because you ain't got to struggle like them, then that just means somebody didn't make a plan for them. And misery loves company. So because my daddy didn't do nothing for me, I'm mad that your daddy did something for you. That's not appropriate. Or because my mama didn't think about the future, that your mama shouldn't have either. That's silly. No, I want all of our kids to have black privilege, and I believe we can manufacture black privilege on a mass scale by being committed to that. And so every time you get tempted to think about white privilege, just know that the same ingredients it takes to create white privilege are similar to the ingredients it takes to create black privilege, and that typically comes through the pathway of wealth. Wealth is the key. Wealth is the key. Wealth is the key. You know what you need to do because you're talking to me every day, and I know wealth pretty well. All right, guys, I'm gonna go. I hope this conversation was beneficial to you. We're going to meet tomorrow morning again at 10 a.m. Eastern. If you want to be invited to the private Zoom, make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. Or if you live in another country, you can just go to drboyceelevate.com and sign up there, drboyceelevate.com. Last but not least, later on today at 2 p.m., I'm going to meet with Asada from Urban Intellectuals, and they're going to talk. She's going to talk about their Black Math Genius program, which we're going to blend with our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program. So we're going to generate kids that are going to be financial geniuses who also are math geniuses, right? So this is how we're going to conquer the world. This is the plan. So I will text you all a link to join the conversation later this afternoon if you want to see what they're doing over there, and that's what we're into right now. So anyway, guys, God bless you. I hope you have a great day, and I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. I love you. Take care. Bye bye. And all kinds of fundraising records and everything else. And it's almost like she's her candidacy has really galvanized the Democratic Party. And money was I think part of the reason that Biden was pushed out. He basically was told that if you don't step down, we're not going to give you any more money. And so now Kamala is has taken his place, and apparently it's working. I mean, she's just bringing in the bread like none other. And in fact, I think that they raised over $100 million since she took over, which I think is great for them for sure. And money is really important in politics. One of the things about money, and this is one of the things that I want you to just keep in mind is that money kind of drives everything. Especially in American politics. And part of the reason that if you feel as a black voter that you don't really get paid attention to and that they seem to do things for other people and not you, a lot of it's because we've been falsely led to believe that votes matter as much as money. That literally, if you're the one who's providing the votes, that you are the important commodity, you're the one that matters. And that's not the evidence I've seen. The evidence I've seen is that the money is used to buy the votes. The money is used for advertising. So you don't serve the people giving you the votes because those people are just commodities that you actually purchased in the minds of the politician. You serve the people that give you the money to get the votes. So if I have a chicken farm and someone gives me money to buy a bunch of chickens that I then serve and sell at KFC, I'm not here to honor the chickens. You honor the person who gave you the money to buy the chickens. Do you understand? So I would encourage you to really understand this is why Black economics I think is so important. And as Kamala Harris raises money, one thing that's also interesting is I saw someone um I saw someone who was sort of comparing the way Kamala would speak to, say, the Jewish community and APAC and Zionists, Israel and stuff like that, versus how she would speak to the black community. And so when she spoke to the black community, she said, "Well, it's not like I'm gonna sit here and do something solely for black people or something just for black people." But then when she spoke to the people that represent APAC, it was kind of a different tone. It was like, "Yeah, this is what we're going to specifically do for you." And I think that the difference is that one group provides votes, the other group provides money that buys votes. So just kind of know that this is how the political game works. One of the things about politics that's really interesting is that if you were to take the money out of politics, you'd have a much better political system. The fact that money is so wrapped up in American politics, I think, is one of the problems that we have that kind of holds our country back. Now, if you have a question and you're inside the Zoom, go ahead and put your question in the Q&A section. I will answer any and all financial questions you guys have. Based on what I'm looking at right now, the market looks pretty strong. It looks like it's kind of another good day. As I look at CNBC, I think I saw something where the market was up a little bit today. And here's an article I'm going to read to you and kind of give some context on this in terms of where the economy is going. It says here that June home sales slump, pointing to a buyer's market as supply increases. So home prices are going down slightly this month, and they said that the sales of previously owned homes dropped 5.44% in June compared with May. Inventory, meaning the supply of homes, jumped 23.4% from a year ago to 1.32 million units at the end of June, coming off record lows, but still just a 4.1 month supply. The median price of an existing home sold in June was $426,900. How many of y'all think that's crazy? That the median price of a house is now over $400,000? That's insane. And just to give you like a little strategy, a little income strategy, and I've done this in our prime class where we talk about how to generate income from stock options. I said, well, what if you just, what if you're instead of buying a house, what if a person instead of buying a house and using it, say, as rental property, what if you bought, say, I don't know, 1,400 shares of Coinbase stock or something, let's say 1,500 shares, which would cost a little bit more than the price of a home and less than that if you use margin. I said you do know that you could sell the options on the Coinbase stock each month and make maybe $12 or $13 a share, which would come out to I want to say $15,000 to $20,000 a month. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't know that you could sell stock options and generate far more income than you could by doing rental property. So if you want to join that program, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. A lot of you are in the program and I think you like it. And that's pretty much what we talk about is like where the money is. So the URL is drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. All right. So I read Trump apparently wants a refund on money spent campaigning against Biden. Yeah, he probably does. Trump is a funny guy. That's all I'll say about that. Would you buy or sell Microsoft and CrowdStrike? I like Microsoft. I don't know how I feel about CrowdStrike because I think that the way the whole airline situation went, and I was in the middle of it. I flew a Delta flight. It was KLM, I guess, which is an international extension of Delta or something. I remember the word Delta being used, and I remember being concerned when I was coming back from Amsterdam that a lot of the Delta flights have been grounded as a result of what happened with Microsoft and CrowdStrike. So I get a sense that the world looks at that outage as CrowdStrike's fault. I don't know if it's going to hit Microsoft as much. Microsoft is a little bit more diversified. They're a bigger, stronger company, but somebody messed up. And I spoke about that this morning. If you were in financial consciousness training, you'll know that we talked about just the idea that it's just strange that you would have a scenario where nobody has a backup plan. Microsoft doesn't have a backup plan in case CrowdStrike can't do their job. The airlines don't have a backup plan in case Microsoft can't do their job. So they were literally trying to write these boarding passes by hand. And I was telling you all that if you want to be a good black investor or a good non-black investor, some of y'all are not black, and that's okay. We love you too. We accept everybody, but this is the Black Business School. We are here for the black community first. But hey, anybody's welcome to join. And one of the things I can tell you is that if you want to be a good investor, you have to understand diversification. You have to understand risk management. You have to always be able to ask yourself, like, what if, what if, what if? This is why we do financial consciousness in the morning, because consciousness is the ability to see things that are not there, to see things that could be in the future, to see the present, the past, the future, all the possibilities, to rise to a higher dimension of thinking in terms of how you look at things. And a lot of people don't operate on a higher dimensional frequency when it comes to planning their life or planning their investments. For example, if you have a job with one income stream and you're living paycheck to paycheck, then it's very easy for you to get trapped into a terrible situation where where you are incredibly vulnerable financially, where you are, where if one little thing happens, something goes wrong, and you end up, losing that job, you're done, you're fried, you're screwed, and the thing is, that's not where you want to be. You want to be in a position where you are financially prepared for anything that could go wrong, similar to the way Delta should have been prepared. Like, okay, if Microsoft goes down, here's our backup system or whatever. And I'm sure they're going to think about this now, but a lot of times people don't think about risk until it hits them in the face, right? They don't think about risk management or managing potential outcomes until something terrible happens, and then they become very reactive, as opposed to what you really should be. If you're an investor, you should be very proactive. Proactive means I don't want to act after it happens, after something. I don't want to wait till something bad happens. Proactive means I prepare, to avoid the problem instead of having to fix and clean up the problem. And that's really an investing principle. That's a massive investing principle that has a direct impact on your ability to have wealth and build wealth. People who have wealth tend to be very proactive. They're thinking about all the things that could go wrong, all the opportunities that might exist, all the possibilities in terms of what they could do. They're thinking about the past, the present, and the future. They're not just thinking about the here and now. If you can get your mind to that level of thought, then that's going to make a big difference for you. And if you want to get practice on financial consciousness, we do financial consciousness training every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, and I'll invite you. I'll send you an invitation to the private Zoom. Text morning to 87948. All right, so let me read a little bit more. Okay, so we talked about housing sales. Housing sales have dropped this month, which is interesting because that's a more of a deflationary kind of issue. If prices and sales are declining, that kind of says the economy is slowing down a little bit. This opens the door for the Fed to possibly lower interest rates, which they will. The thing about inflation, though, is it's very important to know the difference between deflation and disinflation. Deflation is when prices go down. Deflation is when the price of your groceries drops and the price of cars and the price of houses drop. You're not going to get deflation. You don't even want deflation. Deflation means you have a terrible economy, bad things are happening. You're not going to get deflation. You're going to get disinflation. Disinflation means that you still have inflation. It just means that it's not as bad as it was before, right? So that means that instead of prices going up by 8%, prices are going up by 1 or 2%. Disinflation is what they're aiming for. They're not aiming for deflation. So prices are not coming down. They're not coming back to where they were. It will never be 2019 ever again, no matter how long you live or how long you wait. And this is one of the interesting dynamics of the economy that you should keep in mind. So when you look at the average home price being $426,000, I don't know about you, how many of y'all remember a time where a $400,000 house was a big deal? Does anybody remember, any other old heads in here that remember when having a $400,000 house means you were doing pretty good? I don't know if anybody else remembers that. I know I do. I remember when having a $400,000 house meant you were balling. Like that was a dream. And so now to be in a world where the average house is over $400,000 is absolutely crazy. That is just a strange economy that I've never thought I would live in, and it's one that concerns me a little bit. Because I don't think wages are matching that. I don't think that Americans' wages are going up at a rate that would justify the average person spending $400,000 on a house. So effectively, what's been built in America is you have an unbalanced economy. You have an unbalanced economy where there are people that are doing really well in this economy, that are prospering. They're going to have lots of wealth, lots of opportunities, and then you're building this really ever-growing underclass, this massive underclass of people that are really going to struggle, where money is connected to all kinds of stress, and it's going to be really hard to survive. So here's what I want to propose to you. I want you to consider this. We used to live in a world where being financially intelligent was optional, where it was a good choice to make. It would put you in a better position than you would have been otherwise. I think it's gone from being optional to being mandatory for anybody that really wants to survive. Like it's not optional anymore. It's mandatory. And the reason it's mandatory is because this is not an economy where you could just drop yourself in the middle of it and take any opportunity that's given to you and be okay. You can't. You can't just follow the crowd and follow the culture and do what everybody else is doing and be okay. Well, why is that? Well, because the culture tends to lead to jobs that underpay, massive student loans. If you follow the crowd, you're going to end up spending more money than you actually have, going deep into debt to do that. If you follow the culture, you'll end up not saving or investing your money. If you follow the culture, you'll avoid the stock market. You'll avoid other markets that can allow you to grow wealth. So you cannot follow the crowd. You cannot be unconscious in this economy. You must be financially conscious. Everyone must be financially conscious. Consciousness means that rather than me just dropping myself in a plate in whatever, taking whatever life gives me and landing wherever I land, Conscious means I'm specific and strategic about exactly where I want to be, because this economy is like a smorgasbord. There's 50 different dishes you can eat, right? You can't eat them all. You can't eat them all. And you can eat more than one, but you can consciously choose what to put on your plate. Now, if you don't do it, if you just unconsciously grab anything that you see, then you're going to eat something nasty or something that makes you sick. But if you're conscious and you are consciousness means, education and awareness. Okay, I'm educated on the nutritional value of every single dish on this smorgasbord. Awareness means I know where the carrots are. I know where the lettuce is. I know where the bologna is. I know where the I know where the steak is, right? And then another level of consciousness is in my actions. I'm going to specifically grab some strawberries, specifically grab the carrots, specifically grab the spinach so that I can have the kind of meal that's going to make me healthy, as opposed to my friend who's just grabbing anything that's in front of them. And next thing you know, they're sick and they're dead. But I'm doing well because we ate from the same smorgasbord where we had different levels of consciousness. Do you understand? So when you talk about your economics and how you build your economic situation for yourselves and especially for your children, consciousness is absolutely critical. So what does that look like? Well, that means if I'm a parent and I want my kids to be able to benefit in this economy where most people can't afford a house anymore, I'm going to start investing and saving for them right now so that by the time they get to adult age and are able to buy property, they'll have enough resources to be able to make that move. Consciousness may mean that I'm going to do what the was it East, it's not, is it East Asians or East Indians? I can't remember whichever culture. There's a part of the Asian community that has the highest wealth in America, and their average income or something is over 100,000 a year. They have a lot of wealth, and part of the reason they have so much income and wealth is because they're very conscious. They train their children on entrepreneurship, business ownership. They make sure their kids understand how to control assets. There's a part of India that is known for having the wealthiest people just on earth. They came to the United States, and there's one section of India that a lot of them come from, and they found in a study that they own something like 60% of the hotels in the United States. It was some ungodly number. And what they found was that they had a conscious system that they put in place of hotel ownership, how they went about acquiring assets, financing those assets. Is that the Gujarata? I can't pronounce it. Natasha, you got to forgive me. I don't know everything, but thank you, Natasha, for sharing that. Yeah, I'm gonna say Gujarata. The Gujarata Indians own a lot, not because they got lucky or because there was affirmative action or DEI programs or they got a bunch of black jobs. They own a lot of stuff because they were very conscious about building systems and culture around ownership and asset acquisition and also wealth preservation. So you have to be conscious about that. If you don't, then this economy is going to run away from you. I mean, I see people now with car notes over $1,000 a month. Do you know how much wealth you would have if you invested the same amount that some people spend on their car note? So when you watch BET and they get you thinking that you're supposed to spend $800 a month on a car, but you ain't investing nothing, that's an economic death. They're serving you economic poison when they do that to you. Do you know how much 800 or $1,000 a month becomes if you do that for 20 straight years and you grow, you look at compound interest. Now think about it. Let me see. I'm gonna do the math in my head real quick. 2, 3, 4, 750. Okay, I'm gonna do 750 a month. If you do 750 a month and you invested randomly, let's say you knew nothing about stocks and all you did was every time you invested, you just bought stocks from the S&P 500. That's all you have to do. You just randomly pick. You pick Tesla, Microsoft, whatever. After about 10 years, that person would have roughly $100,000 in wealth. After 20 years, they'd have roughly $500,000. After 30 years, they'd have roughly $1.2 million. So if you're a person that's been driving fancy ass cars for the last 20 years, you could be close to being a millionaire if you just loved yourself as much as you love your car. If you cared about your kids as much as you care about driving around in a Lincoln Navigator, then your kids could be wealthy, which means that they would have a much easier time navigating through life as a black person than they would being broke. Being black is hard, but being broken black is damn near impossible. Being broken black is literally just a pathway to slavery. It all links back to slavery that ended in 1865, right? They just said, okay, we can't enslave black people anymore, so let's just economically enslave them. Let's put them in impossible situations where they have no options, and a person with no options is basically a slave. because someone else controls all your options. You gave all your options away or you sold them, and somebody else gets to decide what you're going to do that day. That's slavery. That's what slavery is, folks. I hate to say it like that, but it's true. All right, so let me answer. I see a question. What are my thoughts on Alcoa? I think Alcoa is a solid company. It's more in the cash cow category. I wouldn't see it as a stock that's like represents any sort of company that's going to be growing or doing amazing things in the next few years. But yeah, it's a good, decent long-term investment. I assume they pay a decently high dividend, stuff like that. Let me see, what else am I reading here? Let me go through a couple more headlines here on the markets. Be really careful because there is some belief that this market is not, that it could be overvalued. That when it's overvalued, that means that any little thing can cause it to crash. So if you haven't put things in place to protect your investments, you may want to do that. I did a training called Stormproof Investing that shows you different ways to protect your portfolio in case of a crash. So you can feel free to go take a look at that. You can go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com. All right, so let's see. Okay, give me a second here. I saw an article I wanted to go through. Um, okay, GM slowing their EV plans. Uh, will Bitcoin reach its $1 million milestone in 2025? No, it won't. That's BS. It won't hit a million in 2025. I think it'll go up, but it won't hit a million. The Department of Transportation is investigating Delta over the IT outage. Yes, they should. Something needs to be fixed. Um, Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigns over the Trump shooting. Yeah, she probably should. You had a guy 100 feet away from him that almost shot his face off. Let's see. Ether ETFs officially begin trading in the U.S. with funds from BlackRock, Grayscale, and more. So there are Ether ETFs out that are going to be traded soon. Ether, I'm going to read what it says here. It says Ether is the native cryptocurrency on the Ethereum blockchain. I believe in Ether. I believe it's going to go up. I believe it's a good investment long term. While Bitcoin is often pitched as a type of digital gold, Ether is seen as more of a bet on the growth of the blockchain and crypto more broadly. So some people actually believe Ether is a better investment than Bitcoin. Bitcoin hasn't really proven itself to be very useful, whereas the Ethernet, or sorry, the Ethereum and just what they do on that blockchain is just pretty astonishing, pretty amazing. Just the way they structure contracts and stuff like smart contracts and all that. I cannot imagine a world where that doesn't kick in, especially with artificial intelligence. When you mix artificial intelligence with crypto and the blockchain, you're going to get some extraordinary outcomes. I mean, I think if you mix AI with anything, it's gonna. I mean, I'm a believer. I'm an AI evangelist. I believe AI is going to just change the world in amazing ways. Now, the debate around AI is that there are people who wonder if AI is going to generate enough profitability to match the expectations. People expect it to be $1 trillion sort of breakthrough. And they're basically a year and a half in. They're kind of saying, okay, we're waiting. We're not really seeing all this money that's supposed to be made from AI. I think that they're just being impatient. I think that AI is going to show itself big time. I think that as AI gets better and eventually you hit artificial general intelligence, and then you get to the point where they literally say that when AI hits the level where AI can be as smart as an AI researcher, that could be the last invention ever made by any human being ever. Because they said that at that point, when you have AI that is as smart as the people that have PhDs in artificial intelligence, then you could just literally mass produce 10 million PhDs that are working together to constantly solve problems. And they could probably solve problems collectively in a day that might take 20 or 30 years of research. And so it kind of is this explosion of knowledge and information. I don't know what the hell that's going to look like. I mean, it's going to be amazing and scary and crazy and everything else. But I mean, they even have the robots where they can build their own factories and then build other robots. I mean, when it starts building upon itself, it becomes a real life version of kind of what compound interest is. Compound interest, that's what compound interest is. Compound interest is basically breeding. It's where money breeds more money. Your dollar bills have sex with each other and give birth to more dollar bills. And it gets to the point where you get so much money, like a Warren Buffett, he can't stop making money. He wouldn't be able to stop making money if he tried. He's made more money in the amount of time I've been talking to you than most of you are ever going to make in your whole entire lives. I kid you not. Warren Buffett has probably made more money in the time I've had this conversation than most people will make in an entire lifetime. So this is what compound interest does. So when I visualize what AI will do, AI, I believe, will be like compound interest. It'll just keep building on top of itself and then create things that we can't even imagine. They're even talking about protein compounds, and somehow because the proteins are so complex and you have to fold them into these three-dimensional things. I don't understand it at all, but I remember listening to lectures on it. And the guy said, he said the way it was before, the rule was that one PhD, it took a whole PhD, his entire PhD process to generate like one protein or something, one protein compound or something, like one per PhD. So you go to Yale, you bust your butt, you study in 12 hours a day for 5 years, and then you come out and you've got one of these protein compounds. I think they were kind of saying that AI could do like 1,000 of them in an hour or something something crazy. And so they were really talking about this explosion in just the number of drugs, the types of drugs they could create, because the things that used to take years to do can now be done in a day or two, or pretty soon they will be. So AI is going to be big. I don't know what it's going to look like, but I will say that if you want to be safe, I would encourage you to invest in. Well, this is not investing advice, but I'm going to say I'm investing in AI. If you want a list of the AI stocks that I like, just text the word stock to the number 87948. Text stock to 87948. Somebody type 87948 in the chat so everybody can see it. That's the best I can offer you on that. All right, so let's see. Next question. Is Alcoa good for options trading? Asked Christian. You could probably trade options on it or sell options and buy options and all that. I don't personally pick it because it's not a high income generator, but I mean, yeah, if you owned it and you wanted to generate income, you could sell options on it. You could buy options. Every option strategy that you could do that with Alcoa. Just Alcoa's, there's nothing special about it from an option standpoint, in my opinion. If you want to see the ones that generate the most income, if you log in at drboyceprime.com, I have a list of what I call Dr. Boyce moneymakers, which is stocks that I specifically picked out because of their income earning potential. Like Marathon Digital is one that's really good at generating income. Like a person could live pretty well if they've saved some money and bought some Marathon stock. You could almost save. I almost look at it like starting a little business. If I go and I spend my life savings $50,000 and I open a convenience store, what am I doing? Why am I doing that? Well, I'm doing it because my plan is I'm going to open the store, and then I put all my money into the store, and then the store is going to generate income for me on a regular basis. Well, you can do the same thing with shares of stock, and a lot of people don't know that. So I could go and I could buy I don't know. Again, I like Coinbase as an example. I could buy, 1,000 shares of Coinbase, which would cost me a decent amount, but let's say $250,000. But a lot of you have put that much money into your businesses and or your real estate deals and all that. And I could sell the options on that Coinbase stock every month for maybe 12 or $13 a piece. And so I can make $13,000, $14,000 a month just by being an owner in Coinbase stock. And I like that approach much better than the other approaches because it doesn't require any work. It's a highly liquid investment, which means I can get out of the deal at any time I want. If you go into real estate, anybody who's been in real estate knows that it takes a while to get out of a deal. It's not like something you can do in a day. And sometimes you can't get out at all, especially if the market's down. Or if you think about starting a business, if you start a black-owned business, you can't sell that business because there's no market for that business. Stocks have a highly liquid, highly active market. Good stocks do. So you can get out of it anytime you want to. You could get out, you could get in and get out in an hour if you wanted. So that's my preferred way to make money, and I think it's something that worth looking into. If you want to learn more about that kind of thing, I have a training called How to Make Money Without Working that I did. It's about 45 minutes. I think you'll really like it. And it's you can get it by texting the word money to 87948. So text money to 87948. You'll instantly get a text that will have that link in there, so you can check that out. All right, so let's see here. Uh, Rain asked about Nike stock. Is it good to sell options? I don't feel like Nike's good for options, but Nike might be good as a long-term investment, especially if the market dips. If the market drops, don't be scared. Don't feel like that's a bad thing. When the market drops, that means everything's cheaper. So when the market drops, my thought would be that's an opportunity for you to dig into some of those stocks that you've been wanting. I've been keeping cash to the sidelines because I'm kind of waiting for the market to I'm waiting for the other shoe to fall. I feel like something bad's going to happen this fall. I cannot imagine getting through the fall without us having some sort of market decline or collapse or adjustment or correction. But that's my personal speculation. I could be wrong. So don't follow that as investing advice, but just know this is what I'm thinking about. Michael Ruff, are you more bullish on Ethereum over Bitcoin? No. I'm just bullish on both of them. I like Ethereum more because Ethereum's more interesting. If you look at what they're doing on the Ethereum blockchain, it's pretty fascinating when they get into smart contracts. And I could really see what Ethereum can do to make our society better. I can't really see that with Bitcoin. I see Bitcoin as just this speculative asset that just sits there and you buy it and you hold it and you can't spend it really. It's hard. I mean, you kind of can, but not really. It's not widely usable for purchases and transactions. And you're literally just buying it and holding it and waiting for the price to go up. I don't want to do that. I like investments that you can sink your teeth into and do stuff with it. Like my house is an investment. Our house is an investment, but because it's going up in value, it's gone up a few $100,000 since we've owned it, but I can use it until I sell it. Until I get money from it, I get to do things with it, right? I like investments like that better. I like investments that kind of give you something to do while you're waiting for time to pass. I don't like just buying it and just staring at it, just sitting there waiting for it to go up. That's kind of I don't know. It's kind of I don't know. It's boring to me. I think investing should be fun. And in fact, my thought would be if you start a business, I would say advice, but this is not advice really. It's my perspective would be if you go into business and you're going to spend time work on something that you care about. Work on something that you love. If it's just about the money, I don't think it's going to last very long because you're not going to be passionate about it. It's going to suck to work on this thing when you're not making money. You may spend years not making any money. But if you love it, then you'll still get a benefit. You'll get a non-financial benefit until the money comes. Do you understand what I mean? So if you're doing investing in a business that is not a passion for you, I would make myself a silent partner or a non-involved investor. Like, okay, here's some money. You go do the thing. You go make it happen. Just send me a check when the money comes in. That's what I would do. I would not want to be having meetings and sitting here talking about something that doesn't interest me. So that's what I would suggest. So with entrepreneurship, it's kind of tough. Like I don't really get it when people say that they're working on 5 or 6 businesses at once, unless those are 5 or 6 things that are connected somehow and they all connect to something that you care about. Because remember, you are important. Your time is important. Your life is important. Your time is precious. It's going to end soon. And so when you give your time to something or someone or anything at all, it should be worth it for you. If it's not worth it for you, then you shouldn't be doing it. That's my belief. Okay. Anybody got any questions before we bounce out of here? I'm going to hit another quick topic and then we're going to go. I have to admit I'm not feeling 100% today. So I think I'm gonna go to the doctor and kind of get checked out. Let's see here. Okay, I'm looking to see what now, most of these stories here about Kamala, she raised all that money. And I'm impressed. I mean, she set records. She actually raised more money than any candidate ever in that amount of time. So Trump's got something to worry about with Kamala. She's coming in hard. Um Wow. Okay. A Silicon Valley executive had $400,000 stolen by cyber criminals while buying a home. Here is her warning. Let's check this out. This is interesting. So Rana Robillard, chief people officer, I don't know what a people officer is, at software startup Techion, was tricked into sending her life savings to a criminal. What happened to Robillard, a 25-year veteran of tech company, speaks to the increasingly sophisticated nature of cybercrime. Real estate, with its large transaction sizes and frequent use of wire transfers, has proven to be an especially lucrative target for criminals. After a year-long search, Rana Robillard was elated to learn she'd beaten 3 other bidders for a house in the leafy California suburb of Orinda, just outside of San Francisco. So when Robillard, chief people officer at software startup Techion, received an email in late January from her mortgage broker with directions to wire $398,359.58 in the down payment to JP Morgan Chase, She wasted no time sending the money. After all, the email appeared to be a response to one Robillard had sent her broker asking about final steps before the closing, which was rapidly approaching. But on January 30th, the day she sent the wire, Robillard got what looked like a duplicate request for the down payment, and it dawned on her that she had fallen for a scam, one that would throw her life into turmoil for the next 6 months. To her horror, instead of sending a down payment for her future home to the title company, as she believed she'd done, Robillard had been tricked into sending her life savings to a criminal. That's when I went into a full panic, she said, which verified the details of her story with the four banks involved. What happened to Robillard, a 25-year veteran of tech companies, including cybersecurity firm HackerOne, she speaks to the increasingly sophisticated nature of cybercrime. Fraudsters are able to penetrate the email systems of mortgage brokers, real estate agents, lawyers, and other advisors, waiting for the perfect moment to strike by sending emails or phone calls that appear to be from trusted parties. Oh my God. Lord Jesus. Oh my God. Holy shit. Real estate, with its large transaction sizes and frequent use of wire transfers, has proven to be an especially lucrative target for criminals. Wires are faster than other forms of payment, typically closing within 24 hours, can handle far larger sums, and are often irreversible, making them ideal for fraud. Scams, including involving fake emails in real estate deals, have exploded over the last decade, rising from less than 9 million in losses in 2015 to 446.1 million by 2022, according to the FBI. Once criminals have a victim's money, they quickly shuffle it to other bank accounts before withdrawing it as cash, converting it into crypto, or exploiting mules to launder the funds, according to Naftali Harris, CEO of anti-fraud startup Centrelink. That's why recovering funds in wire fraud can be so difficult, he added. The faster the fraudster moves it out of the first account, and the more institutions they move it to, the better for them, because it gets murkier and harder to track, Harris said. That's what initially happened to Robillard's funds, which went from a JP Morgan Chase account to one at Citigroup and Ally Bank, according to people with knowledge of her case. Robillard had alerted her bank, Charles Schwab, of the fraud on January 30th. Within days, an official working in the cyber branch of San Francisco of the FBI had this message, quote, "Funds have been located and are frozen," the official said. Okay, so it looks like she got her money back, maybe. After a promising start, or after that promising start, Robillard's frustrations have only mounted. Robillard says she was initially told that her funds would likely be released after 90 days, but as the weeks and months stretched on, there were few updates from JP Morgan, which has taken the lead on the case. The FBI told her once the banks involved had frozen the funds, its role was over, she said. So Robillard became obsessed with advocating for herself, reaching out to elected officials and government agencies, including the FTC and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Quote, "Nobody will give you any updates or information," Robillard said. "I've been very assertive, trying to get people to help, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera." In early July, she told CNBC she had no idea whether she would ever see her money again. And while she's been in financial limbo, the world has moved on. The home she had envisioned living in with her daughter, a newly renovated 4-bedroom on nearly half an acre of land, has been relisted for $1.63 million. Robillard says she decided to publicize her story to boost awareness of real estate wire fraud, besides being a last-ditch attempt to get her money back. She said, "This is not what I thought my public representation would look like," et cetera, et cetera. Let's see. Robillard acknowledges that she could have been more cautious before initiating the wire transfer. For one, she says she should have confirmed with OS National, the title company, by open door, that the wire request sent to her in January was authentic. But Robillard also sees ample room for improvement in all the parties involved. Her real estate agent should have explained that wire directions would be coming directly from the title company. The banks should have verified that the receiving account was that of a genuine title company and not a fraudster, and her mortgage broker should have used a secure portal for document sharing. In a chain of more than 20 emails seen by CNBC, let's see, Christy Archinger of Compass Mortgage Advisors was just one was sent by the cyber criminal. Okay, so just one email was sent by the criminal. All the other emails were sent back and forth to him. So it looks like to me like the criminal was watching all these emails going back and forth. And so the criminal says, okay, so she's expecting an email from person B that's going to ask her to wire this money. So I'm going to step in and be person B and then give her the wrong wire information. That's what I'm guessing is here, which is so crazy because this means now you really have to double check. You can't just trust an email or a text message. And then eventually you won't be able to trust a phone call or even a Zoom call. I don't know if anybody's seen AI, but now they have AI where a person can put on a mask, basically, like have a fake face and move and talk as that person. Did y'all know that? I don't know if y'all knew that or not, but literally you could be on a Zoom meeting with somebody, and if you don't know them, like if you think it's Steve from Bank of America, it'll look like Steve from Bank of America talking to you. Like I could literally be a white man with blonde hair and blue eyes talking to you right now, based with this AI technology. So it's really getting interesting. Maybe talking on the phone can help, and just having them say, "I'm sending you the information right now." Let's see here. After more than 5 months in limbo, Robillard finally caught a break. A few days after CNBC contacted the banks, she received a $150,000 wire from Chase. Good. It's funny that yeah, of course they reacted because they knew CNBC was about to write a story about it. And then she got the balance of her down payment, for which is another quarter million. And of course, the banks are trying to cover their butts, but this is interesting, right? So maybe we have to go back to the business of doing business in person with people. That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, because everything digital, it seems, can be duplicated, replicated. Like there was a time going back just 5 years ago, if something was on video, that was seen as evidence. Now that's not true anymore. Everybody remember when R. Kelly went when that first crazy R. Kelly video came out in 2001, 2002. Everybody knew it was him because he was in that video. I didn't even watch it though. I just took people's word for it because you ain't supposed to be looking at stuff like that. That's nasty. But anyway, now if that were to happen now, you can say, "Oh, it's fake. It's AI." Or if somebody hated him and they wanted to create a fake video, they could, right? So ultimately, AI is changing everything, and I think that if you aren't keeping up with AI, I would encourage you to do that, because it's going to make a big difference in your life. And it's also one of these things where, from a work and productivity standpoint, the use of AI can make you enormously productive. And if you live with your head in the sand and don't pay attention, you're going to get left behind, and there's a good chance you're going to get duped, and you could end up getting replaced by somebody who's using tools that you never took the time to pay attention to. The other piece of that too is, again, going back to investing. There are companies that are going to explode and make insane amounts of money from AI. There's an expectation that one day AI will produce a $1 billion company run by one person. It'll be the first $1 billion company ever created where one person is running that company. So I think investing in AI is a big move. So I have a list of AI stocks. If you'd like to see some stocks that I've invested in to prepare for the AI revolution, just text the word stock to 87948 and I'll send you the list. Just text stock to 87948. Okay, a few more questions that we can bounce out. Let's see. What are a few ticker symbols of the Marathon stock? Every stock, Barbara, only has one ticker symbol. Marathon stock's ticker symbol is MARA, M-A-R-A, M-A-R-A. What are your thoughts on Valero as a stock and for stock options? I don't know. Let me look that up in a second. I'll write that down. And Valero. Okay. Let's see. Make sure you tell the doctor you've been overseas traveling. Ask Marcia. Okay, I will. I would definitely do that. Thank you for that tip, Marcia. I love you too. Let's see. Natika says, "How do you feel about TV Tokyo Holdings Corporation (TYO)?" Okay, I will look both of those up. And one more thing to remind you, and part of the reason I have to go also is because late in about an hour, I'm going to speak with Asada from Urban Intellectuals about her Math Genius program, which we're blending with our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program to make sure our kids are not just financial geniuses, but that they know the math behind it. The schools are not teaching math at an adequate level, and if you don't know math, you can't make money because you can't. You have to be able to count your money. You have to be able to know percentages and stuff like that. So, and because we know that we can educate our own kids, we're partnering with people that are doing that. So, Asada is going to come in here about 2 p.m. Eastern, and I'll text you guys the link. If you want to get notified, text the word morning to 87948. These are just different lists you can get on if you want to get information from the Black Business School. So if you text morning to 87948, you'll get an invitation to the afternoon meeting, as well as our Money in the Morning financial consciousness training, which we do every single morning, 7 days a week at 10 a.m. Eastern. All right. So give me 1 second here. I'm going to look up those stocks really quick, and then that'll be the last thing we do today before we bounce on out. Okay, so let's see. Valero, Valero. Okay, Valero. Let's see. It is an energy company. Okay, in the manufacture and marketing of transportation fuels. I like the investment in energy. Um, yeah. I mean, would I buy this stock? I don't own it, but I like it. I like it. Now, as far as an asset to sell options on, I mean, it's not terrible. Let me see. Is it high risk or medium? It's about, it doesn't seem to be high risk. So if you did pursue an option strategy to generate income from the stock while you owned it, if the price is 147 and you did say a monthly call option that you sold, you could sell that for 214. That there are better stocks to generate income from, but that's not bad. So let's say you owned 1,000 shares of this stock. Well, you could generate a couple $1,000s a month, by selling the option. So it could be a moneymaker while you wait for the price to go up. So I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't. It's not one I'm going to buy, but I don't hate it. The premiums are pretty weak, Kendall. That's a good point. It's weak relative to some of the other assets that you can dig into. All right, so TYO, Direxion Daily, 7 to 10 year Treasury Bear 3X. Okay. Now when I looked up TYO, I didn't get that Tokyo company. I got um, the daily 7 to 10 year Treasury Bear 3X shares, which, let's see, it provides 3 times exposure to a market value weighted index of Treasury bonds with remaining maturities between 7 and 10 years. So that's all about Treasury bonds. So that other stock, I didn't see anything about Tokyo in this ticker. So it may not be traded in the United States. So yeah, so I don't have much to say about that because that other one was kind of that's not what I'm interested in at all. So, but yeah, so bring your questions next time. I'll be happy to answer them and see you in their Kindles. Good to see you. I hope you guys will consider coming to the All Black National Convention. It's going to be October 25th through the 27th in Chicago or a suburb of Chicago called Lombard, Illinois. We are making deals every day with great people that are coming. Dr. George C. Fraser is coming now. Brother Nuri Muhammad is going to be one of our speakers. Lamar Tyler, the Black millionaire maker, is going to be there. Constance Carter, who owned the largest Black real estate firm in California, is going to be there. Just and about 30 other scholars. We met a sister who is the president of the National Black Psychologists Association. She's going to be there. The president of a college in Illinois, Prairie State College. We're working to get him there. So there's a lot of people that are coming. So if you want to be around people who are not scared to be Black, who believe we can solve our own problems, who are just great people to know, who can you can start investment groups with. We have lots of students that have investment groups and investment clubs, and they're working together. We have over 1,000 students that are trading and selling stock options and generating large amounts of money, large amounts of income from that. We have a mastermind. I don't mention it that much, but I do have a mastermind. If you want to apply for the mastermind, you can go send an email to support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can help you find anything that you're looking for, and we got you covered. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you, Amani. I see you, Amani, in the chat. Amani's part of our team, and she really helps a lot. And I'm gonna go and head on out. So I'll see you guys later. So good to see you. I hope you all are doing well. I hope you guys can hear me okay. Yeah, so anyway, I thought that today would be a fun day to answer some questions. If you have any questions for me on economic related issues, don't let's save questions about stocks and stock options and stuff like that for later because we have special sessions on that. But just general questions about economics, you can blend that with any other topic that you want because as you know, economics is very holistic and be more than happy to answer any question. If you could just make it sort of short, that way I can answer as many as possible, that would be very helpful. And what I'm also going to do right now is I'm going to send out a text message to everybody that's on the text list and let them know that we are getting started with our economic elevation training. And if you want to be on the text list and get a text when we do this every single morning, 7 days a week, just make sure you get on the text list. You can do that by texting the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. All right. So give me a second here. You're going to get a text in 1 second. And that's me basically reminding everyone else that we're getting started here. Sometimes we need a little bit of a wake up call. All right. So let's see here. Let me say hi to some of the family that's in here. Let's see. I see Abel Loomis, AC Salam, Andrew Nixon, Angela Taylor, Anthony, Audrey Davis, Dunning, Badia Muhammad. Good to see you as well. Good to see all of you. I'm glad you guys are here. Alfred Kitchen and ladies are here. When I say guys, guys is actually my generic way of saying like everybody, like the same way a girl might say, hey guys, hey you guys, but you're not talking about like men, you're talking about just people. And it's funny because one time I, I had a real funny, awkward conversation. I used to host this show on AOL Black Voices back in the day when the platform was much stronger than it was. Unfortunately, the platform kind of fell apart after Ariana Huffington took over, and she went in and she had a meeting with the guy who ran the platform, and I guess she decided that he wasn't qualified, and she completely just got rid of it or dismantled it. So everybody kind of lost their job at the same time, and that at that time that was one of my black jobs. I had a good black job with AOL Black Voices. I'll tell you guys more about that later. And anyway, I was doing an interview on this little podcast they'd given me, and I was interviewing this lady named Michaela Angela Davis, and I remember that I was interviewing her in a panel of women, and I said, okay, all right, so here's what we're gonna do, you guys, and she says, we're not guys. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. I apologize. Right. And so we start talking and the conversation's flowing, everything's going good. And then I say, okay, I got to ask you guys a question. And she's like, I said we're not guys. I was like, I'm so sorry. I'll be quiet. I won't say nothing now. I'm sorry. So anyway, that was I'll never forget that. That was a very strange experience. And but some of y'all got to stop being so dang serious all the time. But anyway, hi Patricia Jackson. How are you? And yeah, so anyway, if you want to know about the AOL Black Voices gig, that black job that I had, the cool thing about the gig was it's okay. So at this time, I remember back in '07, '08, '06, all this black wealth talk wasn't really happening. Nobody's really talking about black economics at a high level or on big platforms. I would go into some urban radio stations and they say, black people don't want to know anything about wealth. Black people don't care about economics. And I was like, yeah, but all the rappers keep rapping about money. So money probably matters to them. Like I think black people do care about it, but they really were sort of convinced that all black people really want is ignorance. That all they really want is sort of the simple backwards stuff. And in fact, when I started the Black Business School, I was actually told by a lot of black people that I was selling myself short. They said if you put the word black in there, you're going to alienate a lot of people because black people are not going to support you because black people don't want to support anything that isn't ignorant or entertainment based, right? And I just did it anyway because I knew that's silly because I have lots of black friends who believe in wealth, and I know most black people like money. They just may not know how to get it, right? Nobody really taught them properly how to acquire money, how to preserve money, how to pass money from one generation to the next, how to grow money. No one teaches that, right? But everybody wants it. Everybody wants it, and really, it's a problem, right? It becomes kind of a risk factor. It's a national security issue for the black community. When you really need something and you're addicted to something and you don't control the supply of the thing that you need the most, then you're very vulnerable to the people who do control the supply of that thing. Like when the British were supplying opium to the Chinese, and you had all these opium addicts that were waiting for the British ships to come in to bring them opium, it became just a real problem, right? Because not only are you a drug addict, but you also are addicted to a drug that other people hold and control. So the opium wars, from what I understand, was fought over this whole idea where you had people in the community who said, this is not what we want China to look like. China is not supposed to be a place full of ignorant opium addicts. We're not going to sit around and be dependent on the British. We want to be a strong nation, an independent nation, a liberated nation, and they fought for that. And the problem with that, though, was that the people who spoke up on it, the people who saw the chaos, who saw the ridiculousness, who saw the ignorance, they had to fight battles on two fronts. These had to be the strongest, the talented tenth, so to speak. They had to fight battles on two fronts because number one, you got to fight the drug dealer, which is the British, and then you got to fight the drug addict, which is the ignorant person who looks just like you, who is so addicted to the white man's supply that he's going to go fight a black man who stands between him and the drug. Do you understand? Y'all get what y'all, let me know if you get where I'm going with this analogy. Let me know if you understand what I'm saying as I explain the difficult job that a lot of you are going to have, right? So the Chinese had the people that really built China, the people that really made China the great nation that it is right now, the superpower that it is, the country that economically and politically and militarily is now one of the strongest nations on earth were the people that were committed to a strong free China. They had to understand that sometimes you got to fight the enemy, and sometimes you got to fight the enemy within. Sometimes you have to defend from enemies, both foreign and domestic. Sometimes you got to fight them, and then sometimes you got to fight us. So when you use that term, they not like us, it might mean them, but sometimes they not like us might mean the people that look like us but ain't really like us, if you know what I mean, right? And it doesn't mean you hate them or get mad at them. It just means you stand firm on what you believe, you stand firm on who you are. And so my goal every single day in my life, really honestly, and I can't say I always reach every goal I set, but my goal is to be consistent. Now, that's it. I'm not. My goal is not to get to be popular. My goal is not to be liked. My goal is not to make friends. It ebbs and flows. Sometimes you make a lot of friends. Sometimes you lose a lot of friends. The goal is just to be consistent. To say I'm right here. I'm gonna be right here. This is what I'm gonna be. This is what I am. And to me, that I think represents a sturdiness that you can build on top of. You can't build an institution on flimsy foundations. You can't build an institution on wishy-washy wood. You can't build a building on bricks that may decide they want to show up for work and maybe don't want to show up one day, and you go back and forth. You can't build a building on materials made out of Play-Doh. You can't do that. You can't build an Empire State Building on a foundation of Jello. So flimsy people who don't know who they are, who are not consistent and clear, are typically just not people that you can really depend on and sort of build on, because you don't know what you're going to get. So my goal is like, you know what? I'm going to try to make sure that every single day you know what you're going to get from me. Same thing is true with even with my kids. You know, I married my wife. She had three children who, and it's a blended family, but I love those kids so much. I love them as if they're my own 100%. And I love that black woman that stood by me through a lot of difficult times. And let me tell you, if anybody, I don't know if anybody else has led a blended family. Has anybody ever led anybody else? How many of y'all got a blended family? I know that a lot of black folks have blended families. If you have a blended family and you've dealt with that, you know that earning the trust of the children it's a task. It takes time, because children, just like I was loyal to my mother and my father. If my mother had brought in another man and said, "Oh, this is the new head of the household" or something, I would have been like, "What? No, he's not. That's not daddy." You know, especially if I'd been 13. Like my wife's son was 13 years old, and he wasn't as tall as he now. He's 6'9", but back that time he was even then he was like 5'10", 5'11". And so he's sitting there and he's like, "Who is this guy? Like you like him. I don't like him. I don't even know him." And so it took a long time for us to form a relationship. Now our relationship is amazing. We're very, very close. We talk every day. We trust each other. We help each other. We have each other's back. I respect his father immensely. I let him know that. And you want to know the secret. Here was the secret. And this is something that may help some of you. I don't know. Because I believe family is essential to the Black community. I think family requires us as leaders of households to understand our role and the sacredness of that role. The goal that I had with the kids, again, I am no expert in parenting, and I am not a perfect person or nor a perfect parent. But one thing that I learned from my father was consistency. So I said, okay, I know that we have tension right now. I know that it's not easy. I know that you don't know who I am. I know it's going to take time to build your trust. But guess what? I'll wait, and I'm going to be consistent. And every single day, I'm going to be right here. I'm not going nowhere. I'm going to be the same guy every day, consistently for years. And then what happened was when the kids eventually learned, okay, Boyce is here, whether we like it or not, and Boyce is consistent. Boyce is gonna be Boyce. Sometimes that means good things, sometimes it means bad things. Like our daughters get so mad because because I'll do little things like leave the cabinets open or leave the not but like little the 13-year-old has a weird thing about like hitting the clear button on the microwave. Like I'll put 2 minutes and 33 seconds and then I'll just pull my food out and it's like says 41 seconds on there and she drives her crazy, right? And so every family has those little things. So I'm always going to be Boyce, but they know what they're going to get. They know they're going to get consistency from me. And so as a result, also that consistency that I've been committed to has also become a type of consistency that not only the children can depend on, but their friends depend on that. Their friends whose parents, unfortunately, have ups and downs and challenges, divorces, and it's everywhere. I mean, families break down consistently every day. And I'm not making fun of anybody's in that situation. I understand things happen. It is what it is. But let me just tell you, My goal, I told my wife, is I said, I want all these kids in the neighborhood to know that no matter what they're going through, they can come to us if they need help, if they need just a place to stay, food to eat. Somebody's going to give them some encouraging words, some good information. And I believe, honestly, I really think if you're talking about nation building, right? And not everybody really gets this, not everybody cares about this type of stuff, but I really think if you're talking about nation building in the community, then I think that consistency is a really strong, significant value system that we should all sort of embrace. I think that being consistent about who we are is what helps us to build something that's strong. And so no, I'm not going to run. I'm not going to be running up and down over which Democrat or which Republican got elected. I'm not going to be changing my tune based on what's popular. I'm not trying to fit into the culture. I'm trying to be consistent. They're just like a brick building, or not even brick, some steel, like a steel structure sitting in the middle of a tornado. You're in the middle. Honestly, as Black people, I feel like you're in the middle of this cultural tornado. The wind is very strong, and some people just blow whichever way the wind blows. They're very leafy. These leafy Negroes. That's what, the leafy Negroes. The wind blows east, they go east. Wind blows west, they blow west because they don't know who they are. A leaf doesn't have a foundation. A leaf does not have roots. A leaf does not know who it is. The leaf does not know where it belongs. The leaf will go whichever way the wind blows. And the problem that you have is that you have a cultural tornado because your culture is kind of all over the place. There's people constantly out here talking, claiming the culture. BET's like, this is the culture. And I'm like, no, it's not. There's like three pregnant women with 80 tattoos twerking on the stage with liquor bottles in one hand and weed in the other. That's not, I don't identify with that. And then someone else is like, if you don't vote for so and so, then you're not part of the culture. You know what I'm talking about, like the camel stuff. You're not in the culture. I'm like, no, that ain't the culture. I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I think you should. I've told y'all consistently, vote for who you want. So don't think I'm not telling you to. But that ain't me voting Democrat or Republican. Ain't got nothing to do with me having my culture. My culture is based on some simple ideas. Simple ideas like I want to have strong families. I really want to just reiterate over and over 10 million times to you how important families are in your wealth building process, and how many trillions of dollars in Black wealth was stolen when they destroyed your families, when they broke you into pieces and got you running around scrambling and baby mama, baby daddy in your way through life. They took away so much of your economics, because if you want to just understand it on a practical level, think about how much easier it is to do something when you've got teammates versus when you have nobody. When you do it all by yourself, you can't really, it's hard to win in America when you're doing it all by yourself. It's really difficult. And really, I think this is part of the plan. I think, remember, capitalism is kind of a son of a bitch. Capitalism is really insidious. It becomes slavery if you really look at it. Like in mathematics, they talk about limits on functions, where you take a variable and you take it all the way to the limit. Like, what happens if you take this number and you make it infinitely big? And which direction is this thing going, right? So basically, if you look at capitalism as a function, as a mathematical function, what you see is that if you take it to its limit, it becomes slavery. It really becomes slavery, where a person has to get up and do what you tell them to do. And maybe you're paying them, but you're paying them such little money that it really doesn't make a difference in their lives. It's just enough money for them to get by. It's not enough for them to escape the system. They are in the system, and they're maintaining the system, but they're not gonna get what they need to break out of the matrix or break out of the system. Okay. So really, capitalism is a type of slavery. And slavery works best when you're dealing with people that are economically desperate and divided. If they can divide you, they can conquer you. That's it. If they can break you into pieces, then they can take you down. So this is so when we talk about elections and all that, I know I say stuff that sometimes it makes people happy, sometimes it doesn't. And I apologize if it offends you, but all I give a damn about is I need you to not let politics break up the things in your life that are going to really matter for you. Don't let politics cause you to stop speaking to your cousin who had your back since you were a baby. Like, that's not appropriate, because when the election's over, the politicians are going to do exactly what they always do. They're going to disappear for another 4 years, and then they're going to come back, be right before the next election, and start giving you all these trigger symbols and whatever, this coded slave language to get you all excited about the next election. That's what they do. That's the pattern. Okay. And so I would just say, you know, do your thing, support who you want. Just don't let it get too serious. It's like, I used to have this cousin. He was my craziest relative. He was such a weirdo. And we used to play when we were little. We would go to grandma's house and we would play games like kids play games. We would start playing checkers. He wasn't very smart either. So And I guess I was kind of smart. So we start playing checkers. I start winning because I'm smart and he just wasn't. And then every time he would get so mad that he was losing the game. He would flip the board over, fuck this, and throw the board across the room. And one time he pulled out a butcher knife on my other cousin because he lost the game. We were playing football or something. And I was like, dude, why are you pulling out a knife on your relative because you lost the football game or because you can't play checkers? And the dumbest part of it was he would always start every fight and he could not fight. That's what the hilarious thing was. I was like, and even as an 8-year-old, I was like, this is not logical. You keep starting fights, but you keep getting your ass kicked. If you're gonna start fights, it seems like you would be a good fighter. Like I would, if, like that would make more sense to me. But you're asking for more of an ass whooping. That's just a little side note. And I don't hope my cousin doesn't see this because he's still crazy. But the funny thing was, it didn't make any sense, and he was taking it too seriously. And some of y'all get like that. Some of y'all get like that over these elections. You get to the point where you get to hollering and screaming and cussing out your own relatives and making them feel bad and shaming them and attacking them and really doing the exact same thing that your oppressors have always done. Your oppressors do that. They remember there's terms like voter intimidation or voter suppression. These are terms that have been used for a very long time, and these are terms that apply if you are pressuring someone else or making them feel bad and attacking them because they're doing something different from what you're doing. And I don't think that's appropriate. And that's very anti freedom. And I would almost argue that it's anti black. Oppression is oppression, whether it's coming from a slave master or an overseer. Right? So in politics, we kind of have these overseers who work on behalf of the master to do things that the master can't do. Like so, for example, when I remember when Cornell West, I knew Cornell West and Michael Eric Dyson very well. I love those guys. They were kind of a little bit almost like mentors to me to some extent, and I remember when they were the best of buddies. They were such good friends, and I admired them both, and I got to know them both, and I still know them both. I just haven't talked to them in a few years. And then the Obama presidency came along, and that became a big divide. I remember Michael. One minute Michael was pro-Obama, then he became very anti-Obama, then he became very pro-Obama again. I didn't know what was going on with that. I was very confused by that. And Cornell was also pro-Obama. He sat with Barack in a room with David Axelrod, Jesse Jackson Jr., and a few other people to figure out how to get black people to support him. And they figured it out, and the formula worked. Everybody fell in love with him, and he won the election. Well, Cornell was disappointed. Cornell felt that Obama was not doing as much for the black community as and also for poor people as he hoped that he would. So Cornell became a critic of Obama, and Dyson was a big supporter of Obama. Well, the next thing that was interesting to me was I remember being very saddened by the fact that those two stopped being friends over the Obama presidency. And what was really specifically appalling to me and very sad was that the Obama administration, I think, felt that they could not directly respond to Cornel West because he's kind of beneath him. And the way politics kind of works is you don't really talk to people that are beneath you. So what they did was they kind of sent Dyson as kind of a weaponized adversary, right? So you can't do the fight, but you get somebody to fight on your behalf. So what they did was they gave him this spread in one of the liberal magazines. I forgot which one it was, Slate magazine, I think, where they let him write like a 10,000 word article pretty much just dismantling the credibility of Cornel West, just really going above and beyond to the point where it became more than just saying I disagree with you. It got to the point of saying you're irrelevant. You're just a worthless human being, and I feel like that's inappropriate. I think that is really the weaponization of black people against other black people, and it's also a type of tactic used by colonizers all throughout the world. That's what you do if you want to conquer an area, and this has happened anywhere. Look up the struggle between the Hutus and the Tutsis. Look up what happened with the a revolution in Iran in the 1970s. Go to a lot of countries and you will find these unbelievable civil wars where the colonizer, like a puppet master, will take one side and pit them against the other so that you're so busy fighting each other that you don't actually fight the system that's controlling the both of you. And the reason this tactic tends to work is because most people don't spend time doing what we do every single morning, which is focusing on consciousness. Consciousness is leveling up. Consciousness is when you rise above the situation you're in. Consciousness is when you can see the forest and you're not distracted by the trees. Consciousness is where you're about to fight your brother and you're like, wait a minute, what are we doing? Wait, hold on, let's stop for a minute. Let's think about this. Hold on. How's this gonna work? I'm fighting with my wife, and I use consciousness all the time. To stay married, you got to use consciousness. And so my wife, and I think it confuses my wife because sometimes we'll be in the middle of a heated debate that is bordering on becoming an argument. And then just like that, I might snap out of it and be completely fine with whatever. I won't be angry anymore. And she doesn't know where that's coming from. Like, where did your anger go? Well, it's because I had a moment of consciousness. I thought about it and I realized that in 5 years, I'm really not even going to remember this argument. I'm not going to care about this issue in 5 years, but I am going to know if I divorce my wife. I am going to remember that. And so I'm letting it go because it's tiny. I'm letting go of the small stuff. Up in here, it's big things popping, little things stopping. Shout out to T.I., right? Basically, consciousness is when you can see the bigger picture. That's what. Do you follow what I'm saying? Following looking at the bigger picture is really how you understand systems. That's how you fight systematic racism. It's how you deal with capitalism. It's how you deal with oppression. You have to be able to think on a higher dimensional level. This is why one of the reasons that in our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program in the Black Business School, one thing that we do is we train parents on how to have what we call sturdy children. Sturdy is spelled STERDY, and this is how you build Black millionaires. This is not how you get Black jobs. So if you're looking to get a job, you need to go talk to the people that'll show you how to fill out an application. That's not what we teach you how to do. It's fine. I no disrespect, but we want kids up here. We don't want them just in the struggle. We want them above the struggle. You understand? So I don't want you fighting on the ground. I want you in an airplane flying above the ground. Okay. And so sturdy stands for systems, technology, entrepreneurship, relationships, and delegation. This is what builds Black millionaires. So you can write this down if you want to. Systems, technology, entrepreneurship, relationships, and delegation. This is how millionaires and billionaires think. What does that mean? Well, systems means that you think about things in a systematic way. Your financial consciousness is at such a level that you're not really looking at things in sort of this idiosyncratic kind of way, like sort of one-offs, like how do I get this job or how do I make a couple of dollars? You're thinking about systems, right? So let me give an example of how a systematic thinker makes money versus how we're trained to make money. The way we're trained to make money is we're trained to sell time for money. We're trained to do sort of time-based math where we say, if I make $40 an hour and I work 10 hours, I make how much money? How much money do I make? If I make $40 an hour and I work 10 hours, how much money am I going to make? Type it in the chat. How much money am I going to make that day? $400 exactly. So that means if I want to make more money, then what does that mean? I got to sell more time typically, right? I can work 80 hours and get $800. 1,000 hours and get 1,000 times 40, which I guess what's that? $40,000, whatever. Okay. Well, a person that thinks in terms of systems doesn't really sell time for money because time is a limited commodity. Time is very limited for you, and money is fleeting. Money can be replaced. So actually, a systematic thinker might say, instead of me selling time for money, so instead of me saying that $40 an hour times 10 hours is going to get me $400, I might say sell units of a product, and let's say my product is $10 a piece. Okay, so if I want to make $400, I just have to sell 40 units of my $10 product. And then I can still make the same $400 you made, but I didn't sell any time to do it. I could do that in literally half a second if I have a system that's strong enough. If I have some digital system that allows me to sell products and make money, then I can make $400 in seconds, not in time is literally irrelevant. Also, a systematic thinker, which is what our children could be trained to do, is a person that understands, and this actually relates to another part of the model, but basically a systematic thinker might think in terms of just building some sort of organization where you have partners and team members and people that report to you, maybe people that you hire, you buy time from them, and you develop a system that allows you to make money. Apple makes its money because it has a really amazing system. That's why they're able to make probably, I'm going to guess 40, 50, $60 million a day. Maybe it's more than that or less than that. I haven't done the math. The T stands for technology. I think that if our kids understand technology, that is one thing that allows you to scale. The wealth right now that's being created in this country is being created mostly by the technologists. It's the people in Silicon Valley, the people who took computer science classes, stuff like that. A lot of you have kids that are really, really good at science that are going to become engineers or doctors or whatever. And I think all of that is fine, but I also encourage you to really, really open their minds to all the things that they can do as entrepreneurs who understand technology, because that gives them this lottery ticket that might actually cash in and turn into $1 billion. Okay. Now, a job is not going to turn into $1 billion job 9 times out of 10, but you can become $100 million, $1 billion entrepreneur. I know a lot of entrepreneurs that you'll never hear about who make $200,000 a month. That is quite doable if a child is trained on these skills at an early age and understands the process. Number three, entrepreneurship. This is that third part. Again, rather than black jobs, I think black jobs are fine. I'm more into black wealth. I'm more into black owned. One thing about when the politics issue comes up, I simply put up that chart that shows you that black wealth has been, we've been in the lowest rungs of wealth for the last 50 or so years or more. And I say, show me which Democrat or which Republican has changed our ranking in the wealth hierarchy. There is no Democrat that's done it. There is no Republican that's done it. So really, if you really want to talk about how people rise up, how communities rise up, economically speaking, and change their position in the ranking, it's because they produce entrepreneurs that can build those businesses that are really going to scale and really blow up and kick ass and take names. If you do that, then you have that person that comes into the hood. They can create 100,000 jobs or whatever. Those are the people that really move the needle. If you build a university, if you have entrepreneurs in the university who go out and make $1 billion, then they can come back and write a check for 50 million to build a gymnasium or to build a science lab or whatever. Employees can't really do that. And so if you look at the institutions that have the biggest endowments, they tend to produce the most powerful, most impactful entrepreneurs. So if we produce an army of black entrepreneurs, not only are we talking about a major, major move in terms of wealth, but you're talking about a major, major move in terms of freedom. You're also talking about a major, major move in terms of sovereignty, because if you have black entrepreneurs that have those billion-dollar endowments, they can then come in and they can fund the black-owned schools. Because I hope that you hear me when I'm saying to you that one of the biggest problems with the misguided mind of the Negro in America is that we hand our children over to other people to educate them. Our children are our trillion-dollar asset, and we give that trillion-dollar asset away when we hand over their brains. Their minds and their brains shape their values. Their minds and their brains determine what they're going to spend time working on. Their minds and their brains determine what matters to them. Their minds and their brains determine how they're going to use their power when they get it. Their minds and their brains decide how, which direction they're going to point their energy. So you got to understand, pay attention now. You could show me a lot of black politicians and I'm not really impressed. But because their minds are set in such a way where they say, when I get the power, I got to go serve everybody. Or when I get the power, I'm not doing anything specifically for black people, because doing something specifically for black people is dangerous, inappropriate. It's not going to be beneficial to me. However, you go and you take another person, like say a Jaylen Brown and with the Boston Celtics. Jaylen Brown at the Boston Celtics is the highest paid player in the NBA, or at least he was for a while. I guess someone else got a bigger contract, but Jaylen Brown, when he signed that $400 million contract, first thing he said is, I want to build a Black Wall Street. When he said that, when I heard him say that, I said, somebody educated this black man. Somebody educated him. He was not educated by the public school system. He might have went to school. I'm not saying he didn't go to school, but somebody was educating him after school, if you understand what I'm saying. Somebody got to this kid and said, when you get the power, this is what your value system's going to be. So here's the thing. It's not about what skills they taught him. Somebody taught him how to play basketball, but we've had thousands of great basketball players. And black people, we just mass produce basketball players. No, somebody didn't just educate him. They shaped his value system. That's the thing. That's the power of education. It's not just about learning how to do something. It's where also you learn why you're doing it and who you're doing it for and who's going to receive the benefits of that labor. Do you understand what I'm saying? So Jaylen Brown, they're looking at him like, how the hell did this Negro get through the system? What happened here? We control all the Negroes. Like what's going on? Who hacked this kid's brain to make him think that actually serving black people is more important than serving us? So now you know why Jaylen Brown is not on the Olympic basketball team, because Jaylen Brown instantaneously, when he advocated an allegiance, a true respect, a true consideration for black people, he became the most dangerous player in the NBA next to Kyrie Irving. Because there's no reason Kyrie and Jaylen should not be on that Olympic team. Because if they were on that team, I bet you they wouldn't almost got beat by South Sudan. Okay, did y'all see that? They made fun of South Sudan and talked about how the players aren't that tall and just some ignorant, goofy stuff. And South Sudan came in and whooped that ass. They lost by 1 point on a last second shot. That's how close that game was. So yeah. So they know who was supposed to be on that team, but you also need to know why he wasn't on the team. It's because America is not a friend to the black man, to the black woman, nor is it a friend to the black family or the black community. The systematic structure of this country was not built on strong black families and strong black communities. It was built on black servitude. It was built on you playing your position. It was built on you doing your black job and not trying to go take the white job or not trying to get into black owned and black wealth and all that talk. Like, wait, hold, you ain't supposed to be driving the bus. You're not supposed to own the bus. You're not supposed to build the bus. You're supposed to ride in the back with the other Negroes. That's when you're supposed to be. So if you want to understand why I just don't care, I can't bring myself to care about all these elections, it's because that ain't got nothing to do with making you more powerful. It doesn't. It's another distraction. It's taking energy that we should be spending on other things and applying the energy toward putting another person who is going to ignore us into power. And no disrespect to those of you who are excited about Kamala. If you want to know my opinion, I think she's a smart lady. I think it's really interesting. I could criticize both candidates. Kamala's got an interesting track record. Trump, his is really interesting because he's been around for a while and he's been Trump for a long time. But then at the same time, I have admiration for them both. I think Kamala's well spoken, well educated. She knows how to, she's a better politician. She understands the systems a little bit better, I think, than the Trump would. And Trump, though, has been a great, brilliant real estate guy. He's a really good businessman. I know people want to act like he's just stupid and ridiculously bad, but that's the politics of it all. No, if you study the Trump family, you'll understand that their power play goes back 100 years. And what I just really want from you is not to admire any of these people or put them on a pedestal. I want you to realize that you can do what they do. So when I see a Jaylen Brown, I'm like, that was great. Somebody had a power play. Somebody told that kid who he was when he was very young and said, we're going to go ahead and plant this seed in you so that just in case you become some wealthy, famous black man, you're going to know what your priorities are. We're going to talk about what should matter to you. Because I was built kind of the same way. I had certain seeds planted in me that said if I become this PhD who's known around the world, I'm not going to waste my time doing a bunch of stuff that doesn't matter for people who are disconnected from my community. No, I'm going to bring it back home. And this is not uncommon. This is done around the world for independent nations that want to become strong. This is what the Chinese did. The Chinese did the same thing. The Chinese started rating their citizens based on what are you doing for China? You off in the world, you went to another country and you became successful at what you do. But what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? That ain't got nothing. You going off to the United States and working at MIT means nothing for China unless you're helping China. So they literally rate their citizens based on what are you pouring into China? What are you putting back into the bucket? Because the only thing that determines the value of this community is what's in the bucket. Are you contributing or are you not? We're not going to give you credit for having resources. We're going to give you credit for donating and investing resources. That's what you get credit for. You don't get credit for what you could do. You get credit for what you actually do. So there are people who have far less than some of these prominent Negroes on TV, these entertainers, these politicians, whatever. There are people I know they have far less resources than any of these people you'll see on TV, but their contribution is far greater because they're doing things specifically for the black community. Like that mother who's raising a bunch of black boys and black girls in her house, she's doing something specifically for the black community because she's raising those boys right so they'll grow up and become good husbands and not gangster serial killers, and raising the girls right so they'll go up and become great wives and mothers and leaders instead of going out and doing something silly in the world that harms people. Do you understand? So that's what's going to make the difference. So anyway, let me keep going. So let me finish the study model. I get into stuff and then I lose track. Thank you, Troy Williams, for getting me back in on point. All right, so STARDY stands for Systems, Technology, Entrepreneurship, And the last, the R and the D stands for relationships and delegation. The Y just stands for youth. I just put that on there so it could be a full word because sturdy sounds better than stirred. But relationships means that I think that relationship management and relationship building should be taught to children at an early age. If I built a school tomorrow, if somebody gave me $100 million and said, we want you to build a school for Black people, I would literally have relationship management as like one of the core skills that the children are trained on so they can learn things like conflict resolution, learning things like how to pick the right friends, how to pick the right spouse, how to get along with the people that matter to you, how to get along with your kids. Just all there's a science to all this. There's science to all this, and a lot of us mess these things up because we don't take the time to study the science. So, but that's why we have the Black Financial Therapy Department in the Black Business Schools because I said, okay, let's take the science of relationship management and let's help people apply this to their families because if your family stays together, you're going to be more wealthy than if your family breaks apart. That's a fact. If your family stays together, you're going to be safer than you are if your family breaks apart. That's a fact. If your family stays together, you're going to be better off mentally, physically, and your mental, physical health, all that stuff's going to be better than if your family breaks to pieces. A broken family is very traumatic, and a lot of us ignore the trauma because we're used to Black people being so tough that we can just go through anything and it's okay. But it's not okay. It's not okay that your mother was not there when you were growing up. It is not okay if your father was not there for you when you were growing up. It is not okay that you got traumatized by your own sibling. It's not okay if you got molested by your uncle. It's not okay if you kept getting bullied by your cousin. It's not okay if you have cousins and relatives that are cussing you out because you voted for Trump or you voted for Biden or whatever. That's none of that is okay. None of that is appropriate. None of that is right. It's not okay that you started a great business with your friend and y'all started fighting and now the business is dead because y'all couldn't resolve the issue. Lots of wealth gets lost that way. I use like rock groups and stuff as an example. You know, you look at New Edition, they had great conflict resolution skill. One guy I interviewed on the AOL Black Voices show one time was Michael Bivins. And Michael Bivins, I'm gonna speculate. I don't know all the members of New Edition. One of them was in this class, and I don't know if he's here today, the tall one, Ronnie, and he's a very nice guy. But the other ones, I don't know the story behind it, but I know Bobby Brown was interesting. He was kind of a wild guy. And what I really admire is the way somebody in that group, and I bet it was Michael Bivins because he seems like a leader. When I met him, he seemed like a real leadership prone kind of person. But somebody got them to resolve their conflicts. Somebody got them to realize that they were better together than they were trying to all be solo. Because you remember, they've gone in all different directions. I think Johnny was solo, Ralph was solo, Bobby was solo, and then you have the other three, Belle Biv DeVoe, led by Michael Bivins again, right? Who actually ended up being more successful than any of these more talented artists. Because everybody knows Belle Biv DeVoe could not sing like Johnny Gill. They couldn't perform like Bobby Brown. They couldn't sing like Ralph Transvant, but they became really successful. Why? Well, because somebody said we better work together because we can't do this by ourselves. None of those guys in Belle Biv DeVoe. Let's tell me the truth. Some of y'all, if you're young, you may not remember this, but I want you to go back and look at it, look it up. But tell me if you remember this. None of those guys in Belle Biv DeVoe were all that talented. And if Ron, if you're in the class, brother, I'm not making fun of you. I'm this is really a compliment, so please don't get offended. But seriously, they weren't as talented as I mean, but then again, it's not a knock against them. I mean, Johnny Gill could sing his voice was amazing. Ralph Tresvant, same thing. So what I'm saying to you is that I want you to really look at these real life examples to understand the economic benefits that come with putting your ego to the side and working together and seeing the bigger picture. It took consciousness for this to happen. It doesn't happen by accident typically. There are so many other groups from 3 6 Mafia to the Ghetto Boys to a lot of groups that they could be touring and making millions of dollars right now, but they can't tour because they can't get along. Outcast has been, Outcast could have made at least $100 million by now. But for whatever reason, Andre and Big Boy are not on the same page. So when you can't collaborate, you're losing money. You're giving wealth away when you can't collaborate. So what I would encourage you to do is learn the skills of a collaborative person. Learn those skills. I'm not a master at it. Because I don't collaborate as much as I should. I'd like to, but trauma gets in the way. It affects all of us. I'm a heavily traumatized person. So if you ever see Boyce acting a fool or Boyce messing up, just know that Boyce's trauma's kicking in because I was high on the trauma scale and I'm trying to work through that. Ain't none of us got this figured out. What matters in my view is just doing your best to try to keep growing. You got to keep growing. They say that when you stop growing, you start dying. And in some areas, our community's dying because people don't want to grow. You got what Dr. Claude Anderson refers to as need to grows. He calls them need to grows. I don't want to be a need to grow. I want to learn how to be a collaborative person, how to be a helpful teammate. Like when I think about family and I think about what my role is as a father, I'm thinking, how can I be the person that when I come in the room, everybody's day gets better? How can I be the person that's going to have a good answer for you for a question or something motivational to say, something that's going to propel you forward in a direction that you want to go, that's going to help you stay on the path? Like, how can I be that person? And so to some extent, maybe I decided it's fun to kind of be like a cheerleader because kids need confidence, right? So I love cheering on the kids and saying, you're great at this. You can be amazing at this. Oh my God, keep practicing. You got this, and it's a little bit weird, a little bit fanatical, but that's my own little way of trying to be a good teammate. What I don't want to be is that father who traumatizes everybody and harms other people and causes people to have to spend $20,000 in therapy because they're overcoming the horrible things that their father did. And to me, that when that happens, that's due to a lack of consciousness on the part of the father. That's when the father is not aware of the impact of his behavior, the impact of his actions. And I think a lot of that can come from the fact that you never healed. So a lot of times the reason healing is very important is because what you'll find is that when you go to healing and therapy and all that, you'll become much more aware, self-aware, you'll become aware of your environment. And what's happening is your consciousness is rising up. Okay. And this will translate to your economics, I promise you, because you'll see the bigger picture. And then the hard part of that though is that because everybody else isn't doing it, you're gonna end up looking like a weirdo because you're gonna see things other people won't see. That's why I think it's very important to add in as part of your consciousness to get around other conscious people because they're gonna get it. You can say, I was thinking the other day that it seems like we always do this, but it always turns into that. And they'll go, yeah, you're right. I thought about the same thing. You want people like that. You don't want people that are gonna be like, what are you talking about? Just pass the potato chips, Igga. Give me the show's coming on. Where's the beer at? Like that's irritating. I don't enjoy that, right? So anyway, let me. Yeah, I did say we were going to answer some questions. Let me finish up. So sturdy stood for systems, technology, entrepreneurship, relationships, and delegation. Delegation is an important part of systematic thinking. What you'll find is that when you go on that journey toward wealth, first thing they teach you is how to work hard. I think black people were very good at working hard. We work harder than everybody else. But then eventually you realize you can't work any harder. You're working 40 hours a week, then 50, then 60, then 70, then 80, especially if you're an entrepreneur. But then you realize that you hit your peak. You can't go further without it significantly diminishing your quality of life. So how about as a fundamental skill early in life, we teach children about delegation. Delegation is just teamwork. Delegation is realizing that you can't be good at everything. You can't be in all places at once. You can't do everything all the time for everybody. And so what you do is you get teammates and you have good relationships with the teammates and you develop systems that allow you to pass tasks on so that you don't have to try to do everything yourself. Because some of y'all start businesses and you end up being the CEO, the marketing director, the janitor and the secretary, right, all at once, and that's hard to do. I've seen really talented people who could do amazing things, who just lack the ability to delegate and to have teamwork. I will say, for example, I'll say it. Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson is a brilliant speaker, but I think that he's missed a lot of his potential because Umar Johnson doesn't delegate very well. He doesn't collaborate very well. And a lot of that is driven by, in my view, ego. Right? If you want to be the king of everything all the time and dominate other people in a significant way, then you're not really going to be very good to collaborate with. Kanye West had that same problem when I met with him, and Donald Trump seems to have that problem a little bit, even though he does have a bigger team. I don't know exactly the intricacies of his team, but a lot of it is about attitude. It's about being able to have respect for other people, to empathize. Empathy is a word that is used a lot by Dr. Nicole Price. She just did a TED talk, a brilliant TED talk in at Morehouse. And Nicole and I, we're not on the same page in a lot of political issues, but I respect her immensely because when she talks about empathy, it's really something worth looking into. If you understand empathy and you use it in a positive way, because it's power. You could manipulate people with it if you want to, but if you are using it in a good way, it really helps you get a whole lot more stuff done because you kind of learn just these basic ideas like the whole world, everything and about you. You learn how to see the world from other people's perspective. Empathy would allow a Trump supporter to sit down with a Harris supporter and talk to each other, which does not happen in America. So America, as Dr. Price says, and I agree with her, we need an empathy revolution. I really um I get it if you don't like somebody else's ideas, but I think you're probably smarter if you take the time to try to understand them than you are by trying to lecture them and make them like you, because it ain't gonna work anyway. You sit and argue with people that are already stuck in their way of thinking. It's not, you're not gonna make any progress. You're just gonna get stressed out. So why not just listen? Let them rail, and then after they feel heard, what will happen is they're gonna start listening to you. As Pastor Kevin Cosby used to say, he says, "Before you correct, you must connect." And that's true for children, it's true for people, it's true for life, it's true in business, it's true in politics, it's true in everything. So connect, All right. So let me I'm answer a few more questions. Just a quick reminder, don't forget the All Black National Convention is going to be October 25th through the 27th. So if you'd like to join us in Chicago for the number one gathering of intelligent Black people on the planet, it is not corporate sponsored, it is not sponsored by the Democrat or the Republican parties. We don't do none of that stuff. You can be Democrat, you're welcome. If you are Republican, you are welcome. If you're independent, you're welcome. If you don't vote, you are welcome. All that we ask is that you are Black first. Be one, Black first. That means that you agree with us that that serving our community and doing things for our people is the most important thing that we can do. And again, if you agree with that, then I don't care. I don't care if you're married to a white guy or a white woman. Like I don't know. There's people that come, they bring their little white spouse, and I'm like, hey, we can use all hands on deck, and it's totally fine. So it's amazing. We have experts of all backgrounds that are going to be there, family members, excellent parents like Dr. Mary Stoddard, who was raised as she was a sharecropper growing up, has 17 brothers and sisters in deep poverty. All 17 of them graduated from college. And then also she raised five children with her husband, Dr. Marcus Stoddard, and all five of her children have PhDs or MDs, all five of them, every single one of them. Now, I hope you agree with me that these are the people we need to learn from. When we study parenting, I don't want to read some book written by some white dude at Harvard. I want to learn from Dr. Stoddard. I want to learn, okay, how do you raise kids like that? How do you raise excellent Black children in a world where we're taught that Black excellence doesn't exist or that Black people just can't do it? So long story short, these are the types of people that we bring in, that we look for. Another brother, Cody Ransom. I met Cody because he was doing tours on Black Wall Street, and I invited Cody to the convention. Cody he understands the real story behind Black Wall Street at a level that is not in any movie or any book anywhere. Like it's absolutely amazing when he breaks down the whole Black Wall Street situation, what happened during, after, all the stuff that's not really included in the reports. So Cody is another person that we brought into the Black Business School because he just gets it. Asada Moore, a sister, she runs something called the Black Math Genius Program. She works with Freddie Taylor, who runs Urban Intellectuals, and Freddie is very fanatical about Black history and making sure that we know our history and know who we are. And he's taught that to millions of our people. And then Asada Moore has been for 30 years teaching Black children how to be outstanding in mathematics. She takes them to the highest levels. She sets the highest standards. She does not believe that because you are Black, that somehow you're supposed to be in the slow kids class. Because if you go to a lot of these schools, tell me if you've seen this. If you go to a lot of these public schools, you go into the class of the slow kids or the kids that are diagnosed with some sort of being mentally slow or whatever. It ends up being like full of Black kids. That's what they do. They curse you with low expectations. I mean, I get it. If you have a deficiency, fine, but your deficiency is not going to be helped if I enable the deficiency. If I tell you to give up on life and I tell you to not even try anymore. I had a cousin that was in one of those slow classes, and I remember I asked him, I said, well, what do you do at school all day? He said, we just sit in the room and the lady reads to us. So he graduated high school and couldn't even read because they diagnosed him in a certain way when he was 7 years old. But he could do everything else. He was able to get girls pregnant, play video games, play basketball, and do all these other things. But yet somehow you can't even learn how to read. So this is what they're doing to our kids. They're killing the community because these young men and young women are the ones who are going to grow up and give birth to babies and supposedly provide with your daughters and your sons, and it's not acceptable. How about that? It's not acceptable. So, if you want to join the convention, feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. I guarantee you it'll change your life. You're going to meet people there that you've never met before. And that's what we're doing. And we're getting it done. We're making it happen. All right. So, anyway, let me answer a couple more questions in the Q&A section. If you want to come into the private Zoom, I'm only looking at the questions that are inside the Zoom. So if you want to join the private Zoom tomorrow and you're listening, say on YouTube or something like that, just text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I will send you an invitation tomorrow and you can join us inside the private Zoom tomorrow morning. All right, so let's see here. Gail says, can you explain how to start the $5 a day plan? Step one, step two, step three. Great question. Okay, first thing is the $5 a day plan is at blackwealthmasterplan.com. It's totally free. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. Here's how the $5 a day plan works, and then here's how you implement it. The $5 a day plan basically says that any person of any income level who can find a way to invest $5 a day, which is actually less than the cost of a McDonald's value meal, it's less than the cost of a Popeye's chicken value meal. If you can invest $5 a day, then even if you randomly pick stocks in the S&P 500, after 10 years, based on history, you can't predict the stock market, but based on history, you would have after 10 years roughly $29,000 in liquid wealth. After 20 years, you'd have roughly $100,000 in liquid wealth. After 30 years, roughly $250,000. After 40 years, you have roughly 750,000. This solves the black wealth problem. This solves the problem for any family that has just consistency. Buy your stocks and don't sell them. How do you implement it? Very easy. You can open up an app like on Robinhood, Acorns, anywhere else, and then have it automatically deposit about, let's say, $5 a day, which would be $150 a month. You can do it monthly or you can do it weekly. It's up to you. You don't have to do it daily. I call it $5 a day because that's the title. But really, it could be $5 a day was also $35 a week or $150 a month, one of those two. So if you put in automatically deposit $150 a month into your account and then have that 150 automatically purchase uh, any of a wide range of ETFs. The ones that I refer people to first are VOO, Victor Oscar Oscar, or SPY, Sierra Papa Yankee, Sierra Papa Yankee, SPY, or VOO, Victor Oscar Oscar. If you do that consistently and you just don't sell and you do your 150 a month, just like you do your car note, just like you do your cell phone bill, just like you do every other bill that you have, then over time you will build wealth. After a decade, you won't be in poverty anymore because there's nobody who has $20,000 or $30,000 liquid in an account that can say that they're poor anymore. So this solves the poverty problem, and it solves it in a way that is so easy that even a monkey can do it. Burton Malkiel in 1971 taught monkeys to invest by having them do very simple things like that, and the monkeys had more money than working class people. And so don't think investing is complex or hard. It's much easier than you think. And the biggest mistake you can make when it comes to investing is to not do it at all. Now, for those of you that get it, for those of you that have it, then I don't think 150 a month is appropriate. 150 a month is the bare minimum. That's the number I picked for all the Negro naysayers I had to deal with. Negro naysayers are people who find a problem with every solution. So I had lots of Negro naysayers who'd say, black people can't afford to invest. You being uppity telling black people to invest. Investing's for white people. Investing's for rich people. Investing's for people who got college degrees. I said, okay, all right. So let's start with $5 a day. I said, I literally would ask them, I said, can black people afford chicken? And when I asked them, can black people afford chicken? You can't say no because we single-handedly support half the chicken in the Popeyes wouldn't exist if it wasn't for black people. So you can't. So basically, I said, okay, let's do $5 a day. Let's see what happens if you do that, the bare minimum. And that's what you get. That's how you can build wealth, even at that low level. But truth be told, think about it. I'm talking about 150 a month. A lot of y'all got car notes that are $700-800 a month. So what if you cared as much about your legacy, and what if you cared as much about your family's wealth and your family's future as you care about that car in your driveway that's going to be worthless in 5 or 6 years? What if you cared as much about your children as you care about paying the cell phone bill every month? Seriously, I'm not making fun of you. I'm just giving you facts. Well, if that's the case, then you wouldn't be doing 150 a month. You'd be doing 600 a month. 4x that, the amount that people spend on their car note. You do 600 a month, then after 10 years, based on history, you're not talking about $29,000. You're talking about 120,000. After 20 years, you're not talking about 100,000. You're closing at 350, 400,000. After 30 years, you're not talking about $250,000 anymore. You're talking about $1 million. You got a million liquid, just for one short, brief sacrifice of less than a generation. And then if you protect those assets properly and going into the next generation, then your family doesn't have any economic problems at all. Okay, it's very easy to solve, but you just have to do it, and you have to stop feeling sorry for yourself and take action. Okay. Anyway, all right, let's keep going. Okay, Jamila, and by the way, I do have a stock market investing class if you want to take a look. It's theblackstockmarketprogram.com, THE. That's theblackstockmarketprogram.com. The first month is free. All right, don't forget the THE. All right, Jamila Stone says, is a multi-asset income a mutual fund? In your opinion, is a multi-asset income a mutual fund? I'm not sure I understand that question, Jamila. A multi-asset income, a mutual fund. No, a mutual fund is basically where you buy one asset and it represents a collection of stocks. So it's almost like I have a multivitamin here, and if I take that one vitamin, it's got a lot of nutrients in it. I don't have to go take independent pills to get every single thing. The multivitamin has everything in it. So a mutual fund has a bunch of different stocks in there. So you're getting a piece of a bunch of different industries all with one share. Okay. Just like a multivitamin. Okay. Now, by the way, those ticker symbols were VOO and SPY. Somebody type that in the chat. If anybody asks and they say, can you repeat that? If you could help me with that, I'd appreciate it. I don't want to trigger my ADHD. In your opinion, is it worth investing to build wealth? Yes, mutual funds are a great way to get started, and it makes it very easy. Desmond's asking, what do you think about Krispy Kreme? I don't have stocks in front of me, Desmond, so I can't do that. Well, we do Stock Market Tuesdays, and that's when I can look up stocks and stuff like that. But right now I don't have anything in front of me, so I can't really analyze Krispy Kreme. I don't know how that company's doing right now. How do I contact LeVar Scott's team? I'm not sure, but if you email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, support at theblackbusinessschool.com, they can help you, and they can help you with pretty much anything you want to do with your family in the Black Business School. So that's support at theblackbusinessschool.com. Has Mr. Cody come to the platform before? Yes, Barbara, he has. He was here last year, and we invited him back again this year, and I'm going to hopefully try to get him to the All Black National Convention because when he tells you about Black Wall Street, you'll realize no matter even if you think you know the story, you really don't know the story. That's why I reached out to partner with Cody because I went to Tulsa to visit some friends and family, and he gave just this tour, and I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. This guy, he knows so much stuff. Is mobile notary still available? I don't know if it's open right now, Kendrick, I'm sorry. But email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and you can ask them. Andre Hatchett is our partner in the mobile notary program. He teaches people how to basically become mobile notaries. I needed one yesterday. I needed documents signed, and a lady came to the house and I signed the documents and she got her money and left after about 20 minutes. Let's see. What's the lady's name who raised successful kids? Her name's Dr. Mary Stoddard, Stoddard. She lives in Louisville, Kentucky. Let's see. David Hawkins, Map of Consciousness, friendly reminder. Is that a book? The David Hawkins Map of Consciousness book? I don't. Um, I'll write it down. I'll write it down. All right. And by the way, if you ask, I can't answer questions about individual stocks or anything just because I don't have any information in front of me to look at it. So we can do that though during Stock Market Tuesdays. Jamila, which annuity calculator would you recommend? They all kind of work the same, Jamila. If you look up annuity calculator, it's out there. And basically with annuities, you have formulas where you can either pull out the annuity amount, the amount that will be required to either build a certain amount in the future, or you have what they call present value of annuity calculators. And annuity calculators in various forms mathematically, that's how you value any financial asset. You can value a share of stock with an annuity calculator. You can value an asteroid with a with a an annuity calculator. Let's see, Dave Joseph. Every 4 years, Black people, include intelligent Black people, vote for the better master. Why? Because I think that we habits. I think we just kind of do what other people did. We follow people even if what they're doing doesn't make sense. So it's like, well, my grandma voted for so and so, so I'm going to do the same thing. I don't think we think about it that much. Does Dr. Stoddard have parenting books? Asked Deborah. No, she does not have any parenting books, but she gave a great lecture last year, and I believe she's coming this year, bringing I think two or three of her kids with her. And that's why I just looked at the schedule and I saw I have the whole team's working on it. It's really teamwork. It's not me. I can't plan all that by myself. And I saw her on the list, and I also saw her two of her daughters, Dr. Shauna Stoddard and another one of her daughters. They're all doctor. And I just really think this is the model. This is the framework. This is what we should be studying. I don't want to. I don't. I just think it's really interesting, just almost insulting that we really think that white people have to educate us, and they're not even doing a very good job. I'm like, who told us that we can't educate our own kids? When did we decide that? That's the part that's weird to me because I don't know. I mean, that's colonization. That's what that pretty much is. But anyway, let's not get too radical. But y'all get what I'm saying. Kay Collier, please know schools were or are paid a lot of money for kids being labeled. The more labels, the more money. Yep, that is true. That is true. When they get labeled, they get paid for that. And this is when they're claiming to help you. This is when they're claiming to be allies to Black people. And that's not an ally when you are telling a child that they're limited. And what you're kind of doing is you're containing them, you're controlling them. Right. Anyway, we'll go into that later. Let's see. Antonio, would it be a good move to close out a deferred compensation account to sell options using what you teach? I can't give I'm not I can't give investing advice. I don't give investing advice on the platform, Antonio. But I have seen people, take other money from other accounts and purchase some stock and generate a very significant amount of income by selling the options on that stock. I have seen that. I've seen people get HELOCs. I've seen people take a little bit of money out of their savings account. But remember, when you talk about what we do with options, it's not a matter of like it's not a matter of you generating all the income you can generate. You only need a certain amount of income to pay bills. The rest should be invested so it can grow. So I'm not a fan of taking all of my money and using that for my option strategy. I just use enough so that I can generate enough cash every week to be able to pay stuff. And so if you're interested in this sort of thing, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. That's the program. That's all we talk about is generating income with stocks and options and managing the risk and building the portfolio. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. And I see Aisha Verzies in the chat. Aisha is a great supporter of the school. And she also, if you're interested in things like IULs and or insurance policies, things like that, her phone number is here. I'll just say it out loud. Write it. Feel free to write it down. It's in the chat. Her number is 626-340-5746. 626-340-5746. So Aisha is a great woman, and I respect her a lot. And I think she's going to be at the convention if you want to meet her directly as well. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Paige says, please repeat the stocks and symbols again. I think it was VOO and SPY. Let's see. Heather, have we discussed Warren Buffett's $1 billion plus sale? This is my first day this week. No, I didn't know. What did he sell? What did he sell? I didn't see Buffett sold things. I might have missed that one. All right. Am I buying the CrowdStrike dip? No, I'm not. I think that their issue was more of a fundamental issue, and it's not something I really want to invest in. What if I sell my $70 a week plan, which is 6 years old, to join your Prime program? You've always chosen not to sell. What if I sell my $70 a week plan, which is 6 years old, to join your Prime? I'm not sure what that means exactly, Michael. Feel free to email support at theblackbusinessschool.com if you have something specifically that you'd like to share with us. I didn't follow the question, so my apologies for that. Sean, what is options day and how does it affect the price? You talking about the triple witching hour, when different kinds of options all expire at the same time. Well, the triple witching hour, which happens, I don't know how often it happens. I got to go look that up, but basically it's where a bunch of contracts come into maturity at the same time and a bunch of things happen at once. And that causes a lot of chaos in the options market, which is good because of liquidity and a lot of trading, but it can also create a lot of volatility, which means prices going up and down and going crazy. But I'll look that up and you can ask me about it again, and I'll give you more insight on that. Leslie, VOO is $500 a share. Can we buy fractional shares? Yes, you can. You can buy $5 worth. You don't have to pay $500. Is last night's presentation available? Email support at theblackbusinessschool.com and they can give you a way to get access to it. That's support at theblackbusinessschool.com. Yeah, the Math Genius program, we've merged that with our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program so that the kids will not just have the financial skills, but they have the math skill as well. And just make sure you're also on the email list and stuff like that, or the text list, and we can send that presentation out if you guys want to take a look and see what Miss Asada Moore had to say. She was really, really good. It was really powerful. And if you're not on the text list, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. Or if you live overseas, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. Sean, are you bullish on Tesla with the earnings report being released? No, I'm not. I'm not bullish because I think Elon Musk is a huge risk factor. Because that guy could die any day because he works so hard. And then also I don't know. So if one thing goes wrong, he gets arrested or something, because I just feel like he's so political. that I feel like that's going to be dangerous for him. And but then again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's smart enough to navigate all that. And I also am not. I'm also skeptical of. So first off, he's losing his margins in the EV market. The Chinese are coming in and they're eating his lunch. And then second of all, he's making these massive investments in AI and these big promises, like all the Tesla drivers will be able to use their cars as robo taxis. I just don't believe it. I just don't. I think he tends to exaggerate what he'll be able to do in a certain amount of time, and he's usually wrong. And I just don't feel as confident in him or his companies as I did before. But I think he's going to do some amazing things like with SpaceX and all that. And and I hope he does, keeps doing those things. I want him to really open that door for us to get to Mars. Maybe AI will do it. I wonder when we get to where we have artificial general intelligence and AI at a very high level. I wonder if that's going to open the door to us understanding space travel and all that stuff. Like, I think the first things we'll send to Mars will be AI robots. We already have, but I think really advanced ones that can literally build up entire cities and get everything ready for the humans. That to me will be safer than having a bunch of people go out there. All right. So, Sean, I know you can't look at stocks right now, but Mara is down 20% this week. Yeah. Well, that Mara, MARA, that went up because Trump had got, Trump got his ear shot off, and he's pro crypto, and so all the companies related to crypto went up. Now the momentum has shifted. Now that Kamala has really come in hard and raised all this money, and they've stolen the momentum from the Republicans. So I think that is what drove Mara down. So yeah, these stocks are very volatile. So be careful. The convention website, Eureka, it is allblacknationalconvention.com. Somebody type that in the chat for me, please. It's allblacknationalconvention.com. Allblacknationalconvention.com. Can we watch the convention through Zoom? Not this year, Helena. We don't have that set up. If that changes, we'll let you know. But right now, we don't have the digital option. We have the live event only. That's because we have to keep the cost down. These things can be so expensive. AC Salam says the system steals children, especially from widowed single mothers, to use them as guinea pigs and get paid by the pharmaceutical industry. Well, you said it. I didn't. Jessica, I have 3 children. Should I invest using 3 separate accounts or one account and give instructions for distribution in a trust? I would use one account and I would not tell the kids that it's their money. I would say this is my money and this is the family's money. So remember, when you're building wealth for your kids, you're not just sacrificing for other people. Remember, your kids are a part of you, and you're all on the same team. So enjoy the money too. Like, you have the right to be protected by that wealth until you hand it to them. Do you understand? Like, if I build a house for my children, that doesn't mean I have to live outside. You understand? I can live in the house until I pass it over to them, and I don't even have to say, "Well, I'm building this house just for you." That's I think a myth about the whole wealth building process is everybody tends to see it as a sacrifice. Like, I'm going to, really go through a lot of hell to make sure that my kids are doing well. And I applaud you if you feel that way. That's wonderful of you, but you could take care of you too. Because if you and I truly believe we're in the same ecosystem, and we truly believe that we're connected, and we truly believe we're giving to each other, then me taking care of me is also me taking care of you, and you taking care of you is you taking care of me, and then we also take care of each other. Do you understand? It's an ecosystem. So believe me, I have no problem taking care of Boyce. I have no problem making sure Boyce is mentally and physically well. I have no problem building boundaries to make sure Boyce is safe and good and at peace, because I know that when Boyce is at his best, Boyce is gonna really pour back into the space, into the communities in which he operates. I'm really gonna be a great husband because I am a healthy, healed, happy human being. Do you understand? So the same thing is true with wealth. When you build for yourself, you're building for your children. When you build for your children, you're building for yourself. It's supposed to be connected. Who told you that it's separate? Who told you that doing for your kids means you can't do for you? I want you to do for you. I want you to take care of you. I want you to live a nice life. I want you to have nice things. You can have that and still allow the babies to enjoy it as well. Remember, wealth is like a house. You build a beautiful house, you get to live in it, and then when you're done with it, you pass it to someone else. Do you understand? That's what wealth is. So build a house of wealth and don't worry about who owns it. Right now, you own it. As far as I'm concerned, you own it. If you out here chopping the wood and putting the bricks and everything in place and building that cabin up, that's your house. Your kids can live there with you so you can all enjoy it together, but it's not going to be their house until you decide that you want to give it to them because you no longer need it. I think that's the best way to look at it, instead of looking at it as like, oh, I'm going to go through hell so I can sacrifice for my kids. F them kids. I'm playing. Let's not go that far. But really, like seriously, no, it ain't. It's not a sacrifice game. I don't, and I also will say my bias is like I never understood like this idea that kids owe nothing to their parents at all. I don't understand that mainly because one day you're going to get old and you're going to need help. And I just don't understand the logic of someone who says I don't, this person who took care of me and changed my diapers and fed me for 20 years, I care nothing about the fact that they are 85 years old in a home somewhere and lonely and sick and tired and broken and struggling. I just don't get that. I'm not saying that, I'm not judging nobody's situation, but seriously, it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't have to be that way. I think it's okay for us to be there for each other. All right, so let's keep going. Um, Calvin, okay, a few more questions. Oh, y'all got the questions coming. I'm getting it's a lot of work here. All right, so Calvin says any tax strategies for reducing tax obligation with stock portfolio investments. Well, make sure you know the difference between realized gains and non-realized gains. I would talk to my financial advisor about tax deferred investments as well. Also, just understanding some of those basics of the tax code, like having LLCs and things like that, can make a big difference in terms of minimizing the tax burden. That's where I would start. Oh, Buffett sold Bank of America. Oh, that's right. I did see that. Um, I don't make much of it, honestly. There's not much to say about that. I think Bank of America is still a solid company though. Let's see here. And you don't know why he sold it. Maybe he announced something, but you don't know why. It doesn't. I don't think he believes the Bank of America is a bad company. I just think he's just made a decision. I've been investing $70 a week. You've always said not to sell for my granddaughter to join the. Oh, got it. Okay, so, um, yeah. Well, you know what, Michael, I would say it. It's really a personal decision. The Prime program. I think if you go to drboyceprime.com, I don't know what the fee is on the page, but I think that what I ask the students to consider is I just say make a simple comparison. Think of it like um, don't think of it like you did with college. With college, you spent a ton of money, and some of you feel like you overspent. You spent more than you actually gained. You gave $200,000, but you didn't get what you wanted. I don't want you to think about anything in the Black Business School that way. I'd like for you to consider with Prime, okay, if the amount that you spend, that you invest to be in the program, is not super exceeded by the amount of income that you're earning from the things that we talk about and the tips I give and the things we share, then I don't want you there. You shouldn't be there. I want it to be a profitable, positive ROI move for you. I want you to not say I did this because I like Boyce, or even just I did this because I want to learn from Boyce, which you will learn. But I also want you to say I made money because of this. I'm doing better because of this. And there are Prime students in here that and y'all can feel free to make comments and talk about your experience. But there are a lot of Prime students in here where I know I've sat down with them, in class, and then sometimes I would do one-on-ones where I can show them specifically, okay, this is how you can have more money on Monday. And it's very easy to do because this is one of those superpowers you get when you have a PhD in this stuff. So there you go, El Haj. Thank you, El Haj. There you go. So there's some comments right there. So feel free to talk to them, and I want them to be honest. I don't want nobody out here lying for me. I'm not here trying to, pull a fast one on anybody. But I really think this is something worth looking at. I don't just think it would be good for a lot of you, but I think it would be great for your children to have this skill at an early age. In fact, if I could go back in time and have this be the only thing I did in high school, it would be that. Okay. So a couple more questions. And the URL is drboyceprime.com if you want to take a look. Dr. Boyce Prime. All right. Leslie Hughes, how much would you say is an adequate amount to have in long-term investments before we start Prime? Um, there's no specific number, Leslie. It kind of just depends on how you want to operate. I personally don't put more than say 25% of my wealth toward my options portfolio. So that might be a benchmark. Let's see. If you have CrowdStrike in your portfolio, would you sell them off? Um, no, I would probably just hold it. I would hold it because it's probably there may be an overreaction to the bad news on CrowdStrike. Let's see, where did we find how to develop an investment group? If you email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, if you're in the Black Stock Market Program or in Prime, that information is in there, but it may be hard to find because we kind of give you a lot of material. So feel free to email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. Okay, I'm gonna answer one more question, then we're gonna have to bounce out for today because we've been here an hour and 15 minutes. Lalani says Buffett sold his Bank of America stock. Why is he trying to free up that money to buy? Okay. That's a good question. I will say this, and this is the last thing we'll talk about, and then we'll bounce out for today. There is a growing group of people that believes that the market could be in for a major, major drop. I just read an article from a guy who became famous because he predicted these drops in the past. That does not mean he's right this time, but he believes that some of these stocks could be cut in half. And so, one thing I would say is that the hard part about those kinds of predictions is that you don't know when it's going to happen. That like there was a guy who knew in 2015, 2016 that the Chinese real estate market was just a big bubble. He knew that they were on some major BS and that the loans that they were making did not have the credit rating that they appeared to have, that they were on thin ice, economically speaking. He predicted this in 2015 and 2016. Everyone told him he was crazy. The prices kept going up. He set up a short position. He got hammered. He lost $1 billion on this short position because the bubble kept on growing. But he ended up being correct around 2022, 2023. The crack showed, and you had companies like Evergrande in China have some of the largest bankruptcies in human history, and because everything he said was correct. But he didn't really make a lot of money from his prediction because he predicted it too soon, and he invested in the bubble or the bubble bursting too soon. So timing is the really hard part about this. So one way to kind of be prepared without having to time anything, because market timing is really hard to do, is to maybe go in and get some strategies in place that'll protect you just in case that things collapse. That's what put options are for. That's what stop loss orders are for. Things like that. I did a whole training on that, on 7 different ways to protect your portfolio from what I think will be a major decline in the next few months, the next year. It's at stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com. All the materials are yours. I did a whole training on it. There's slides and everything else. And so feel free to go to stormproofinvesting.com if you want to check that out. Okay, guys, I'm going to get out of here. I hope you guys have a great day. Tomorrow morning, we're going to meet again for class. And if you're not on the text list, text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. And also tonight, if you like Powernomics, as you know, Wednesday night, every Wednesday, we read Dr. Claude Anderson books. And so we're reading his book, The Black History Reader, which I think is really important right now, given that we're dealing with this whole election thing. I think that hearing from the elders like him is really important. So we're going to meet tonight at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. So if you're interested in Powernomics, you want to be a part of that, then feel free to join us tonight. I'll just text, if you're on the original text list, I'll just text you guys a link and you can join us tonight. And next week I may have to cancel because we're doing our trip to Egypt, and I got to get on a plane and go fly and start getting ready for that trip. And again, it's the trip sold out, but we are going to do another one to South Africa. And so around the time of the convention, we'll give you the details on that once I talk to Jay and set that up. All right. Have a good day, everybody. Sorry, guys. What's going on? I hope you guys can hear me now. Let me know if you can hear me okay. Welcome to drboycetv.com, and also welcome to what is going to be Money in the Morning. I want to apologize to everybody who comes to the Money in the Morning class. I am currently on a world tour, a whirlwind tour all throughout Europe, and apparently the way the schedule was made, it was made in a way where it was always each day the travel interferes with my ability to make it to class, and it's driving me crazy. It's stressing me out. I wish I had planned this in advance. And so I want to just say give a sincere apology to everybody who joins us for the Money in the Morning class, because I miss you guys and I really like talking to you every day. And I hate the fact that I've had to cancel 2 classes so far, and I'm going to have to cancel class tomorrow because every day the train happens to run at the same time that we have class. Do I sound frustrated? I don't know if I sound frustrated or not, but I am. I'm very frustrated because I'm like, why are we traveling when I told you I wanted to have my class? So in case you don't know, every morning we do financial consciousness training. Money in the Morning, I train you on the art of economic elevation, and it's free. It's 100% free. So if you'd like to join us, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. Now, right now I'm in Brussels, and my Wi-Fi in Brussels, the Wi-Fi when you travel can be a little bit shaky. So I'd like to do a quick audio check. Give me a quick yes if you can hear me. Everybody that can hear me, give me a yes in the chat. Let me know I'm coming through okay. I see Dragonfly Jones and Gerald Rogers. He says, yes, you sound frustrated. Okay, so that means you can hear me. Great. Yeah. I am mad. I really irritated because I get pumped up every morning when we're talking and we're doing, you know, our economic conversation. And I just believe that Black people, I think that when we're on point, we can be the best that we can be. And I see economics as a competition. And I think that we should not be losing that competition. We're supposed to be the winners. So the way you win a competition is you fight. You have to fight. You can't sit around whining and moaning and bitching all the time. You got to get out here and go hustle. Go get something done. Get up and get out and get something, you know, make something happen. So anyway, that's what Powernomics is all about. And I just spoke to Dr. Claude Anderson a little while ago, who's the godfather of Powernomics. He's the guy, he's the originator, he's the alpha, and I don't know what I am, but I'm not the alpha of this. I'm not the alpha or the omega. I'm not the, you know, I'm not the first or the last, but he is one of the great ones in this space. And one thing Dr. Anderson said, I asked him, I said, what do you think about this election? He said, I don't give a damn about the election. He said, I'm voting for Black people. He doesn't care about the Trump or Biden stuff. He cares about Black wealth. He cares about Black people doing what we can economically. And I can tell you, and this was really on my mind, and I wanted to kind of talk to you guys about this today. There is a lot going on with this election. I think the Republicans are having their convention right now. The Democrats are dealing with whether or not Joe Biden should be, whether or not Joe Biden should be the nominee or not. And I can just tell you, I find it really interesting, though, that you don't really see when they bring up the African-American community. Has anybody else noticed that they don't really talk about Black wealth? Has anybody noticed that when they talk about the Black community, they don't really talk about reparations? They don't talk about what you're owed. They don't talk about really doing anything tangible for you. They just talk about sort of saying that, you know, we're better than the other guys. The other guys hate you more than we do, and you know, you all, you know, either the Democrats are kind of like the pimp who says, "Oh, you need to be loyal to me because I've been your pimp for all this time," and the Republicans are the ones who say, "No, ho, look at how bad that pimp is treating you. You need to come work for me." But either way, though, a pimp is a pimp is a pimp. And I heard my good friend Dr. Nicole Price give a TED talk in Morehouse, and she was talking about learning empathy from a pimp. And I want to talk about Dr. Price. And by the way, if you have not seen Dr. Price's TED Talk at Morehouse, you should really watch it. I think empathy is something that we can learn from. In fact, let me see if I can find the title of it, because she had sent me a link and I watched it. I was really impressed. She's a great speaker. She's spoken at the All Black National Convention before. And the title of her TED Talk is "What a Pimp Taught Me About Empathy." And so y'all should go look it up. What a Pimp Taught Me About Empathy. And what Dr. Price seemed to be saying, and I cannot summarize all of her words because she's so smart. It's hard to capture everything an intelligent Black woman is thinking. But basically is she basically saying that, you know, pimps be pimping. And that part of pimping, yep, we know pimps be pimping. And part of pimping is knowing how to connect to your pain point, right? Well, a lot of pimping is being able to put themselves in your shoes and find out what's harming you, what's frustrating you, and then selling you a dream that's going to hopefully elevate you out of your painful condition. It can help you alleviate your suffering. Tell me if you know what I'm saying. Tell me if you get what I'm saying here. Tell me if you understand where I'm going with this. What a pimp will do is a pimp can identify. They have a very high social intelligence. They can look at you and see where you're struggling. You know, they can tell when your pockets are empty. They can tell when your self-esteem is not where it needs to be. They can tell when you don't have nowhere to go. They can tell when you're just not sure what your next move is going to be. They can tell when you have maybe a weakness or a vulnerability or an addiction that they can exploit. They can put themselves in your shoes. So pimps. So what was really interesting about Dr. Price's speech, which I highly recommend everyone go check it out, is she was basically saying that empathy isn't just something that's used by kind, sympathetic human beings. Empathy can be used by sons of bitches that want to manipulate you. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? And I can just tell you that one of the things that these politicians do that's really fascinating is they do a lot of research. They do a lot of studies. They like to study and see what are Black people mad about. Where are Black people hurting? Or Black people, their families are falling apart. We're not going to talk about why it happened. We're not talking about the Biden crime bill. We're not going to talk about how to fix it. We're just going to drill. We're just going to put our finger on the wound a little bit and get them to scream in pain, and then tell them that we are the antidote. We are the opiate for the masses. Oh, Black people, they're worried about their Black jobs. They're gonna lose their little Black jobs. They ain't talking about Black ownership. They ain't talking about Black wealth. They're talking about Black jobs. Like, I'm a pharmacist. That's my Black job. Has anybody seen those viral videos? I'm not making fun of it, I promise. But they're like, what is your black job? Well, I'm the head of widgets at White Man Corporation, and I'm the senior project manager at Google. And I get it. I'm not knocking it. I'm not making fun of you if you're in this category. I know there's a lot of professional folks in this room, and I respect you. But Lord, come on, man. Come on, man. I mean, do you understand how weird it makes us look when we take so much pride in working for white people? I'm not making funny. I'm not trying to sit here and act like everybody's perfect in here. We've all done it. I mean, we've all done it. But I'm sitting there saying, man, like you get all your self-esteem from a job title that somebody gave you. They gave you your self-esteem. They looked at you and they said, boy, you showing potential, boy. And because you show so much potential, boy, I'm gonna do you a favor, boy. I'm gonna help you out. I'm gonna make you the middle manager of butt cracks over here in my business and my family business. My family wealth is gonna get built because I know how hard you're gonna work because I made you feel good about yourself, boy. So come on in here. You're kind of one of us, not really, but you kind of are. And that'll be your black job. And I don't like any of that. I'm sorry. I hate that. It drives me crazy because it doesn't mean I have a problem with people that work hard every day. And this is what people do. They're like, oh, you're being uppity. You're being uppity. You're looking down on workers. I'm not looking down on workers. I'm looking down on the pimps. I'm looking down on the people that pimp you into not realizing your full potential. I'm looking down on the people who sold you a dream that was probably 1/3 of the true dream that God had in plan for you, had in store for you. I'm talking about just the people that literally got you were supposed to run a 20-mile race to your potential, and they got you stopping on mile 2. And you're like, I ran 2 miles today. Well, no, God meant for you to run 20, damn it. You're supposed to run a whole marathon, and you happy because you ran the kiddie mile. That's what I really feel. I feel that we can't ever be powerful if we always sitting up underneath somebody who don't even like us. So when you talk about this election, I have to say it a lot so people don't misinterpret. Because what happens is that the Democrats feel like they own black people so much that literally when you literally just say I'm not voting for the Democrats, they automatically say, oh, you must be a Republican. You're a Trump supporter, which I find really fascinating. That's a type of white entitlement, racist white entitlement that we should not accept. This idea that we literally that somebody literally owns your vote so much that when you say I'm not voting for you, they say, oh, that's because you're voting for another person. So that's crazy. That's absolutely ridiculous. And your vote belongs to you, and that's literally something that I wanted to make clear to you so that you don't ever get out here and let anybody intimidate you or do voter intimidation to make you feel like you got to do what they tell you to do. All right. Anyway, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Also, by the way, if you want to join us for Money in the Morning financial consciousness training, you can actually text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948, or go to drboyceelevate.com. Also, I have a new best-selling book called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. If you'd like to go get a copy of that book, you can actually get a copy for 70% off. If you go to drboycebooks.com, and actually, I'm sorry, I think 70%, 60% at very least. I dropped the price a lot to where you're buying it basically at cost, because I want everybody to have a copy. It's a straight up simplified blueprint of what every black family can do to build a generational legacy that will last hundreds of years. When I'm walking all throughout Europe and I see institutions that were built 800 years ago, and I see the constitutions and things that people put together hundreds of years ago to build their communities for their people, I think about us. We are the ancestors, and I ask you that question: how many of you can go with me when I say I think we need to have a dream of what our community will look like in 100 years? We should have a dream of what our community will look like in 300 years. We should have a dream of what our community is going to look like 700 years from now. What is your plan? What are we thinking? Or are we only living for today? So anyway, the 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, you can get a 70% discount. I'm going to give you the code. It's Black Wealth 101. Black Wealth 101. So if you go in there and you order my book, or if you get the study guide, you use the code word Black Wealth 101, all one word, Black Wealth 101. You can actually get 70% off. And again, make sure you use it as one word. Don't type separate words because it won't work. All one word. All right. So let's get back to business on this. I can just tell you that when you talk about Trump and Biden and you're talking about this election, you're really talking about two guys who, for the most part, as usual, haven't really included black wealth into the agenda at all. There's nothing about the Democrat or Republican agenda that I've seen that really will make a substantial difference in terms of black wealth or black economic sovereignty or anything that's actually going to improve the lives of black people. I've talked about that consistently, and I really hope you'll listen. I know DL is mad at me for saying these things. He called me. Somebody sent me my buddy Terrain. I think that's his name. I call him my buddy, but we're allies. How about that? I respect the brother. He said, "Why is DL Hughley so mad at you?" And I said, "I didn't know DL was mad at me. I didn't think DL paid attention to me. Why would DL be paying attention to me?" And he literally sends me a screenshot. And according to Terrain, he said, let me see if I can find it here. Terrain Walker, that's his name. And he says that on his page, he literally wrote, because I made a comment about something. He said, "I've never liked you and have an idea." I think he's saying no idea why you would why your punk ass would be on my page. So I guess he's so mad that his grammar wasn't even right. And then he calls me a clown, which is kind of funny because comedians, last time I checked, comedians are clowns. Like, clowns make people laugh for money. That's what a comedian does. So, just to be technical about it, I can't be. I'm not a clown. I'm a scholar. You're a clown, but I'm not saying you're a clown in a bad way. You're a good clown. You make people laugh. I think he's funny, but you tell jokes for money. That's what you do. So that's kind of what clowns do. But anyway, and then he calls me a dickhead, and I thought that was interesting. So I don't know. According to what Terrain says, that's what I see, and I'm not judging. I don't care. I have no interest in fighting with another black person about who they voted for. I just don't really have time or interest in doing that because I don't think that matters. I think what matters is what are you doing in your own life? What matters is, are you saving your money? What matters is, are you investing for your family? What matters, are you working on your relationships? What matters is, are you trying to build family? What matters is, are you taking care of your physical health? What matters is, are you taking care of your mental health? Because I can guarantee you that under a Trump or Biden administration, any black person in America who is taking care of their physical and mental health, strengthening their relationships by healing, maybe doing things like therapy, and investing and saving their money is going to be just fine. Give me a yes if we can at least agree on that most black people, if they are doing the best that they can do with what they have, saving their money, investing their money, working on relationships, killing generational curses, and taking care of their physical and mental health, they're going to be okay under a Trump presidency, and they're going to be okay under a Biden presidency. And I think that's really important because a lot of times we get caught up in conversations about things like Project 2025, which I did look at it. And if that is something that they're trying to do, I'd be curious to see if they're going to be able to pull it off. I haven't seen any evidence that they could pull it off. It seems to me that they had 4 years. They would have done it already, but whatever, there's always a scare tactic, and I don't doubt that there are right wingers out there who have extreme agendas, and I see left wingers who also have extreme agendas. I think in California, Gavin Newsom just passed some crazy laws about stuff they're trying to do with the kids in the schools. So what you see in American politics is you see extremists against extremists. You see extremism on the right. You see extremism on the left. I'm not really an extremist. I like to believe I'm more of a centrist. Even the ideas that I express about the black community, they're only extreme because we're not used to black people having equality. My ideas only seem extreme to people who are used to black people coming in last place economically. I'm only an extremist if you believe black people should continue to suffer financially and remain in last place. If you believe those things, then yeah, it sounds extreme because here I am. I have a PhD in finance, and I'm sharing cutting edge economic strategies with black families that are going to last for hundreds of years. So that's pretty extreme in that book, but it's not extreme in the sense that I'm not out here talking about hurt nobody. I'm not out here talking about doing things that are harmful to anybody, getting people hooked on drugs. I mean, if you want to talk about extreme behavior, look at what they're doing with hip hop. You want to talk about extreme behavior, look at what they're doing in terms of paying a rapper to literally go out and destroy your son before he has a chance to live. Look at what they're doing. Look at the people that are spending billions of dollars pushing messages that are clearly unhealthy to the black community, that are anti-family, anti-health, anti-love. Get your son shot in the street, get them locked up by a cop, get them, having babies, mamas, and STDs, and all kinds of drug addictions and chaos and ignorance. Why? That's extreme. That's extreme. Can you agree with me? Can we agree that if you want to talk about extremism in America, Extremism is not a black professor who gets online every day and talks about building wealth in the community and building healthy relationships and seeing black people physically and mentally healthy. There's nothing extreme about you having a healthy mind and body. There's nothing extreme about you having great relationships with your family and your children. There's nothing extreme about you being financially secure. That's not extreme. It's only extreme because you're used to being financially insecure. It's only extreme because we're used to black people having broken families. It's only extreme because we're used to black people dying far sooner than they should. It's only extreme because we're used to having our people run around here blind, deaf, dumb, and crazy because of generational trauma could be easily fixed that nobody will address. That's why it seems extreme. That's why it seems extreme, but there's nothing extreme about anything. My agenda is not a complex agenda. It's really not. So if you really want to talk about extremism, yeah, it's Project 2025 extreme. Yeah, it's pretty right wing. If you are LGBT or if you are a feminist, I would hate Project 2025. It's very anti-feminist. It's very anti-LGBT. It's very anti-immigrant. So if that's who you are, if you're into immigrant, LGBT, feminism, trans this and trans that, and all this other stuff, then absolutely, you should hate Project 2025. You should try to stop it at every available opportunity. And it's 100% your right to do that. I don't have any problem with that. However, the problem that you have, though, is that you make the assumption that all black people are going to agree with you. That's what you do. You make the assumption that every black person's on the same page. And that's just not true. Every black person is not interested in putting LGBT issues ahead of things like black wealth. They're not against gay people. They don't dislike the LGBT community. They just don't think that should be the top black agenda. They don't think that gay is the same as black. There are lots of black people who say, yeah, feminism's okay, but feminism has its flaws. Feminism, creates a lot of, lonely women and and stress in a lot of families, because sometimes it turns into a gender war. So there's some people who say, I don't want to be a feminist. I want to be a womanist. A womanist means a woman has every right to be who she wants to be without being pressured by either men who are abusive or by women who are pressuring you to be something that you don't want to be. Right. So that to me is it's kind of what you're looking at. So you're looking at a world where the extremists are out there, right? You got the Project 2025 extremists, you got the extremists on the left, the Black Lives Matter, which was really communism in blackface. That's what that really was. If you really read the Black Lives Matter manifestos closely, you would find that basically it was the Negro extension of the Communist Party. That's what that was. It was just, like, okay, how do we take these leftist ideas and just get black people to promote our leftist ideas? So in a way, it's kind of like if you come to, like, right now I'm in Brussels. And so if I'm in Brussels and I want to look for a like legitimate, like Brussels, like Belgian restaurant, I think Brussels is part of Belgium. I should know these things, but I know they got a lot of Belgian stuff here, like Belgian waffles and all that stuff, right? So if I come to Brussels and I want to eat at a legitimate Belgian restaurant, that's different from me eating at a McDonald's that just has like a Belgian swing to it. Do you understand? Like if I go to McDonald's and they say, "Oh, well, because we're in Brussels, we're going to make the Big Mac a little different. We're going to serve a waffle with strawberries on it. We're gonna make our French fries a little bit more consistent with the history of the French fry, or whatever." Right? That's different from authentic Belgian food. Right? That's different from food that is rooted in the actual community. So here's what I mean. Let me bear with me now. Let me drop some game on you. I hope you can follow this. But when someone comes along and they say, we've got this movement called Black Lives Matter, and everybody that runs it happens to be a trained Marxist, even though most black people are not Marxists. I'm not saying that there's something wrong with being a Marxist. There are a lot of Marxist ideologies out here that that are really interesting. Um, and in fact, Marxism is correct, part of the time. I don't think that it makes sense to just come in and just say, okay, we believe all black people need to do what we're doing, that all black people are the same, because that's not a black movement. That's a Marxist movement with a black extension with a black face. So that's kind of what you see. Now, let me just show you something. This is hilarious. At first, I wasn't sure if I wasn't sure if DL Hughley really said those things about me. I told Terrain, I said, I don't think DL hates me that much. DL ain't thinking about me. And I literally just saw a message in my Twitter. This is kind of funny. So I guess he's really upset about this Democrat Republican stuff. He says, I can't fucking stand you. Don't ever hit me again. And he used the P word. It rhymes with Ussy. He literally said, I'm looking at this for the first time, and I'm just sitting there thinking, okay, so he really does have an issue. I didn't know that. That's okay. I'm very surprised by this. I did not know that. I'm sorry, DL. If you listen to DL, I'm sorry, man. I hope I didn't hurt your feelings. I will say this. I think that you probably need to stop being such a staunch advocate for just the Democratic Party. It does give the impression that you are almost like on their payroll. I do think it's incredibly healthy for Black men who have a community to defend to get into to fight each other over which plantation you represent. I mean, I'm looking at this, and I guess DL Hughley really does hate me because I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know that he felt this way. I'm kind of surprised. It really makes me it really just kind of it's sad to me. I don't really think that this is the fight that we need to have with each other. Like I just really don't, and I just I kind of want all of us to just elevate a little bit. I mean, sitting here worried about what white folks are doing, and when I talked to Dr. Claude Anderson about this today, I didn't talk to him about the DL stuff. He don't even know who DL is. He don't care. Um, he literally said Black people do not have a dog in this fight. He said Black people don't have a dog in this fight, and I agree with him. This is not. I'm not saying that these things don't matter. I'm not saying these things. I'm not saying that at all. So if you think I'm saying healthcare and education and all this stuff doesn't matter, no, I'm not saying that. If you're saying that I believe you don't have a right to be a Democrat or Republican, I'm not saying that. You can be whatever you want to be. But do you understand how much the community suffers because some of our best, brightest, and most powerful people spend so much energy focused on these two crunchy old white men who don't care nothing about you, that we completely end up neglecting our own people. All that time that could be spent building Black businesses is spent advocating for Democrat Republican nonsense. All the time that could be spent strengthening our families is spent trying to figure out if you want to support Biden or Trump. All this time the thing that I need you to get is that a neglected community ends up looking like the community that you have right now. And what does neglect look like? Neglect is similar to a parent who is so busy arguing with their neighbors over sugar that they're not feeding their baby, or they're so busy out thugging in the street trying to represent some gang or whatever that they forget that you got a little girl at home who needs you who doesn't need her daddy to go do 50 years in prison. And so I'm not saying that. I mean, I respect the fire, and I didn't know DLU he had that much fire. I think that there's some vitriol there. I feel bad for him. If he ever wanted to call me, I'd talk to him. I don't get. I fear no man. I have no problem talking to any man. But I just really kind of think that there's a mental health issue that we have as a community where we will put so much energy into what some Democrat or what some Republican thinks. I just think that that's incredibly unfortunate. But anyway, let me keep going here, guys. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. You listen to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. And I want you all to know that also one of the things we just put together is a 30-day freedom challenge. If you are interested in truly being free and go beyond the politics, this is totally free for you to do. Just text the word freedom to 87948, and I will send you 30 of the trainings that I've done in our economic elevation training that we do every morning. Everything's been saved and archived. I think at this point, I've done about 160 lectures this year alone, about 160 lectures this year alone. And they're all saved. If you want to get access to everything from now in perpetuity, you can actually go to oh gosh. I can't remember the URL. Shoot. Dang it. Go try drboyceoffers.com. drboyceoffers.com because I can't remember the URL. But anyway, if you text the word freedom to 87948, then what we'll do is we'll send you every single day. We'll send you one training per day that you can get to your text message. And that will just be something that'll kind of get your day going right. It'll get you thinking about your economic purpose. I'm a believer. My political ideology is that if we get our economics straight, everything else will take care of itself. I'm a believer that if we really build these families, educate ourselves and each other, and prepare for the future, we're going to win. I don't spend a lot of time thinking about Project 2025. I spend time thinking about Project 2070. Project 2070 is something that I wrote about in a book that I put out in 2013. Called Wealth, Education, Family, and Community, A New Paradigm for Black America. And when I wrote that book, that was actually at the same time I did a mass incarceration campaign with Russell Simmons, who was very honorable in terms of how he approached things. And what we did was I wrote a letter to President Obama asking Obama to go back and help us to free some of these Black men and women that have been locked up since the Biden crime bill, and follow his promise on incarceration policy. And so so once I wrote the letter, I got a bunch of activists and scholars to sign. Russell got a lot of celebrities to sign. He got everybody from Rick Ross and Lil Wayne to Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith to Chris Rock, to even the Kardashians, and Justin Bieber signed it, which I appreciated so much. And what happened was, as a result of that effort, that hashtag, which was in the war on drugs, became the #3 most trending hashtag on Earth. And that was when the Obama administration realized we wasn't backing down, we wasn't scared, we didn't hate them, but we have love for our people. We wanted to just get this done, and they changed the incarceration policy as a result of that. So that was, real stuff. So I wrote that book around that same time, and it's probably out there somewhere. If you guys want to get a copy, it's probably on Amazon or something. But generally speaking, in that book, I wrote about something called Project 2070. Now, here's Project 2070. I want to break this down. I believe that by the year 2070, the Black community can be the most economically intelligent group of people on the planet. I believe that by the year 2070, that if we pour into our children the way we should be pouring into our children, instead of pouring into this Democrat Republican nonsense, that by the year 2070, our community can be incredibly powerful as it pertains to economics. And once we become powerful in economics from a poweronomics standpoint, at that point, the politics falls in line. So y'all got to understand that the politics is driven by the economics. The money is everything. One of the reasons that Biden is suffering right now so much is because he ain't got no money. So this is why, if you ever wonder why a finance professor is talking about Black politics, it's because it's all driven by money. And I'm an expert on money. My PhD is in money. So ultimately, this is the plan. This is the master plan. And here's what you got to understand. And I hope, give me a yes if you're following this. I hope you guys are getting what I'm saying. It doesn't take that much effort. It doesn't take that much change. You ain't got to redirect the whole ship. You ain't got to go in a whole different direction. You don't have to become a new person. You just got to pivot. You just got to do a tiny little pivot, and those tiny little pivots will make a massive difference in your outcomes. Tiny pivots. Invest small amounts of money over a consistent period of time. Pivot the way you educate your kids. Stop letting white folks pour that bull crap into their brains that gets them thinking on this whole Democrat Republican nonsense, right? There is so much out here for you if you can liberate your mind in order to move forward. And I'm not even talking about white folks. I know white folks are scared of me because of the way I talk, but I'm not even really talking about them. I'm talking about you. My question is not for them. Like, when are you going to change? Why don't you stop doing this? When are you going to stop being racist? I ain't talking about them. I'm talking about you. When are you going to stop being racist against yourself? When are you going to change? Because they won't change until you change. If you keep doing the same thing, they're going to keep doing the same thing. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. If you keep running right, if you in a football game, if you keep running right up the middle and they know you're going to run right up the middle, they're going to tackle you every time. So don't ask when are they going to change. First, I need you to ask, when are you going to change? What are you going to change? How are you going to change? How are you shifting the trajectory of generational wealth in your family? What are you doing right now that's going to make a difference? It's going to change everything. And if you can't answer that question, then that means that before we go and engage the world, before we go and run off and say, oh, y'all Republicans are racist, or before we run off and say, oh, they're Democrats, they just a bunch of racists, then what we need to do is reflect and say, how are we going to pivot? So you make those little Black wealth pivots, I guarantee you it'll make all the difference in the world. And I hope that you'll hear me. And maybe if DL, ever wants to listen, I'd be glad to explain it to him too. Man, you're a smart guy. You're funny most of the time, not all the time, not as funny as you used to be, but you're still good. And I don't hate you. And I would talk to you on the phone. I would talk to you face to face. So if you want to box it out in the boxing ring, I'd let you box with me. I'd probably win, but that's okay though, because I've been working out, so you have to watch out for that. But either way, though, I don't have any animosity toward this man. I'm not going to fight another Black man over this Democrat Republican bullshit. That's corny. That's weird to me. That's weird. Fight for something that matters. Fight for something that's going to make a difference. You stop telling me Trump is going to end democracy as we know it. Stop using scare tactics. They used that in the last election. He got elected. We didn't die. Stop that. Stop with the scare tactics and just tell people why you think your candidate's the best. And then get back to the business of being a black man. Get back to the business of doing the stuff that we need to be doing. We, as a community, we need to be doing things that are going to elevate ourselves so that we're not believing. I mean, think about how crazy and pathetic that is. I want y'all to process this for a minute. Think about how pathetic it is. See, I understand why some black women have a hard time respecting us, because you got real men out here literally saying that my whole fate, my whole ability to succeed, my whole ability to be free and happy is determined by whether another man lets me tickle his balls. That if I tickle his balls properly and just rub them in the right spot, the good things are gonna happen for me because he's gonna put his balls on my forehead. I wasn't raised like that. I'm not a fan of that. I don't think that that is the best of us. I don't think that that makes us puts us in an appropriate light. I think that makes us look like a bunch of punks and suckers. I'm just gonna tell you the truth. So honestly, I'm with Dr. Anderson. I don't think we have a horse in the game. I think black people who do the right things in their own lives will be successful under a Trump administration. Also, they will be successful under a Biden administration. If you are educating your kids, you're going to be successful no matter who's in office. If you are working hard every day, you're going to be successful no matter who's in office. If you are working on your relationships with others to build positive scenarios where you can actually build together, you will be successful under any administration. So rather than trying to appease the right massa and get on the right plantation, how about you go build something of your own? How about that? Can we agree that that might be a good strategy? Give me a yes if you agree with that, because we tried the other stuff. We tried the whole Democrat Republican thing. We've been doing that for 40, 50, 60 years. Long time. Malcolm X talked about that. Malcolm X said this is a bunch of goofball stuff, that this doesn't even work. So how about we try building something of our own? If we do that, I think we can be very successful that way. So anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. I hope you guys have a great day. I want to mention a couple of quick things. Number one, we do have, if you are into solutions, if you are a solution oriented person, we do have the All Black National Convention happening October 25th through the 27th. It is in Chicago or Lombard, Illinois, right outside Chicago. And so if you are a person that has intelligence and skill and you want to bring some of that to the table, or you believe in family and community, the convention is great for you. I just spoke to a estate planning attorney who's coming to the convention, who was there, who spoke last year. Her name was Kelly. I think it was Kelly Baker. I hope I didn't get her last name wrong. But anyway, yeah, Kelly Baker, Kelly with two L's and two E's, smart black woman who was at the convention last year. Hit her up and make sure she comes back this year, because she was helping people to put together generational legacies that are going to last 50, 100 years. She was helping to preserve the wealth. We've had great people like David Banner and Killer Mike. Killer Mike came out to the first convention in Atlanta and just set it off, set it on fire. We've had just experts in every area who are interested in one thing. How do we get our people to the next level? How do we solve our problems? How do we govern ourselves? What's governance look like? What does standards look like? What does it mean when we say, forget what the world is doing, let's focus on what we're doing? And I can just tell you that any nation, any group of people that wanted to be independent had to do that. You had to be tough. You had to be strong. You had to be committed. You had to have high self-esteem. You have to take ownership and control of your children. You have to control the way the education is produced in your community. If you do not do that, then you're going to be a sucker. You're going to be a loser. You're going to be getting flopped around, kicked around. You're going to become a bunch of migrant gypsies, just basically going whichever way the wind blows. And I think we're better than that. I think that we deserve better than that. So if you'd like to join us at the convention, feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. It's very classy. The hotel is the Westin Hotel in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside of Chicago. And this convention is going to be the best ever. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com. And also, I forgot that Pastor James Wilson is going to be there, and he is an expert on Black church economics. And he is helping us to mobilize churches around the country to focus on building economic systems that will ensure that the pastor ain't the only one who gets rich, right? Because the church is a natural economy that hasn't been tapped into in its fullest potential. And I talked to James, and I said I support you 100% in that objective, because he's a brilliant brother and a family man, and just a great Black men all together. And then, of course, we're going to have therapists like my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins. As you know, my wife, Alicia, helped us to form in the Black Business School the very first ever Black financial therapy department. My wife is she's a 20-year licensed therapist and a full professor of social work. And just to give this Black woman her credit, very few PhDs ever become full professors. First of all, very few people become PhDs. I'm talking about real PhDs, where she went to school for 5 years to get her doctorate. When she started her program at Florida State, there were 5 Black students. All 4 out of 5 did not finish. 4 out of 5 got eliminated. These were smartest of the smart, toughest of the tough. She was the only one that survived. She was the lone survivor in her doctoral program. And then she went and she made tenure. And then after that, she became a full professor, and which is something that very few scholars ever achieve. I didn't achieve it. So anyway, she helped me to create the first ever Black financial therapy department, where we are working with a lot of her therapist friends. Like the other day, we just met the president of the National Black Psychologists Association. And we said, let's have a think tank and drill into the psychological barriers that are keeping us from building our wealth. Let's figure out what's going on in terms of how this generational trauma is hurting us when it comes to our economics, that's keeping us from being able to reach our fullest potential. So we got therapists on deck. We have medical doctors on deck, attorneys on deck. We have scholars on deck. We have some of the best and brightest. And I really hope that you'll consider this, because this is what a nation building looks like. I don't even know everything in terms of what we need to do. I'm trying my best. I'm learning every day, though. I'm doing my best, and I'm not going to stop. And I can definitely tell you for sure, in my opinion, that all this Democrat Republican stuff, I don't know if that's it. Again, you've been doing this for 50 years and it ain't working. When something isn't working over a 50-year period, you got to do something else. Can we at least agree on that? That if something doesn't work over 50 years, you have to try another strategy. Can we at least agree on that? Or am I the only one in here who sees how crazy this is, that we go through the same little okey doke every 4 years? Every 4 years they got us out here scrambling, fighting each other. So again, I'm not even mad. I know DL sent that message, fuck you, I hate you, blah blah blah, and all this other stuff. I'm not even mad at DL. I feel sorry for him. I'm like, that's got to be stressful, that you feel like these 2 crusty old white dudes decide what the fate is going to be for you and your family. Because I don't feel that way, man. I don't feel that way, brother. I believe that brothers like you that get together and form their own agenda can do anything. That's what I believe. I believe that when Black men get together and we just behave as men, and we fight as men, and we stand up as men, and we say, to hell with you and to hell with your whole little plan. We know you got a plan for us, but we got a bigger plan for ourselves. And God has the greatest plan for us, because we are the original man. We are the original woman. You can't stop us when we own our game. You can't hold us back when we are focused. You're not going to block us from our destiny. And I just really believe, I think that approach is a better approach. That's just my 2 cents. I'm not trying to tell anybody that they're wrong. I'm not mad at nobody. I just hope you'll hear me on this. So anyway, I don't have anything else to say. I just want to pop on out, and I'm gonna send this link to you guys that are in the morning financial consciousness training. I want to apologize again for having to cancel class so many times this week. I had no idea that the trains will be running every day during class. Do I sound frustrated? I'm mad as hell about it. I was like, why? Because see what happens in Europe when it hits, like, I think 4:00 here. That's like 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock in New York or Eastern time. 10 o'clock is when we have class. Every single train literally gets us to the destination like right after 4:00. And the other thing that I didn't know, I had my daughter plan this whole trip. I love her. She's smart, but I said, damn, I should have been more involved. And the other thing is that she had us going to so many different cities that literally every single day we're getting on the train. Like tomorrow, I'm not going to enjoy Brussels. I'm literally going to enjoy it on my way to the train station as we go to the next city. So the bright side is that I've seen a lot of great cities that are really beautiful. If you haven't been to Europe, I encourage you to go. Let's see, we went to Dubrovnik, which is near Croatia. Don't forget about all the war and all that. It's beautiful and beautiful people. And then there's Luxembourg and Basel, where they have Art Basel. That was beautiful city. And then Brussels, and then next is Amsterdam. I think Amsterdam's next. It's a whirlwind at this point. But and then next month we're going to do a group trip to Egypt, because we can't leave Africa out of the mix. For all the people that make fun of me for going to European countries, I'm sorry. I want to learn from everybody. I want to go to China. I've been to South America. I've been to every continent. I've been to Iceland. I love Reykjavik, Iceland, but I also, been to different countries in Africa. Not as many as I want to go to, though. I've been to Nigeria, and where Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, and Botswana. And so our next group trip that we're taking in the Black Business School is to Egypt. Jay Cameron, shout out to Jay Cameron for setting that up, helping us get that done. And we're going to do another group trip. And when I do that trip, I'll let you guys know if you guys want to join us. I would invite you on this one, but this one sold out very, very quickly. And we're going to make the announcement for the next trip at the All Black National Convention. So, which once again, if you want to join us in Chicago, October 25th to 27th, just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Have a great day. Please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And once again, also, if you want to do the Freedom Challenge and get the 30 days to financial consciousness, where I send you 30 straight lectures on various forms of economic elevation and financial consciousness right to your text message. It's 100% free. Just text the word freedom to the number 87948. Text freedom to 87948, and they will start arriving tomorrow. Have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. I will see you all soon. Take care now. Peace.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm, great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones too late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to cosign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Please, none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are.
I was hearing about is real estate, and how a lot of people are using real estate for retirement as part of their retirement plan, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There are a lot of benefits to real estate. But one of the things that they mentioned that I'm actually going to drill into is that real estate investing is not very liquid. That's one of the things that people don't think about. It ties your money up for a long time sometimes, and it's very difficult to pull your money out instantaneously. So what I look for in an investment is not just profitability, but I look for liquidity. All liquidity is, the simple financial theory definition of liquidity is very basic. It is the ease with which an asset can be converted into cash. If I need to turn that thing into cash and I need to do it in 20 minutes, can I do it? If I need to do it in a week, can I do it? If I have a bill coming up and I have a cash flow need, can I do it? Because one thing that people don't know about wealth is that if you look at the reasons businesses fail and the reasons bankruptcies occur, it's not typically just because of things like profitability. Most businesses don't fail due to a lack of profitability. Most businesses actually fail due to a lack of liquidity, a lack of cash flow. What does that mean? That means that you've got an invoice that you have to pay by Friday, and you're sitting on $1 million worth of assets, but you can't convert it into cash fast enough. Maybe you don't have the banker on the phone where you could borrow against it or whatever. So what I want to do is kind of lay out options income as something that I think is worthy of exploration. I think it's not just something that can benefit you. I think it's something that can benefit your kids. I believe in the intergenerational transfer of economic knowledge. I believe that we should be on the cutting edge of economic thinking. I believe that once we do that as a community, when we commit to that, I believe that we're going to be better than everyone else. I believe we're literally going to dominate the rest of the world. There won't be any other community better at wealth creation than we are. And I know that this is possible. We've got our Michael Jordans on the basketball court. We got our Tiger Woods on the golf course. We got our football players and all that. Well, and we got our Jay-Z's in hip hop. Well, maybe maybe my goal is to make sure your kids are the Jay-Z, Michael Jordan of finance, right? That's what I want us to be. And who knows? I've been called the Michael Jordan or the Malcolm X of finance. So I'll accept that. I'll take that honor. I appreciate those who said that. But really, I'm not even talking about me. I'm really talking about you. What I have and what I am doesn't matter if it doesn't transfer to you and transfer to your kids, because there are more of you than there are of me. There are more of them than there are of us. So remember that it's really each one teach one. Scaling up means multiplying. It means mass producing that which you want to see in the world. So that's the goal. That's why I do Money in the Morning. We meet every single morning at 7 a.m. And I wanted to do this every single day because I wanted to help you form healthy financial habits, but form the habit myself of constantly transferring perspective and knowledge that can benefit you. So without further ado, let me go ahead and just lay this out. And again, those of you who've seen some of this before, then this is a great refresher. I every time I go through and I think about stock options and ways to use them, I come up with new perspectives. One thing I want to mention for sure is never get to the point where you think you know everything. Never get to the point where you think you have it all mastered and have it all figured out, because nobody has it all figured out. Nobody gets to the point where it's like, oh yeah, I know it. I know everything. I know it all. If anybody ever says that they know everything or that they've already have it mastered and figured out, then don't learn from that person, because that's not a person who's growing. That's a person who's grown to their peak potential. I don't want to ever be at my peak, because I don't think that my peak is something that I get to decide where that's going to happen. I think that that's God's decision. That's the universe. That's not my choice, right? So really, truth be told, even as I teach stock options and talk about it, I'm studying it, thinking about it all the time, analyzing different things, testing out new theories, running by, looking at different possibilities. I kid you not, every single year I come up with a new insight. So what I'm going to talk about today is how to make money without working. And this is the power of selling stock options. Again, those of you who are new, you'll understand it by the time we're done. Those of you who already know this, this is a great refresher for you. And so let me just lay this out for you. So one question I'm going to ask, and this is, and also just so you know, I'm going to give this same talk today at the Power Networking Conference. So I figured, hey, you know what? If I'm going to talk to a room full of, let's say 40, 50, 80 people, whatever number there is, in Money in the Morning, we have 1,000 people that come in. Why not talk to 1,000 people in addition to the people that are in the room? So you don't have to be in the room, because you guys are part of the Money in the Morning family. You guys get a chance to see what I'm going to talk about tonight. All right. So basically, this is the goal. This is why we're here. One of the things I've noticed is that there are many ways to make money. There are many ways to generate income and generate streams of income. We've talked about that a lot. And the best types of streams are passive, consistent streams of income, streams that don't require you to do any work. Well, one thing that people don't explore enough is that you can generate lots of money off of your stock that you own, similar to having an apple tree in your backyard. A person who has a healthy apple tree in their backyard doesn't go hungry, because they can always go outside and get an apple. So another goal is to level up our lives. The more economically intelligent we are, and the more that we know, the better our lives are going to be. So it's not just about having a strong bank account. It's about having a wealthy life. That's the goal. Also, when it comes to investing, I've noticed as we do our surveys, we do numerous studies. The Black Business School isn't just a school. We are a think tank. We have the best experts in a lot of different areas. We work with attorneys. We work with psychologists. We have the first ever Black financial therapy department. We're incredibly innovative in terms of solving one problem. And the one question we're solving is the racial wealth gap. How do we reverse the racial wealth gap? How do we remove the negative gap and turn it into a positive gap where we're running away from everybody else? So one thing that we found is that when our therapists and our psychologists are studying the mindsets of people in our community, we find that risk is really a big deal. And a lot of the risk comes from trauma, just the ways we've dealt with trauma. Trauma is something that's heavy in our community. It doesn't get talked about enough, because people don't really understand how deep it is. It's not just in your head. It also is in your bloodstream. It is in your spirit and energy. It's in your relationships. It's going to definitely show up in your finances. So I said, okay, how do we look for ways to invest that are affordable, and also impactful and safe, right? So how do we actually change our lives, not just pretend to change our lives, do things that everyone can afford that wants to do it, and also ways that are actually safe. So these are some of the methods that we've laid out and put together. And then lastly, leaving a generational legacy is extremely important, because most of the racism and the other problems that we talk about, they link back to economics. Most of the areas where we don't feel free come down to the fact that somebody else is controlling our lives, or we have to get up and go to work for somebody we don't like, or somebody who doesn't like us. We have to do things that we don't want to do. So the best way to prepare for freedom is to prepare for freedom. The best way to give your kids freedom is to prepare in advance. Leaving generational legacies is critical. It's not just an added bonus. It's not just something you do if you're doing a good job. It's something you do as a requirement. It's almost like when Chris Rock, used to talk about his friends that would say, "I ain't never been to jail," and he was like, You're not supposed to go to jail. Or I take care of my kids. You're supposed to take care of your kids. You're taking things that should be part that are really par for the course, and we're acting like we hit a birdie or an eagle. We're acting like we should get cookies, extra cookies for doing the very basics. So leaving a generational legacy, making sure that the person after you is not behind you or is not at the same place you are. That should be just a general principle that all of us apply no matter what. So here's some lies that I was told as a kid, and let me know in the chat. Give me a yes in the chat if you were told any of these same lies. One, everybody has to get a job. Did anybody else grow up with that lie, that myth from hell that has destroyed so many millions of lives? Anybody else grow up with that? That everybody, if you don't work, you don't eat. Yeah, I used to hear that all the time. Everybody has to get a job. Well, a lot of us don't know that there are families where they don't even talk about jobs. They talk about acquiring assets. They talk about raising capital. They talk about hiring people. They don't talk about getting a job. So everybody does not have to get a job, but that's a myth that we're told. If you don't work, you don't eat. That's another one I heard all the time when I was 11 years old, and I wanted to have money in my pocket. I was told, "You better get a job, boy. Better get a job," and that also you have to have money in order to make money. And a lot of you were maybe told that you have to be very wealthy in order to have income or to increase your income. And a lot of these myths are untrue. You don't need money in order to make money. Everyone has capital. Capital is deeper than just money. Money is a type of capital, but there are other types of capital that you have. If you went to school for a while, you have intellectual capital. By being a human being that can work, that's healthy, you have human capital. You had your free time is a source and a form of capital. Your relationships are a form of capital. If you're young and healthy versus old and tired, like that young person has a type of capital they can use. So capital is deeper than just money. So don't think you have to have money to make money. What you need is you need capital to make money. You need capital, not money, capital. All right. So what do you want to avoid? Here are a few things that I think we can eliminate, and this is consider me to be like a financial doctor, and I'm diagnosing the patient and offering a medication that hopefully can help you. I see a lot of pain in generational curses. Let me know if you just sometimes get sad when you think about things that happened to you that shouldn't have happened. I get sad. I know that feeling. Let me know if you have ever looked at a situation and said, this could be so much better if so and so just did what they were supposed to do, or if this person had not done this horrible thing to me, or why would somebody who loves me treat me like this? A lot of us go through that. There's a lot of pain and generational curses, and I want that pain to go away. And it's tough, but I start with saying, okay, well, what about me as the head of a household? I have a lot of power. I can if I want to distribute pain to the children, I could. If I want to distribute something that uplifts them, I can. And the key is consciousness. Every single morning we meet for financial consciousness training. So consciousness is just awareness. It's understanding what you're doing and the impact of what you're doing. In economics, they refer to these partly as ripple effects. Ripple effects is basically how the way I treat my kids is going to affect how they treat other people, which is going to affect how they treat their kids. So that there's a big ripple effect in terms of what we do with each other and how that affects other people. So I know that, for example, when I talk to you, let's say there are 1,000 of you listening now. I don't think of that as 1,000 people. I see 40,000 people. And the reason I see 40,000 people is because I know for a fact that if I throw the stone hard enough, if I leave enough of an impact, if I push as hard as I can to share really powerful ideas, I know you're not going to keep it to yourself. You're going to internalize. You're going to carry. You're going to share it with somebody else. You're going to share it with your kids. A lot of you are already doing that. I met a black man the other day who told me that his 17-year-old son. He said, "My son's been listening to you since he was 2." And I said, "Oh, your son is going to be an economic genius," because I didn't even meet my first college professor until I was 19, actually 19 years old. That's when I met my first college professor, black, white, or otherwise. So the fact that your son got exposed to college level ideas at the age of 2 means that he's gonna be a high flyer when it comes to economics. We also want to get rid of the trauma of financial insecurity. There's a lot of pain in being financially insecure. You feel scared, you feel nervous, worried about the future. All that worry is very common. A lot of our families feel that, and I think we want to avoid that. Also, there's a lot of stress of working for other people. I think that that's something that we should try to eliminate if we can. And remember, it's not a matter of saying quit your job. It's not a matter of saying that no one should ever work for anyone ever, or that having a job makes you a sucker. I would never say that. I would never disrespect a hardworking person, no matter what they do. What I'm saying is, that there's a difference between working for people because you want to versus working for people because you have to. And I've said that in class before, and I want to reiterate that it's really about options. I just want you to have options. And so even when I start talking about stock options, I want you to just know that you already know what options are. You know what it means to have options and not have options. You know what it means to be free to do what you want versus not do to do what somebody else is telling you to do. You know what that feels like. So stock options are just an extension of that. So if you want a quick overview of who I am, that's me at my second birthday party. I don't remember a thing, but I heard it was a blast, and that's my grandma Felicia holding me. My grandma Felicia. Oh man, I always get emotional when I see that lady because she died in 2012. But you know how it is. Grandmas don't never leave your soul. They just sit there inside your spirit. And so anyway, my grandma. She taught me financial literacy when I was 5 years old. She got me savings bonds and all that. And yeah, so she's a big part of my life every single day. And our Panther in the Black Business School, that's the Panther's name is Felicia, and the Panther has been infused with my grandma's spirit. So whenever I put that Panther on the screen somewhere, that's me knowing that my grandma's with me everywhere we go and every step of the way. All right, so my mother was 17 when I was born. She was a single mom, like a lot of us have single mothers. I was a product of a lot of generational economic curses. I doubt most of you were poorer than we were. We had like nothing. It's hard to go below nothing. I was a former slave. I used to have a six-figure dream job when I was at Syracuse University. I made $115,000 a year, and I was living the dream. I was a 30-year-old black man that making six figures. I mean, come on now, that's a great life. But then I found out that my dream job was not really a dream. I failed most of my classes when I was a kid in school. I didn't start doing well until I got to college. So that's why I tell you, don't give up on your sons because some of you got really smart sons who just have behavioral challenges who just need to be put in spaces where they are loved and inspired. If they're put in spaces where they're loved and inspired, you're gonna watch that little kid just bloom like a flower. He's gonna just fly like an eagle. He'll stop on that low vibrational behavior, and you'll start to see him set goals, have dreams, work hard, all these things. So find that space that's going to really love him and inspire him and give him something that he wants. And I guarantee you're going to see a change of behavior. Also, so I struggled in school because I didn't see the purpose of it, and I did not feel loved going into that building every day. I was a single father at the age of 18. I discovered this thing in high school. I used to work at this job at Taco Bell, and I discovered this thing in high school called sex, and I liked it. And I also found out that there's another part of sex that's called pregnancy. And so here I was, 18 years old, having a baby, freshman year of college, scared, just scared to death. And my parents, and it's crazy, like it all happened at a Taco Bell. So stay away from tacos. Tacos will get you pregnant. And so, anyway, so I called my parents right before my daughter was born, and I was like, "Yeah, I got a baby coming," and they were like, "Oh, okay." And and it's funny how much your life can change during an episode of The Cosby Show. So that was my story, in terms of the early stage, and also I learned about racism at an early age. I grew up in Kentucky, Louisville, Kentucky, where Muhammad Ali was born, and the same racism that led him to leave Kentucky when he was 20 was the exact same racism that made me want to leave when I was 18. I didn't want to come back for a very long time. And to this day, I've become very obsessed with Black wealth, Black family, and the Black community. I really believe that wealth is the solution to a lot of our problems. I think that it transcends everything else. I think that transcends whether you're a Democrat or Republican, whether you're gay or straight, whether you're a feminist or not feminist, male or female. I think that wealth, if we work on the wealth issue and then work on the family issue, then we can fix the community issue. And I don't believe in big, gigantic, supersized leaders getting us there. I believe that it's going to be family by family, brick by brick. I believe you are your own greatest leader, and that's something that I believe in to my core. And so things like personal power, commitment, Black love, and responsibility, I think can go a very long way in helping us to achieve our goals. All right, so who did I choose to become over time? Just in case you're new, very quick run through of the credentials, so you know that I do know this topic very well. In college, I was a Wall Street Journal outstanding graduating senior. I had a triple major in finance, economics, and business management. And then I went on and got a master's in mathematical statistics. I completed the degree requirements for a master's in math and a master's in statistics. And I taught mathematics at the University of Kentucky. I got a PhD in finance from the Ohio State University, where I was the only African American on the planet to get that degree in the year 2002. And also, I taught at the University of Kentucky, Indiana University, Syracuse University, the Ohio State University in China. I taught in Europe. I taught all around the world. Also, I wrote a bunch of books like The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. That's my most recent book, Financial Lovemaking. I wrote that when I was on the faculty of Syracuse. I've been on a lot of media outlets, too many to count. We have a lot of students in the Black Business School. My goal when I left Syracuse was to create a Black-owned institution that could do things that HBCUs have trouble doing, that would also be financially independent, that would be on the cutting edge in terms of being a premier think tank for issues that relate to Black wealth and Black economics. And we've done that. We have 156,000 students in the Black Business School now. We're growing every single year, and we're able to service lots of people because we've learned to develop a business model that scales quite directly. All right. Also, in just as an add-on, we got like over 500 million views on YouTube and other social media. We're probably approaching 1 billion now. I'm not sure. I don't count anymore. All right. So my biggest investment ever, some of you saw this, was my lovely wife, Alicia. And I remember when I met her, I saw her across a crowded room, literally. And that night in my journal, I wrote, "Today I met the most beautiful woman in the world." And what was so crazy was when I met my wife, she gave me this big, beautiful smile. Like a smile goes a long way, ladies. Like you smile at a man, that lets him know, like, okay, I can feel safe, you know. So she gave me this big, beautiful smile, and we started talking. And I said, she said, "Where are you from?" I said, "I'm from Louisville, Kentucky." She said, "Oh, I grew up in Louisville." So she's lived there from like age 5 to age 10. And then I said, "Where?" I said, "I bet you're from Gary." And she said, "How did you know?" And I said, and I just honestly, I just guessed because most of the Black kids at Indiana University were from Gary, Indiana. But so I got lucky. But then I said, "What is your name?" And she said, "Felicia Taylor." And I said, "Wow, my grandmother's name is," sorry. She said her name is Alicia Taylor. I'm sorry. And I said, "My grandmother's name is Felicia Taylor." So her name literally rhymed with my grandmother's. And what's crazy too is that if you were to see my mother and my wife standing next to each other, you would swear that my mother was her mother. Even my wife's mother says, "Boyce's mother looks more like you than I do." So I felt like it was really meant to be. And I did propose to her in front of everybody, and it was embarrassing. It was kind of weird, but I'm glad I did it because I believe that Black women should be honored and loved. And I think Black love is essential to us developing as a community. So I felt as a man that it was very important for me to display what love looks like for the men that are still trying to figure that out, and to say that I think that loving a woman and doing your best for her is the most masculine thing you could ever do. So here's the other side bonus that I did not expect. My wife is a damn good therapist. She's a full professor of social work. Very few people, only 1% of the population become PhDs. And out of that 1%, maybe 10% of them become full professors. So she's literally in the top 10% of the top 1% of our society. She entered her PhD program with 5 other Black students. She's the only one that made it. They literally, the racism was very real. They literally forced the other 4 out. And she just did not give up. She did not quit. So to this day, she's a person that runs marathons. She writes books, and she helped me to create that Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School. It's the first one ever. So we were able to form this really awesome team where we literally in our house created an academic department where I said, I'd like to take the most cutting edge concepts as it relates to therapy and the subconscious mind and mental health challenges, and figure out how that blends into what we're doing with our wealth and our economics. Like right now, in fact, she's literally studying to recertify herself in trauma. She already has a certification. You got to renew the certification. And what we're finding very deeply, and this is very important for us to understand, is that trauma is such a factor in what we do with our wealth. It's amazing. So what we're doing in the Black Business School is not just, we're not trying to be as good as Harvard. When it comes to Black wealth, we're better than Harvard. We're not trying to be as good as an HBCU. When it comes to Black wealth, we are better than an HBCU. You can go check textbooks. You can check any university in America. You will not find a Black financial therapy department where they literally work with the best therapists they can find to drill into the psychological barriers that keep Black wealth from growing. So this to me was when I married my soulmate. In fact, she's not just my soulmate; she is my soul. When I married my soulmate, that was something I think was meant to happen, because now we're able to really develop all these amazing insights into what's going on with Black wealth and Black economics. So just a side note there. So that was a great investment. And so over time, another little benefit was that she helped me not be so fat anymore. There's me on the left, and I was trying to lose weight, but I didn't know how to really take action. You know, how you know what you're supposed to do, but you just don't do it. And so what she did was she actually helped me keep my promises to myself, and she got me running. We ran a marathon together, stuff like that. And next thing you know, I was slim, trim, and sugar free. And a lot of y'all saw that transition. And so I can tell you, pick somebody that's going to help you level up. That really made a difference. And also another thing about this to remember too is that investing is a lot more than just what you do with money. By investing time and love and everything else into the marriage, it benefited me in a lot of ways, right? So health is wealth. If you don't believe that health is wealth, then just ask any old sick person, would they rather have their wealth or have their health back? And I guarantee you they would rather have their health. So anyway, so that's been that journey right there. And also it's a great note, I would say, in terms of really getting in spaces where you're going to be challenged to take action, getting into spaces where you're going to be encouraged to be your best self, getting in spaces where you're going to be encouraged to make the investment, to make the move, to learn the skill, to grow. That's what's going to make you the person that you know you can be. So one thing I'd like to ask you your permission on, give me a yes in the chat. If I rock it out and I help you level up your learning, is it okay if I spend 10 minutes making an offer for you to join one of our special programs in the Black Business School? If you can give me a quick yes in the chat. I don't like to just sort of pop stuff in there. I am going to invite you to be a part of a program that's been very successful, that everyone loves. But I'd like to ask for permission so you guys don't think, oh, he's just trying to, dupe us or anything like that. So just give me a quick yes if that's okay. All right. Okay, so I see the yeses. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that permission. Okay, so let's hop into this and let's learn something. All right, so here's the thing. When it comes to investing, basically you're either the casino or you're the gambler, right? You're either the gambler or you are the house, right? And generally speaking, this is a big part of how financial markets work, particularly stock options. Either you're the casino or you're the house, and who always wins between the casino and between the gambler and the house? Who always wins? The house always wins. The house always wins. And one thing that I can tell you is that there are millions of people that are buying stock options. They call these out of the money call options. And all the research that I remember reading in graduate school pretty much said the same thing. It said that a consistent investment in out of the money call options is usually going to lead to a financial loss. So and now here's the thing. As these people are losing money, when one side is losing money, somebody's making money. When one side is giving away their income, somebody else is getting rich. Just like when you pay your rent consistently, your pockets are depleting, but the landlord's pockets are growing. When you are spending money on your car note every month, your wealth is going down while their wealth is going up, of the people who own the car dealership. So my thought was, when I saw everyone become interested in stock options and everything else, was not, how do I do what everybody else is doing? A lot of investing is built on contrarian behavior. My thought was, well, how do I do the opposite of what everybody else is doing? I don't want to be the buyer of these options. I want to figure out who's selling these things and getting all this money. So today, what I'm going to show you is a few little basic ideas. Why selling stock options pretty much saved my real estate portfolio. Also, I'm going to show you why selling stock options is much easier than running a business. I'm a big advocate for business, especially Black-owned business, but this is much easier, actually, and it's a better way to make money. Also, why selling stock options is better than simply owning shares of stock. So for many years, I've always been a big advocate for real estate, which I still am. I've always been a big advocate for owning a business, which I still am. I've been a big advocate for owning stock, which I still am. Stock options really sweeten everything. They sweeten, they're either a great addition or even a great substitute, depending on what position you want to take. So let's talk about what a stock option is. Some of you know what it is, some of you don't. If you already know this, don't worry. Remember, going over the basics can never hurt you, and it also makes you sharper, because every time I go over the basics, I learn something new. All right. So what is a stock option? An option is basically this. It is the right to do something, but not the obligation. So if I give you the option of getting in your car and driving to the grocery store, that doesn't mean you have to do it. It just means you could if you wanted to. And if I took away that option, then you might be upset about that because maybe you want to go to the grocery store, or at least you want to have the ability to go if you get hungry. So an option is just the right to do something, but you don't have to do it. Okay. So I have, for example, with stock options, you might say, I have the right to buy your stock between now and next Friday. Hollywood buys options all the time. If somebody has a great script and they're not sure if they want to buy it, then they'll say, well, we don't want your script, but we will buy an option on your script. Okay. So that means we might buy it, but we may not. We're gonna give you money just so you can hold a place for us in case we decide we want to come in and buy this. The thing about options, another fundamental rule of options is that every option has a buyer and it has a seller. Just like every child has a mommy and a daddy, right? You have to have both in order for something to happen. When they tell you that real estate prices went up, that means that there were transactions between a buyer and a seller at a certain price. And they would say, okay, that price was lower than what it used to be. They call that the equilibrium price in economics. So every option has to have a buyer and has to have a seller. Also, the market is massive. There are about 40 million options contracts traded per day. And I consider it to be almost like a type of seasoning for your stock portfolio. It's almost like when you eat food that's really bland and really basic and boring and not very good, and you put maybe a little salt or a little pepper, or a little seasoning on it, and it tastes so much better. Options are like the financial seasoning for your portfolio. So basically, the research shows that those who buy options don't typically profit on average. They might profit every now and then, just like if I go to Vegas, sure, I might walk away a winner, but most people that go to Vegas don't win. Okay. So basically options don't typically make money. And also when people buy them, one person that's buying the option is looking for risk. They might call this risk-seeking behavior, where you say, I'm gonna buy this thing and hope that it goes up in value. That's speculation. That's a type of investing, but it can be very risky depending on the situation. The other person is looking to get rid of risk. The person who sells you the option is saying, look, I just want to get guaranteed income. I want money in my pocket just in case something bad happens. So if I am a writer of a Hollywood script and I sell an option on my script, that's great for me because I receive income to hold your spot. This is guaranteed income. I get to keep this money no matter what. And then if you decide to buy because the value of it goes up for whatever reason, then that's even better for me. But at the very least, if you don't show up, if you don't come back, then I'm still going to have that initial whatever amount of money is that you gave me, just to know that I didn't totally like lose everything. Do you understand? Whereas if I don't sell the option, then I'm just kind of hoping that good things happen. So if you so basically, what I want is I don't want you necessarily taking more risk all the time. I want you to be able to sell the risk. During the California gold rush, there were millions of people who went out to speculate and try to find gold. 99% of those people never found anything. 99% of those people just lost a bunch of money. The people who made the money during the California gold rush were not typically the speculators for the gold. It was the people who sold picks and shovels to the people that wanted to speculate on the gold. It was the people who sold lunch to the gold miners. Because no matter whether you find gold or don't find gold, you got to eat lunch. You understand? You have to eat. Levi's jeans, a whole major corporation, was built basically selling these rugged blue jeans that you could wear while you were mining for gold. They're like, look, we don't want to mine with you, but we'll give you some pants you can wear that will be durable while you're out there doing your best. So so this is a side of the market people don't talk about because it's not as exciting, but it's great money. It's great income. So I don't buy a lot of stock options. Every now and then I might just for fun, but for the most part, that's not really where I make my money. I make my money by selling them. So so moving on. So when you sell an option, what are you selling exactly? Let's look at an example so you can kind of see it in real life. All right. So let's say that the price of a stock is $82 or sorry, $80. And it's a stock that I own. I own this stock. It's $80 a share. The price could go up, it could go down, nobody knows. Now, I could just sit there and hold it and hope that it goes up, right? And if it goes up, great. If it doesn't, then I lose, right? Or I could do this. So let's say that someone believes the price is going to rise above $82 that week, and they're willing to put their money where their mouth is. Well, what they can do is they can buy an option from me. They could give me money, placing a bet, basically. The bet, the price 82 is what they call the strike price. So they would give me money, and if the stock goes above 82, then you get to buy my stock for $82. And the reason you can buy for 82 is because we made an agreement before the fact that if this thing goes up past $82, you're going to buy my stock for 82. I don't mind. I'm happy for you because I get to sell my stock for 82 and before it was only worth 80, so I made money and you make money. Good for you. But then on top of that, I got this amount of money that you paid me in advance before the game began that I was going to keep whether you won the game or not. So it's like when you go to Vegas and you give them a bunch of money and they put your money on black and they say thank you for your bet and then you win, they're happy for you. But remember, they made money whether you won or not, right? So let's keep going here. So if it doesn't go above 82, you get to keep that premium. That's what it means to sell a stock option. You're basically selling someone the right to purchase your stock at a price that you two agree on. Now, so basically, they're the gambler, you're the house. They're giving you money, like a casino, hoping that the stock will go up, and you're accepting the money and saying, "Hey, good luck to you. If it goes up, then I'll sell it to you for that price." Now, here's the deal: in this particular transaction, in my view, the house always wins. If the price goes up, you get to keep the money. If the price goes down, you get to keep the money. And if the only difference is if it goes up, then you both make money in addition to the money that you already made. But if it goes down, he loses everything. You still have the money that he paid you. Okay. So so here's an example of when my wife and I made a dig into real estate. This is how we found out that we don't enjoy real estate very much. Real estate's a great investment. We bought this house in Atlanta, Smyrna, Georgia, to be precise, and we loved the house. It was a beautiful house, and we bought it because we had these big dreams of doing an Airbnb type situation. And it didn't take us long to find out that that there was like a 2-year waiting list to be able to Airbnb on this property. And even then, I don't even know how I would have gone through the process of being able to profitably manage it and deal with all that because I'm very busy and I don't like to do that type of stuff. And then, so what we did was we took a long-term tenant. We found somebody to rent the place from us, and it's a nice lady, and we were, and it was, it's not, it's cool, it's someone that's they're basically paying the mortgage on the house, right? So then we had something happen. This happened. I got a picture sent to me where I think that because I'd forgotten to pay the water bill or the electricity bill or one of the bills, the whole bathroom had molded up. And it was going to cost maybe $6,000 or $7,000 to redo the whole bathroom. Somewhere between $5,000 and $7,000 is what I paid to redo the whole bathroom. And I remember that was kind of the first incident of many that just let me know that being a landlord wasn't really for me because I don't enjoy evicting people. I don't enjoy chasing people down to make sure that they pay the rent. I don't even enjoy dealing with the property managers because the property management companies are okay, but they take a bunch of money and they don't do as much as you think that they're going to do. And also the profitability just isn't uh what you think it might be. I'm not saying don't do it. Some of you are deep in real estate, and if you are, then I think there are many benefits to it. I'm not here to dispute that. But what I am saying is that I found that I had an epiphany. I realized that selling stock options is a much easier way of making money than real estate. I could put the same amount of money into some stock and generate the income from the options and do that without doing any work, without keeping up with any tenants, without worrying about whether or not somebody paid their rent that month. The stock market's always going to pay the rent. I could get on my phone right now and in 30 seconds generate several $1,000s in income by selling options on stocks that I already own. I could do that while I'm talking to you. I could multitask and do that in 30 seconds on my phone right now. That's very different from dealing with a tenant and a property manager and wait until the end of the month and all these other things. And then all the paperwork that's required to even purchase property or to relinquish property when you're done. So my annual ROI on real estate, I'm going to guess maybe it's about 10% per year, not including all the busted toilets and everything else. My annual ROI, if I take the income divided by the cost of the capital base, the amount of money I had to invest, I'm going to guess around 60%. That's a pretty conservative estimate. That's very easy to generate significant amounts of income if you own enough stock from doing that. Though some of you are already doing that. If you're already doing that, say something in the chat, like mention it. Just, that way people know I'm not making this stuff up. Say something in the chat. Tell your story. Talk about it because I know your stories. I've talked to a lot of you, and this to me I think is a pretty awesome way to elevate and level up your family situation because in my view, when I've looked at the real estate deals I've seen and been exposed to and had brought to me, I have people bring deals to me all the time. It just is a much better ROI and it's a much easier ROI. Okay. So here's the other thing. When you talk about starting businesses, I believe deeply in starting Black-owned businesses. To me, a Black-owned business is a business owned by a Black person. That's what it has to be. It doesn't have anything to do with who's buying your product or where the businesses are. So if you own shares of Disney, then the shares that you own, to me, is a Black-owned business because you're a shareholder and you own some percentage of Disney. That's a Black-owned business in the sense that the owner of those shares is a Black person. You control those shares. You get to decide what happens with those resources. But in general, when you talk about Black-owned businesses, there is a lot of opportunity there, a lot of possibility there, and a lot of necessity there. I do believe deeply in that. One thing I do also believe, though, is that when you talk about the freedom of owning a business, you're not a slave anymore, and also money's great. I've made money. A lot of us have made money. The problem when you start a business, though, is two things. One, the Black-owned businesses have about an 80% failure rate. So if you take all your life savings and you pour it into that business and you're hoping for the best, you have, in many cases, a 50 to 80% chance that the business isn't going to succeed, that all that money is going to kind of disappear and it's going to kind of fall to pieces. And also, I found that running a business had me working nonstop. I enjoyed it when I was about 32. I did not enjoy it when I was 52. I did not even really enjoy it when I was 42. And I definitely didn't enjoy working on things if I was just doing it for the money. Working just for the money is just not very fulfilling. It depends on how you're built, but I wasn't as inspired working for just money as I was inspired to do things that I'm really passionate about, things I really care about. Okay. So all this nonstop work led to another epiphany that passive income is just better than active income. And it got me to really rethink what that even looks like, what that really means. And also this culture of working until we die that we kind of have in our society. I know people that are attorneys that make $400 or $500 an hour and they have an endless supply of clients. And that's a dream, right? Think about this. You got an endless supply of people willing to pay you $500 per hour for your time. But then real life starts lifing. The real world starts hitting you where you start realizing that if I'm working all the time, my health is deteriorating because I can't even go to the gym. I'm eating cheeseburgers in between meetings. Um, my spouse is tired of me because I'm never available. I can't invest in a relationship if I'm investing all my time into my business. My kids don't know me. My quality of life has declined significantly because I've overinvested in this business or this job that I have. So working is really a hard way to make money long term. It's not that it's not valuable. Hard work is very important. It also it's much easier when you're younger, right? But as you get older, when you get in your 30s, your 40s, and your 50s, you don't want to do that as much anymore. I don't know how everybody else feels, but I'm tired of working all the time. So passive income is, in my view, much more enjoyable than active income. I think that working should be something you do to work your way to the point where you don't have to work anymore, where your money can literally work for you. So I own and then here's the third area that I was thinking about is I own a lot of stock in companies. I own hundreds of shares in hundreds of companies or thousands of shares in hundreds of different companies. A lot of my students do as well. Stock ownership is really valuable and beneficial. Stock ownership is the number one key to wealth building. I do believe that. However, the thing about the stock market is that you have to wait until the price of your asset goes up. And sometimes the stock market doesn't do what you want it to do. It doesn't do what you expect it to do. This year has been a great year, but if you remember 2022 was not such a great year. And when the market goes down, you kind of get slammed. You have to watch your wealth drop as these assets drop in value, and that can be a little bit tough to stomach. So when that happens, when you can't get your stream of income from your stock, you have to find another stream of cash flow to maybe fund other investments or to help you pay bills while you wait for your stock to go up. So the stock market has been really good for us. For the last 15 years, the market has been insane. This isn't even a recent graph, but typically if you look at the stock market over any, say, 15-year horizon, you're going to see green, 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 up, up, up. This is why I don't understand why there are people who avoid the stock market because that's where most of the money's at. But then you have those tough years like 2022, where you've got a big decline in market prices and market valuations, and you're just sort of waiting for things to turn around. Well, the options are great because it led to that, at least this third epiphany, that a bird in the hand is better than 10 birds in the bush. And effectively, when you have stock and you're looking for that income driver, you don't have to actually sell your stock in order to generate income. One of the biggest questions I get all the time is, when should I sell my stock? And really, the best answer is you should never sell it if you don't have to. You sell it because you have to. You sell it because you found a better investment. You sell it because you have to diversify, but you don't sell it just because, like, okay, my time here with this stock is done. I'm gonna go and just do something. I'm gonna go spend my money now. No, you really shouldn't ever have to sell it. And one thing people don't know is that you can actually generate income from your stock without selling them. And so you don't have to wait for the price to go up in order to do this either. If you look at a year like 2022, where markets were down, there were people selling options, still generating consistent income, because what they were doing was they were selling casino tickets to people who thought the market was going to go up. So people would show up and say, I think the stock is going to go up. Here, let me give you money so I can buy this option from you. They would collect the money, and then the market didn't go up, and then they were able to collect this money every single week, every single month, etc. So here's the thing. When you talk about investing, one other thing is you don't have to be greedy to invest. You can let others take the risk. So selling stock options is, in my view, a very conservative approach to investing, in the sense that you're not you're not trying to necessarily get these gigantic scores all the time. You're creating a space where, with this particular portfolio, you can get consistent income that allows you to pay your bills and to be financially secure and to do things you want to do. I've seen people quit their jobs. I've seen people replace their bills, all kinds of stuff. Okay. Now, so here's my process. I sell my stock options every single Monday. First thing I do is I find assets that can generate income. Not every stock is good for selling options on. There's some variables you can look at that can help you find which ones are best for selling options on. I measure the ROI on each of the stocks that I'm looking at. At that point, I check the risk levels of the assets to make sure there are no red flags with the investment. And then after that, I sell the options and get the income put into my bank account that I could then send over to my wife to pay the credit card bill. And because y'all husbands know that's what we do. We make a bunch of money and we give it to our wives. And then you collect the weekly income, and you can use some of it for spending, some of it for saving, put some of it for retirement, some of it to acquire more stock, whatever it is you want to do. Now, and all this is done from my phone. Like, literally, I will lay in the bed, I roll over and turn away from my beautiful wife, and I say, "Hey, babe, I gotta get my money. I gotta get my paycheck really quick." And I go and I sell my options on Monday morning at 9:30 a.m. when the market opens, and by 9:40 I'm done. Okay, and this is a pretty cool way to make income. And so this year, or actually this is last year, we sometimes you have stocks that do really well. When you're participating in the market, you can be there when great things happen. This was a pharmaceutical company. I don't have the name of the company in front of me, but it was a company that a lot of our students were excited about because the stock price literally went up $210 from I think it was trading at $70 or $80, and it went up to $290 or something overnight. Because basically a big announcement came in with the company, but it was one that we had spotted before the fact, and we sold options on it, and then I kept a few shares and didn't sell options, and it made a lot of money really fast. One couple in the group actually made I want to I could have sworn they told me they made about $500,000 from this or something, and that's because they saw this and they went ahead and invested, and it really made a life-changing difference for them. And so sometimes just being there when the right opportunity emerges makes a big difference. And so let me ask you this. So now that we've talked about stock options and what it can do, I mentioned earlier that if I nailed it, you'd let me kind of pitch a special offer to you to join our program. Give me a yes if it's okay if I go ahead and pitch this to you and let you know how to join our Prime group to decide if you want to sell stock options. How did I do? I mean, do you feel like this is something that makes a difference for you? Is it something that you feel that is worth exploring? Do you feel like it's something that is worthy of consideration? And I know some of you are already doing this, and so if you're enjoying the experience, if it's been beneficial to you, then please feel free to add a yes as well. And the reason I want to do it this way is because I really, really think this is something worth looking into for you. And so let me not spend too much of your time and tell you about the Prime program. Now, Prime stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. Okay, that's what Prime stands for. And it's a powerful coaching program in the Black Business School where we generate safe passive income. We do stock market research, things like that. in order to generate income. And so there's various ways to generate income in the market. Different assets generate different possibilities. With the students, I talk to them about exactly what I'm doing, what I'm invested in. We have different tiers. We have the main class, then we have VIP sessions with small groups, and then a few students do one-on-ones with me. And I literally just open up my portfolio and say, look, this is what I'm doing. This is where I'm investing. So it's not investing advice. It's really me explaining what I see, and you can ask me about what you're doing and what you're working on, what you're thinking. Okay. And so, so also you can understand time horizons for investment, risk management, some things called the Dr. Boyce method, a particular method of either stock selection or options investment that I share with the students. And also we talk about leverage. Leverage is a very powerful tool for investing that doesn't get discussed enough, but it's something that we cover in class. Now, here's a real life example of what kind of money a person could make literally on their phone right now. Like, this is an options move that you can make right now. If you have the capital base to do this, you can make this money right now. So this is different from starting a business where you might make money 5 years from now, or you might make money 3 months from now. This is something you could do today. Okay. So let's look at a stock like Coinbase. Coinbase, the current price is $221.43. At the time of this, at the time I put these slides together. So let's say that you sell an option, and you basically, someone pays you money in order to make a bet with you, and you don't ever meet this person. You don't see these people. You just put your order in and it goes through. You don't know who you're making this deal with. So the strike price, let's say there's a strike price of 235. Now, what is the strike price? Strike price is basically the price at which you're agreeing to sell your stock if it goes past that price. So they're paying you money for the right to buy your stock if it hits 235. You can pick different strike prices based on what you'd like to do. Okay. So the price is 221. You don't know if it's going to go up or go down, but you can generate income right now by selling an option on the strike price. And this would be a call. And let's say that I own 100 shares of Coinbase. Okay, 100 shares of Coinbase will cost me $22,143. On Robinhood Gold, I can get 50% leverage on this. That means they'll put up half the money for certain stocks. With this stock, they'll put up the $11,000 of that investment. They charge you interest on the money that they loan you, so you don't have to put up all of it on your own. A lot of people are not sure about debt and leverage, but let me just tell you, leverage is how a lot of people get wealthy. Elon Musk became the richest man on earth by using leverage. So leverage, if it's used carefully, can be extremely beneficial, but if it's not used responsibly, it can be bad. So you really want to be careful. All investing always involves risk. So so that's your position. So your question would be, how much money can I make from this? So right now, or at least based on what I saw in the market, if I sold a 1 month call option, meaning that the stock has 1 month to get to 235, if within this month, if it goes past 235, or at the end of the month, if it's past 235, they're going to buy my stock from me for $235. I would get $11.65 per share for that option. Okay, they're going to pay me $11.65, and the number of shares I have determines how much money they put into my bank account. In this example, I have 100 shares. So that means that I'm going to receive $11.65 times 100, $1,165. That's how much money they're going to put into my account. That's money I could pull out right now, send it to my wife, pay a bill with it, whatever it is I want to do, pay the rent, car note, whatever. That's real money. Okay, so if the stock, now let's say the stock rises above 235. Well, then I get paid again. I get paid even more because they're going to come buy my stock for 235. Now, mind you, my stock is only worth 221 now. So that means that we both won. It's almost like taking a business partner. They've paid money for a piece of the upside to my investment. So at the end of the month, if the stock goes up to 235, then in addition to the 1165 that I already got, I keep that money no matter what. That's my money, period. I don't ever have to give that back. I also made 235 minus 221.43 times 100 shares. And that gives me a total of $2,522. Or if you look at that in terms of ROI, that is 2,500, or that's 22.7% in 1 month. That's a really massive ROI for 1 month. I dare you to go find a real estate deal that pays you 22% in a month. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Now, let's look at another example. Let's compare it to real estate. This is why I'm so much more of a fan of options than I am of just direct real estate investing. I don't hate real estate. I have a lot of friends in real estate. I respect it. I think real property is extremely important and valuable as a part of your portfolio. But in terms of income generation, I think this method is better. So the median price of a home right now is $420,800, right? So let's say that instead of buying a home for $420,000, I just buy um, uh, 2,000 shares of Coinbase stock. So in this example, instead of owning just 100 shares, I have 2,000 shares. How much would those 2,000 shares cost? That total value would be $442,860, a little bit more than the price of not an extraordinary house, not a massive multi-family property, not an apartment building, just a regular, simple, measly, regular little house. So I want you to imagine how much rent you could receive. In fact, put that in your head. Put that in your head. If you owned a house that had the average cost of a house in America, 442,860, how much money per month do you think that you would make in income if you rented that house out? And in fact, not just income, but income after expenses, after you pay the taxes and pay for the repairs and pay the property manager and pay anything else that comes up. How much do you think you'd make per month? Now, let me give you an example. The house that I bought in Atlanta was $590,000. The value's gone up maybe about $100,000 since we bought it. We make $3,500 a month from that property, and that's before expenses. That's not after expenses. That's before expenses. Okay, so after expenses, maybe it drops to half of that. All right, now I want you to keep that number in your head. Write that down, or put it in the chat if you want to. Guess a number in the chat of what you think you'd make after expenses, and then I want us to have a point of comparison. Okay, so that's option one, right? Buy the property, deal with the tenant, and hope that they pay the rent and all this other stuff. All right, and we got our number over there. Now let's look at option B. Option B is I take that money instead of putting it in the property. I buy 2,000 shares of Coinbase. Robinhood loans me half the money, so I don't have to put up the whole 442. I put up half of that. Let's look at what your income might be on this other investment. Well, remember, each of these options sold for $11.65 each. Now you could get more expensive options sold if you want to. You just have to move the strike price. But $11.65 is a modest number that I picked. Now, instead of having 100 shares, you have 2,000 shares. Let's see how much money a person would make. And this is real life. This is something you could do on your phone right now. Let's see how much money that person would have by taking option B. $23,300. $23,300. Now, do you understand? Let me know. Give me a yes. Do you understand why I love options so much more than I love owning property? Like, do you understand why my wife and I are in the process of selling one of our properties right now? Because I showed it to my wife and she was like, what are you doing? Like, get it done. Right? Okay. And maybe she's lucky. Like, she's a finance professor for her husband. I have no idea, but I know she gave me extra kisses and wanted to make me a steak that night when I showed her the results of putting our money to a more efficient use. So this is surprising for people. A lot of people are shocked by this. A lot of people think it almost sounds too good to be true. But one thing I can tell you is that I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a finance professor. I'm not a person here to sell you anything that's like a get rich quick scheme or anything like that. I don't believe in getting rich quick. I believe in getting rich slowly. I can verify this. You can pull out your phone and do this right now. So the question for you is this, right? So imagine if you bought a rental property for 442, do you think you can earn $23,000 after you pay the expenses, the mortgage payment, the taxes, the maintenance fees, the property management fees, the utilities, the insurance, and everything else? Yes or no? No, you couldn't. There's no way. Like, there's no way. It would be almost impossible to do that. And now here's the other thing. Here are the other benefits to options income that I want you to kind of process. Okay. Not only is it a higher ROI, but it's got liquidity. One other thing about real estate or art or any other kind of investment is that people don't consider the challenge of having your money locked up. They don't think about the fact that you can't get your money out quickly if you need it. A lot of times it takes at least several days and sometimes weeks and months to get your money out. With this, you could sell that 2,000 shares of Coinbase in 30 seconds and get your money out. So liquidity is really important, especially when you need your money. Also, you can pass these assets to your children. How about that? How about this as a master plan? Everybody wants to, talk to me about who they're voting for and going to school for 12 years so they can, go become a surgeon or something. And I think all those things are great. I'm not against any of that. I did that. I went to school a long time to get a PhD. But what if instead you took that 2,000 shares of Coinbase that you've been using for years to generate, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in income, and what if you just gave that to your child? And then they had 2,000 shares of Coinbase and they could sell options for $10, $11, $12 a piece every month and bring in $20,000 a month, bring in almost $250,000 a year without a college degree, without going to work. See, the thing is, I'm not really interested in complaining about the problem for too long. After we finish complaining, we got to solve the damn thing. This is a solution. This is implementable. This strategy costs the same as the average home in America. So if you can afford a house, you can afford to do this. Now, maybe you don't feel like you can afford a house. We could talk about that, like what it means to raise the capital base. And some of us are not there yet. Some of us, maybe look at a number like that and it seems like a big number. And remember, that's why I did it with 100 shares in 2000. But what I want you to understand is that there are easier ways to skin the cat than what you're typically being exposed to. This is something that a young kid could have at the age of 20 and without going to 8 more years of school could be making as much money as a medical doctor and possibly as much money as a surgeon. I know I have friends that are surgeons and they had to go to school for about 14 years to become surgeons. And that's just to get to the point where they can start making money. And then they have to go start working 18-hour shifts at the hospital where they can't have a personal life. They can't spend time with the kids. They can't do the things they want to do. They're overworked. They're tired. They're exhausted. And they're doing this all the way up into their 40s and 50s. You can have your kid there at this level in their early 20s. Tell me this is not like awe-inspiring. This blows my mind. Anyway, let me keep going. I'm not going to overtalk it, but this to me is, I think, is adequate of a solution as anything I've ever heard in a presidential debate or something. So let's keep going here. Also, the best part that I like is that no work is required. I don't have to go stress out. I don't have to get up and deal with a boss every day. None of that stuff. And there are lots of you that are listening right now who are already doing this. And if you're listening in the chat, I hope you'll share your honest experience, your honest testimony, so that when I do lay out the pricing offer, people will know that this is not something that's just some goofball, like hope it works out kind of thing. This is something that can be implemented. I'm into practical solutions. That's what I like the most. So let me describe what you get in the Prime program. I'll go through this quickly so you can make a decision, decide if you'd like to go. And if you already have made the decision, you can go to drboyceprime.com and just see what's on there on that page. Dr. Boyce Prime. That's the URL. Okay, so here's what you get in the Prime program. And those of you who are already in it, this is a reminder of what you have access to, and I hope that you'll use your membership to the fullest because I want you to really get max value. We have biweekly coaching calls. I get on a Zoom with students and I answer questions. I lay out frameworks. I tell them what I'm investing in. I tell them what I'm up to. I tell them what's going on in the markets, where the opportunities are, stuff like that. And we talk as much as possible. Also, we have something called a Financial Juneteenth Investing Masterclass, where I spent 6 weeks explaining how to invest in the stock market. So if stocks are new to you and you want to understand them at a deeper level, this masterclass will get that done for you. You get access to what Dr. Boyce is buying. That's every single week. I give a list of stocks that I like, and I do research, and I find assets that your family can own for the next 5 to 10 years that will give you long-term economic value. You get access also to the Black Financial Therapy Department. My wife does family investment support group consultations. She just did one not too long ago where she brings the students together and they talk about things like financial anxiety and generally dealing with the emotions that come with investing and how to make sure you understand your relationship with money well enough that you're able to make good long-term economic decisions. Also, things like being able to work together as a group. We have a lot of family investment clubs where families come together and they pool their money together and they're generating income together. And basically, when you're working as a group and you're making money, a therapist is beneficial because a therapist can help make sure you get along with each other and that you never mess up your money by having these conflicts that so many of our families have. You get access to investment club training. There's lots of training blueprints and materials. If you want to form a family investment club, if you want to get together with that cousin, that sibling, and friends, etc., you can show them this video if you want to. And if they're as persuaded as you are, then doing it as a team is really great. It's a great way to change each other's lives. You also get access to a list of what I call Dr. Boyce money makers. And those who are in the Prime program, I just released another list of the money makers. So log in at drboyceprime.com and you can find them. And basically, this is my personal stock option selections. These are stocks I picked and vetted specifically to determine how much income they can generate, what that looks like based on the margin that's available, things like that. So you don't have to do that. So if you're not sure what to do, if you wanted to, you can literally follow what I'm doing, what I do to make money for my own family. This is what I actually apply. I'm not offering the medicine to you. I'm literally taking it myself. Okay. So, what else do you get? You get access to, if you're new to stock options and you want to understand options better, there's a whole training on how to invest in stock options. You get access to that program. Then you also get access to an expanded topics group in what I call Black Money 102. Black Money 102 is our stock market training program. It's very popular. It's been around about 7 or 8 years, and it just takes you through everything you need to know about the stock market. We also have excellent customer support. If you're looking for something new, you can just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they can help you find whatever you're looking for. Okay, so if you add up the value of all the materials that I just listed to you, it would be about $8,692 per year. Okay, let's put that into context. When I taught at Syracuse University, I don't know what the tuition was exactly back then, but I know the last time I checked a couple years ago, it was about $73,845. It's probably over $80,000 a year now. I wanted to leave that environment mainly because I felt like that's too much to pay. Most of the Black students I taught at Syracuse are still 20 years later trying to pay off their student loans. I don't want that happening to you. So to join this program, the fee is only $2,999 a year. $299 per year. If you want it now today, the offer I can make to you is $19.99 per year. So if you want to go sign up at drboyceprime.com now, you can actually get in for $19.99 per year. Now, I want to ask you a quick question and give me a yes or no if you agree or if you understand where I'm coming from on this. If this made you an extra $50,000 a year, would it be worth it? A lot of you already have, you're already saving, you're already buying stock, you're already trying to figure out ways to move forward. If it made an extra $50,000 a year, would you consider this to be a good investment? And if the answer is no, then it's no. But if it's yes, then I'd like for you to say yes. If you were able to make just an extra $20,000 a year, would it be worth it? Would $20,000 a year work for you? Would that make you say, yeah, I'm glad I did this? If you just made $10,000 a year, would it be worth it? What do you think? I don't know. Do you think that this is the goal? This should be the goal of really all educational programs, because I've seen people who know probably 1/50th of what I know about stock markets and stock options literally offer programs that are like $15,000, $20,000 a year, insane amounts of money. And they don't get the results. And so a lot of you came to me because you were so jaded by what you were seeing kind of out there from people that really didn't have the training in this area. Well, we have the training, and also we have money back guarantees, student testimonials, stuff like that. So you know that what you're getting is a real deal. So here's a student testimonial someone wrote, and we have hundreds of them actually. They wrote, "I love the information given, the openness and honesty, the ability to communicate with Dr. Boyce, to ask questions and to gain positive insight." So that's what Danny Dean said. And if you want to join monthly, the monthly option is $3.99 per month. So that would be the monthly fee if you wanted to do the monthly option. Now, today, if you want to sign up, you can actually sign up for $239 per month. That's the monthly fee that you can get today. Now, here's another testimonial from a student. "I love how you give everyday illustrations to explain what you're saying." Inez Boykin sent us that note. Jose Lopez says, "It has totally changed the way I look at the market. I would think there's no way I can learn this market stuff. Now I'm filled with hope that I can use this information to make positive changes in my family's life." So Jose Lopez Ramos said this. All right. So here's the thing. If you had an extra $3,000 per month, what would you do with that money? Well, here's some things you could do. The average used car note is $503, so you could easily cover that. The average mortgage payment on a $300,000 house is $2,071. You could cover that. So maybe some of you could use the money to pay your mortgage. What's left over, even with just $3,000 a month, is after you pay the car note and the mortgage, you still have $426 left over. That's money you can actually invest. So this allows you to have positive cash flow in your household that you can use for long-term wealth building and really have a long-term economic plan. So the cash flow really is a gateway to allow you access to wealth, but also allow you access to a more enjoyable life where your decisions are not being made by a lack of cash or financial security or financial insecurity. If you invest 426 per month, if you take the extra 426 and you invest it every month, how much would you have in 20 years? This shows you the power of compound interest. You would actually have $103,471. So literally, this isn't just a training program. This isn't just a way to make extra money. This isn't just a way to make money without working. This is a pathway to building the kinds of economic infrastructures that we'd like to be able to pass to our children. This is a generational wealth master plan that you can apply. A lot of you are already applying this. I know families that are doing this already. It's working. This is exactly how you build an economic empire. So very quickly, I'd like to sweeten the deal for you. So instead of the $19.99 price that I mentioned earlier, if you'd like, you can join right now for $869 per year. So if you go to drboyceprime.com, your annual fee would be $869 per year. This number will never change as long as you are a member. If you sign up today, that is your price. That is it forever. Okay. And I think $869 per year is maybe $80, $90 a month or something like that. If you want to do monthly, you don't have to pay $299. How about we make it $155 per month? That's the absolute best deal we can offer. Right now, we've got a lot of people in the program, so at some point we're just going to shut down enrollment because I don't want it to get too big. But that's literally the best offer we can make. That allows the Black Business School to continue to grow, and it also allows you to be able to test it and see if you like it and get the benefit from it. And so that's the offer. There you go. That's the offer. So if you want to take advantage of the offer, just so you know, there's a lot of bonuses thrown in there as well. And just to recap what you get bi-weekly coaching calls with me, access to the Financial Juneteenth Investing Masterclass, access to What Dr. Boyce is Buying. You get access to the Family Investment Support Group consultations with Dr. Alicia, access to Investment Club training programs and blueprints, access to Dr. Boyce Moneymakers, the list that I put together for the students once every 2 to 3 weeks, access to how to invest in stock options training. Okay, so that if you're a beginner, you can figure it all out. And then once you get there, you'll be able to generate your income. And so, oh, and then also access to Black Money 102, our stock market training program. So you have these choices. Here are your choices. Your choices are very simple. You could take no action at all, right? If you take no action at all, then you're losing money. That means that if you could have made $1,000 a month, then over 12 months, you lose $12,000 per year. If you were going to make $2,500 per month, a lot of our students are making $2,500 per month or more. Over 12 months, that's $30,000 a year that you'd be giving up by not taking action. This is my encouragement to you to do something, whatever it is you want to do. I encourage you to do something. And so you could do it all by yourself. You could sit down and try to figure it all out on your own. There's nothing wrong with that. I encourage you. I support you, whatever pathway you take. But the problem is that you won't have the guidance to be able to avoid the risks. I have seen lots of money get lost by people trying to do it on their own. There's a student that I meet with twice a week in one-on-one consultations. And one thing that he was saying is that he says, you talk in a way that makes everything look easy. And I'm proud of that because I like to use simple analogies to help you understand the bigger picture. He says, but once you dig into the weeds, it's not as easy as you make it sound. And I'm glad I can talk to you because because you can clear that up. So ultimately, that guidance is something I'd like to offer you. That's where I want to add value to your life is by literally sharing with you in real time what I'm doing and what I'm seeing. Because I've personally had scenarios where I missed something and ended up making a mistake. Okay. So ultimately, that guidance is part of what you get by being part of the group. In addition to that, there are action alerts that I send out to the students via text. You won't get the action alerts on investing possibilities and opportunities as they come out. You won't be part of the collective. The students have become friends. They've formed a family. They're going to all get together and meet each other at the All Black National Convention. And so that collective is a great way to elevate your economic game. Instead of spending all your time around people that are struggling, you'll be around people that are thriving. Instead of being around people that are negative, you'll be around people that are positive. Instead of being around people that are afraid of being Black, you're around people that love being Black. Instead of being around people that are following the crowd, you'll be around people that are innovative thinkers. You'll be around people that are wealth builders. Some of them are flat out rich and doing really amazing things. That's an amazing collective. It's a beautiful group of really prosperous, successful people that will really help you to elevate your peer standing, because a lot of you are struggling because you have so much consciousness and awareness. And James Baldwin actually said that when you become conscious, it's very lonely and it's very frustrating because other people aren't rising with you. Well, this is the consciousness cloud. I mean, this is literally the most extraordinary brain trust in the entire Black community, because you have intelligent people that are on the cutting edge of finance and money. And they're implementing these ideas and they're getting it done, and they're doing it as families. There's father-son duos, there's mother-daughter duos, there's entire families, grandma getting involved, grandma trading stock options with the grandbaby. I mean, this is all happening right now in real time. And I think you would enjoy the collective quite a lot. And also, direct coaching from me and my team. That's another area where we add value. That's always available. Sometimes there's a little bit of an add-on bonus cost or something if you want sort of one-on-ones or small group training, but it doesn't cost that much. And it's definitely designed where I tell you straight out from the very beginning, if you don't feel like you're benefiting financially by what you're investing, if you don't feel that what you're gaining exceeds what you invested, then we don't want your money. We don't want you to sign up. Your university didn't say that when they took $100,000 from you. So we're not going to say that if we get you to invest 1,000. Okay. Also, insider secrets on what options and strike prices, et cetera, to choose. I'm very specific with the students. They say, okay, I don't know what expiration date to pick or what strike price or what particular option. I tell them exactly step by step. Okay, pick. This is what I'm picking right now. Feel free to follow. It's not investing advice. I don't give investing advice, but I do let people follow me if they want to. And I also talk about what I'm seeing in the pros and cons of each approach. All right. So if you try to figure it all by yourself, it might, like it does for a lot of people, it might take you 5 or 10 years to do it right, where you're spending time kind of losing money, paying tuition in the school of life to figure it out. Or you can take the shortcut. I have a PhD in finance. I've been doing this for 30 years. I started teaching finance in 1993. So I've already made the mistakes so that you don't have to. So I've also condensed the process to make it simple. So anyway, in fact, there are times where I can do it for you if you're interested. Now, if you want to know something about the Black Business School, I hope you'll allow me to kind of brag on how great our Black-owned institution is. There's something called a Net Promoter Score. A Net Promoter Score is a measure through surveys of how many raging fans you have of your school, like how much people, or of your product, period. It's a school, product, brand, business, whatever, right? So to give you some ideas of net promoter scores as a benchmark of customer satisfaction, how happy the customers are, also how loyal the customers are. It also measures the willingness to recommend the business to a friend or to an acquaintance. Let's look at some examples of some famous brands and what their net promoter scores are. So if you look at companies like Microsoft, they have a great net promoter score of 40. If you look at Amazon, you go up to 51. If you go to Apple, their net promoter score is 52. Harvard University, their net promoter score is also 52. The Black Business School, we measured our net promoter score. We sent out the survey and did the measurements. Our net promoter score was 94. 94. How about that for Black excellence? I'm very proud of that. Yeah, our net promoter score is 70, 80% higher than some of the strongest companies in America. I mean, and some of y'all are in here. Some of y'all already know. I mean, for some of y'all might be preaching. I told y'all that this is kind of my practice to get ready for the event that I'm going to do in a little bit. So I thought I'd kind of run this by you guys and see what you thought. But then I was like, well, if they want to join, you're still welcome to do so. But yeah, a lot of you are raging fans because we put a lot of damn effort into just making sure you're happy. We started from the very beginning, and I said I want us to be student obsessed, customer obsessed. I want us to make people happy. I want us to make people's lives better. And if we're not doing that, we want you to tell us how we can do that better. So we're good at what we do. There's no risk of you signing up for something and feeling like, oh, they screwed me over or they did me dirty. We don't do that. We don't do that. So students love our trainings. Here's another testimony from Letitia Parker. She says, Dr. Boyce is so thorough in his explanations. The examples he gives are very clear and easy to understand. I highly recommend the courses because you will most definitely get your money's worth. Actually, you get more than your money's worth because he goes above and beyond in making sure that the students learn what they need to be successful. He's simply the best. Well, thank you, Letitia, for saying that. And I did not tell her to say that. I've not met Letitia. I just saw her comment. All right. So one last thing I'll throw in there, just just a formality for sure, but it's an important one, is we also have what I call the Dr. Boyce hassle-free refund guarantee. So if you're not happy for any reason in the first 30 days, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they will give you a full 100% refund with no questions asked. And in fact, if you're not satisfied and you sign up and you do the annual membership, then we will not just give you a free refund, we will give you a free $1,000 course. So all you got to do is say, hey, I'm not happy. I want my refund and my free course, and they will give you both. And so that's how determined we are to show you that we know what we're doing and that we're good at it, and how much comfort we have in letting you know that you're going to absolutely love being part of the Prime program. The Prime membership will be something that will change your life and elevate you in so many ways that you can imagine. So if you want to take advantage of the offers that I mentioned, $869 for the year or $155 per month, you can go to drboyceprime.com right now. Remember, the annual fee was $29.99. Your fee is going to be $879, and also the regular monthly fee is $399. Yours will be $155. That is not going to be the price in the future, but that's the price right now for you. And and one more thing, I forgot to mention this. If you have someone in your family that you want to share this with, we are for you guys. There's buy one get one free. So that means that if you sign up and you want to join right now, then you can bring someone in your household that can share your membership and share your login, and they can actually participate in the membership with you. Okay. Now we ask that's per household though, that not just anybody that you just find anywhere, but they have to be someone in your household that you are connected to or related to, because building wealth is not fun when you do it by yourself, because you don't want to be the rich person with a bunch of broke people around you, because that just puts you in danger. So instead, as you elevate, we want you to elevate with others around you so that it's a comfortable experience, and other people can benefit from your prosperity. So I'm going to ask you all now, are there any questions that you have? And you can feel free to also give me any feedback if there's something that you feel like I didn't touch on, or whatever the case may be. And let's see, Pamela says, I've joined and I will need to add a family member. Yeah, please do that. And email support@theblackbusinessschool.com if you have any questions about how to do that. Let's see, Miles says, do you know any apps I can use to set up an account to buy stocks? There's a lot of apps. Robinhood is one, of course, and then they have E-Trade and stuff like that. You can do that. Patricia says, what's the link to join? The URL is drboyceprime.com. And so what I'm going to do is I will put the link to the page. I'll put it in the chat if you guys want to just click on the link. But yeah, it's drboyceprime, PRIME.com. And also, and by the way, thank you guys for letting me share this. As you can see, it's a training and it's also a pitch. And I appreciate you all hearing this out for me. That really helps me a lot in terms of just sort of thinking things through. And by the way, if you have a question, put your question in the Q&A section. And I'll see it there. If you put it in the chat, I may or may not see it. You're a fast talker. Will we receive the replay slide deck to revisit the session? Asked Sandra. Yeah. The replay, I can text it out. I'll text it out to you. So if you're on the Money in the Morning text list, if you're not on the Money in the Morning text list, just text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I'll send it to you via text today. You have a lot of international viewers as well. Yeah, I do. And we do have international students that are in the program. International students can invest in U.S. markets. You'd have to work with like a local bank or something like that. Let's see here. What do you mean by capital as opposed to money? That's a great question. Capital is basically something that you can use to get more resources or to get the things you need. In particular, let's say money. So when you talk about capital, if I'm a farmer and I have cows and pigs and chickens, let's say that I never have any money, I can still use the cow is still a source of capital, because I can get milk from the cow. I can make a steak from the cow. I can breed the cow. Maybe if I think there's a cow. There's like this cow in Mexico that's like the biggest cow ever. He's like the Shaquille O'Neal of cows. And this cow, literally, I think to buy the eggs from the cow is like $400,000 to get the eggs, because the cow breeds these big old gigantic cows, right? So anything that generates resources or money for you is capital, pretty much. When you sell an option, how do you select the stock to sell? There's a lot of criteria. There's different things like what they call implied volatility. There is also just the risk level of the asset. It depends on whether the company has an earnings announcement coming up, things like that. Let's see, Dr. B, the link you shared came up at $19.99 per year. Go to the bottom. If you go to the page, let me see if I can pull up the page for you, Zoe. Let's see here. Let me make sure everything's what it's supposed to say. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah, I see. Okay, you know what? Uh, okay, here we go. Let me give you a code that you can use. Um, because I think Micah changed everything. So let me I've got a discount code you guys can use. Let's see here. All right, so if you go to the Prime page, if you go to the top, it says start making money now. And at that point, you can pick which offer you want, the monthly offer, the annual offer. So if you go with the monthly option, I want you to remove the discount code, and I'm going to show you exactly how to put in the new code. I didn't know this. I think Micah changed everything on the page. I don't know why. Maybe it was my fault for giving her the wrong information. Okay, here we go. All right, so here's the code if you want the monthly discount. The monthly discount, you can put in the code. I'm going to show you how to do it. It's offer 2023 monthly, offer 2023 monthly, all one word. Okay. Now, if you go with the annual option at 869, the code is offer 2023, and there is no monthly at the end, just offer 2023. Okay. So let me show you how to apply that. Gosh, I'm so sorry, guys. See, this is why you practice because, sometimes you miss stuff, right? Because we had talked yesterday about it, and I think that she changed it and didn't know. All right, so here, if you go to drboyceprime.com, you're going to see this, right? And all the details and information on the program are listed on this page, right? In terms of all the bonuses and everything that you get when you sign up. And if you want to just scroll to get to the, cut to the chase and sign up, you hit start making money now. Now, here at the bottom, you got two plans you can pick from. You've got the monthly plan, and here she's got $349, and this discount gives you $50 off, but that's not the discount you guys can get. I'm going to give you a discount code to get the big discount. This one is $19.99 per year, which is $1,000 off per year. You're not going to have to pay that. So if you want to do monthly, here's what you could do. You could click on this, and you can put in the code. So here on this page, right? Here's the price, $399 per month. It says $50 off. I want to give you a bigger discount. So what you do is you hit remove for the code, apply the new coupon code, and put offer 2023 monthly. All one word, offer 2023 monthly. Now look at the price, it's $399. If you hit apply, it'll drop by $243 and you go to $155 per month. Okay. Now, if you want to do annual, if you want to sign up annually, then what you have to do is this. Okay. So what you would do is you go back to that page, drboyceprime.com, and you would use the code 20, let's see, was it offer 2023, all one word. Okay. So let me share the screen again and show you guys. All right. So here on this page, so right here where it says annual, you can hit enroll now. And when you get on the second page, you would remove the discount code. So here it says $29.99. That's the regular price. You can get $1,000 off by default, which goes to $19.99. But what you want to do is remove that code and use the better code. So you hit apply coupon code after you hit remove, and you could type offer 2023. Okay. And then you hit apply. And once you hit apply, you should see your discount. This goes from $29.99 down to $869.71. Okay. And that is the price that you would pay. Okay. I hope that makes sense. And I'm sorry, guys, about the confusion on that. I thought that I didn't know she had changed it like that. We talked about it, but I didn't know she actually did it. All right. So let me answer some more questions here. All right. So the Antonio Fuller says BKTX is very volatile, but has a good premium. Yeah, that was on the moneymaker list. We took that one off. Yeah, that's not one that I'm invested in anymore. Let's see. AC Salam says, what is the minimum amount of stock to own to be able to sell options? To sell options on a stock, you have to own at least 100 shares of that stock. If you own less than 100 shares of the stock, then you can't trade options on it. So if the stock is $25 per share, then 100 shares would cost $2,500. So when you ask about things like the minimum amount of capital to get started, you'd have to have enough capital to be able to buy 100 shares of that stock. And then also there's some other things that you'd want to do to manage risk, like using put options in particular. So that might cost a little bit more. But then there's various ways to apply that strategy as well. Let's see here. Someone posted in the chat, what's the advantage of your school? The advantage of our school is that we're very good at what we do, particularly when it comes to identifying and resolving a lot of the economic problems, the Black wealth problems that exist within our families. We're able to dig into those areas that standard universities don't dig into. That's why the Black wealth problem has never been solved. It's because no one's really tried to actually solve it in a meaningful way. They try to solve it with maybe a rising tide lifts all boats sort of approach, and that just doesn't work. You have to be very specific. The Black community has been through a very unique experience, and we believe that that experience requires surgery, not just an aspirin. Okay, Al says I tried offer 2023 monthly invalid code. Actually, it's all one word. Did you try offer 2023 monthly altogether? It's just like that. I'm typing in the chat. It's all one word. So don't separate anything. So try it without okay. And actually, I just heard from Micah. And I think Micah changed the code so that if you do go to drboyceprime.com right now, you will find that the code may already be in there. So if you hit start making money now and you go to the bottom, yeah, she's made it easy for you. So actually, so if you just go there now, you don't even have to put the code in. We just made that easy for you guys. At first, she had switched it, and now you have to put it in there. But now she's just switched it back because I asked her to. All right, so let's see. Another question says, could you share the capital base used to make these amounts? Yeah, well, in the example I gave with Coinbase, I showed you exactly what you could do. I mean, this is not, there's no mystery with that. I mean, if you have enough money to buy 2,000 shares of Coinbase, you can sell the options on the Coinbase, and that's it. And that's very, very straightforward. Let's see, Zoe. Oh, no, you're not being a pain at all. Yeah, well, you know what? I don't know. Yeah. Okay. So you went in at the higher price. Yeah. If you did that, if you went ahead and signed up at the higher price, then just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they'll refund the difference. So email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, tell them what happened, and they can fix that for you. So the customer service is very, very good. And I wish there was a person that was actually in the room right now to talk to you from customer service, but they couldn't make it. But they're available right now. You can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They will make sure you're happy. That's I know that. I mean, I've worked with the people that run customer service for about 6 years now. They're very good at what they do. Let's see here. Can you use this plan with an investment club? Yes, you absolutely can. In fact, it's more fun to do it as a group for sure. Do you have to, let's see here. Juanita Nelson signed up for Black Money 102. Does that teach stock options? No, 102 is stock market investing. So we talk about stocks, but it doesn't go very deeply into options. Let's see. Rolo says, I believe selling call options per week is better than monthly. It can be. It depends on what asset you're talking about. It depends on how consistently you want your cash flow. Some people want their money monthly. Some people want it weekly. It really depends on what your preference is for sure. Let's see here. What was the initial investment for the example you were giving? I think for the Coinbase, it was 2,000 shares, which took you to a total valuation of about 442. And you'd have to put up about half of that in Robinhood. So you'd have to put up about half of 442, which is 222, something like that. And so remember, though, that you don't have to do the 2,000 share example. I just did that to compare it to real estate. You could do 1,000 shares if that's all you have. You could do 200 shares, right? The point was to say, what if you approached it with the same capital base that you might put into a real estate deal? Let's look at the reasons why this is a much better way to make money. Again, no work. It's highly liquid. ROI is better. That's why I've walked away from real estate a little bit. I don't hate it. I think real estate ownership can be very beneficial, but I own a lot of my real estate through real estate investment trust now. I publicly traded real estate investment trust. I don't do a lot of the illiquid deals anymore because they just haven't really been that beneficial. I don't like locking my money up, and then the risk is way too high. So that's just my 2 cents. Can you do the $869 in 4 payments. We don't have that. We don't have a payment plan for the annual, but you can do monthly, right? Monthly just means, you pay the monthly fee. So right now, the two options we have are the annual and the monthly, and that's pretty much what they have. They can look at a payment plan, but right now, there's nothing in place for that. It's just those two ways to pay. Some say weekly options is dangerous. Why? I don't know, Ronald, what the context of that comment might have been, but I don't think they're dangerous. I think everything can be dangerous or not dangerous depending on the situation. So, yeah, options investing can be very dangerous if you do it in a way that builds a lot of risk. You can go and trade options in a way that will ruin and risk everything. Or you can go and trade options in a way where you're very, very safe and very, very conservative. Companies use the options market not to increase their risk, but to reduce their risk. So don't ever think options are just one thing. It's just like fire. Fire is not good or bad. Fire is just powerful. If you use fire in the right way, it can do amazing things for you and cook your food and keep you warm. But if you're irresponsible with it, then bad things can happen. So let's see here. Is $5,000 a good base to start with? Yeah, a lot of students start with about $5,000. You add some leverage, it can do some good things for your life. My husband rolled in Prime about a year ago or so. I'm now coming on board. Now, I wish I'd done it sooner. Lessons from the stock options have paid off and created great passive income. Yeah, good, good. I'm glad, Miss Bird, that we were able to convince you to take a look. And it's okay. Like I've met people who were super skeptical for a long time. I counseled a couple directly, and they were very skeptical for good reason. The husband was I think he was a federal agent or something, and I could talk to people in that space because my father was a detective for a long time, so I know how cops kind of think. They're skeptical of everything, right? And I think that that's fine. I think that's good, right? And he was very skeptical of me for a very long time. He was skeptical of investing in stuff like this for a long time, and they had good reason to feel this way because they'd made some investments and stuff that really, really just took him for a ride and cost him hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it took him maybe 5 years before he trusted me. And I was like, okay, have I earned your trust? Do you feel comfortable? He said, yeah, yeah. And he smiled. And I know that's a lie. Cops don't really smile, right? So, it's one of those things where if you're not comfortable, I understand. Then let's keep talking until you get comfortable. And you can dip your toe in the water. And that's why we have things like money back guarantees and stuff like that, because the internet is an interesting place where it's attracted a lot of people that just are just getting you to do stuff with the promise of possibly turning it into money. And a lot of these people are not trained or qualified on any level. You look at their background, they don't have any credentials, but they sound good. And some of them are flat out criminals. And so, yeah, I get it. I totally respect whatever your process is. And for those of you where it took you a little while to gain the trust, that's okay. I hope that we can keep earning that. I want us to keep moving that direction for sure. Let's see here. Okay, the Q&A bot. Okay, wow, there's a lot of 34 questions. All right, I'm gonna answer as many as I can in rapid fire succession so we can bounce out. And by the way, the URL is drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com if you'd like to take advantage of the offer. I want to do one-on-one coaching. What's the extra cost? I don't have the cost in front of me right now. I know that it's not. I know that a lot of people do like 30-minute sessions, and it's a few $100, maybe like $5.99 or something like that. And it's because we don't have a lot of them. We just don't, and they fill up really fast. But if you want to do something like that, then email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. The one-on-ones are not something that I think everybody has to do. It's really for those that are making weighty decisions that really need me to specifically look specifically at what you're doing. I wish I could do that for everybody, but I can't. And so that's where the investment makes sense, right? You pay a consultant when if you're making a $20,000 decision. Well, yeah, it makes sense to pay a few $100 to get good information so you don't lose the $20,000, right? So yeah, feel free to email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and Chanel can set that up. I won't be able to do a lot of one-on-ones in the next 3 or 4 weeks, so I got to go to. We're doing our group trip to Egypt and some other stuff that's happening. But I'll be able to do them maybe I think toward the end of August. Is the $900 per year forever? Yeah, that fee, whatever price you sign up for today, is yours for life. That's your fee forever. Let's see. I want to join, but the only option is okay. So the $19.99 option. I hope you're able to. Or sorry, I said $879. Actually, it's 897. I got the numbers reversed in my head. I gotta check. Maybe that's a dyslexia or something. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, to be precise, it's 897.71. That's what Micah sent me. Sorry, wait. I said 87. No, 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 it's not 879. Sorry, it's 869.71. Jeez, the numbers are spinning around in my brain. So it's actually lower, it looks like. So yeah, so just go to the page and thank you, Miss Dixon. I appreciate that. Yeah, 869.71. So you can go to drboyceprime.com and those are your prices. Thank you very much, Terrence. I appreciate that. Sorry for being scramble brain. This is why I'm practicing with you guys, and I appreciate you guys letting me go through this with you and talk to you about this. Okay, so let's see. D Hines says, "What if I want a friend to join? How long is the option available?" The first 30 days. If you just reach out to the team and talk to them about it, then the only thing that we can't allow is like people just blanketly sharing with like too many people, just because that kind of undermines the ability of the school to operate. We are a Black-owned business, and we do hire lots of people that help us to implement this. I can't do this by myself. We need a team, and we don't take money from corporations or the government because I don't want to be a government-funded institution. I think that that's what's actually hurt our HBCUs is that they are dependent on the government, so they can't actually solve problems in an adequate way. Like, for example, it doesn't make any sense that most HBCUs won't even invite Dr. Claude Anderson to speak. Why wouldn't you want the premier Black economic thinker on earth to come into your campus? Well, it's because they're afraid of what the man is going to, what other, what I mean, other people are going to think that have a stake in sort of keeping us right where we are. And so we present solutions, and our solutions actually work. Let's see, the original Prime student from day one. Okay, Justin, if you want to get the adjustment on the price you signed up for, this is a special offer for new members, but talk to the team. Maybe they can work with you, offer you a bonus or something like that. We're not opposed to talking about that for sure. Let's see here. Yeah. Reach out to the support team and talk to them about your situation, and we can definitely figure that out. Let's see. Michael Ruff, is there a promo code for the deal? Yeah, there's actually not a promo code anymore. You can just go to drboyceprime.com and it's right there on the page. How do I set up multiple children in your Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program? Email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. They can help you with that. If you have multiple kids and you want to get them set up, we have our Black Business School for Children. I think our children, if you have ambitious, intelligent children or grandchildren that are willing to learn things that are going to help them make money later on in life, I think teaching them stock options is absolutely appropriate. I think they can understand it. Our kids get it. They're going to have to learn something to make money. They're going to have to go to dental school or something, or they're going to have to learn how to be a nail tech or whatever it is that they choose to do. And those things are hard to learn. So if they can learn those hard things, if you can learn the hard stuff required to become an employee, then you should be able and willing to learn the hard stuff required to become an investor. I think it's very strange that we are, okay with going to school and learning all kinds of special skills that let us serve other people. I have, one of our kids works at a restaurant. It like Applebee's style restaurant, and I'm gonna say Applebee's style because I don't want to be giving away too much personal information. But I went through her training, and she had this massive pile of stuff to learn. You had to learn all the different menu configurations and how to serve the customers and the procedures to make the food and everything else. And it was like a college class. So if you can learn all that, if you can learn all the stuff required to learn how to serve food at Applebee's, why can't you learn stock options? I just explained stock options to you in an hour or so. So I just don't get it. And I know people that make thousands doing, with stock options. I don't know a lot of people who get rich working at Applebee's. I just don't. So anyway, let me get off that soapbox. Travis, would it be wise to start with 5K? 5K, I say start where you are. Some of you have 0K. Even if you have no money, that doesn't mean you have no wealth. You just might have to figure out a way to get some money to go with your wealth. But when you're learning this stuff, that's a form of wealth in itself. You just may need to find somebody that has a little bit more money than you and talk to them about what you know and see if there's a way you can partner together. Let's see, how many shares of individual stock do you have to own to do options? You have to own 100 shares of a stock in order to sell options on that stock. Between joining Prime or attending your conference in October, which would be more impactful as a first step? I would say joining Prime, because with Prime, it's a year-round thing. The conference, you can work up to that. The All Black National Convention, October 25th through the 27th. We are going to have a special gathering of Prime students where you get a chance to meet all others that are in the group as well. Let's see here. That's okay. That's not, there's no embarrassing, that's not an embarrassing question, Kenya. The price, if you go to drboyceprime.com, Kenya, there is a, the pricing is at the bottom. The annual fee is $869.71. That's the special price for today. The monthly fee is $155. Okay, so those are the options. Those are the prices that you have available, and all the information is at drboyceprime.com. So let me answer a few more questions, and then we're going to bounce on out, and then I will see you all tomorrow morning for class. Thank you for hearing me out on this discussion. I hope you gained something from this. Let's see. L. Davis, the additional discount for the $897 annually is not showing. It should show, Mr. Davis. Okay, it looks like the comment came in 20 minutes ago after Micah made the change. So it should be on the page for sure. If you don't see it or you have any challenges and you don't see the prices that I mentioned, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They will take care of you. They will make sure that you're in good shape. Once we join Prime, don't we have to buy 100 shares of more than one stock in order to earn money? No, I mean, I know people that sell options with just one stock. You don't necessarily have to have a bunch of them. You can just have one that makes money for you. So for example, if I had, let's say I had something like, let's look at another stock that I like Marathon Platforms or Marathon Digital. So let's say that I had, let's say I went out and bought 200 shares of Marathon Digital for $3,834. Robinhood requires me to put up 60% of that money, and I could sell an option on that that expires a month from now, and I could make roughly, depending on which one I pick, I could make roughly $1.63 per option. So if I had 200 shares, I can make about $350 a month from selling those options. Then now that's not a ton of money. It's not life-changing, but the amount of the investment is pretty small. It's only $3,800 that you're using to buy the stock. And you don't have to put up the whole 3,800. You put up about 2,000 of that. And then you're able to generate consistent income every month from that. Now, if you had did something bigger like 38,000, then you can add a zero. So instead of me making 350 or whatever per month, I can make 3,500 a month. For a lot of you, 3,500 would pay your mortgage or pay your rent plus your car note. For a lot of you, 3,500 is almost escape velocity money. Like that's freedom money, right? Or if it's not 3,500, maybe it's 7,000. Whatever your number is, I can tell you when my favorite individuals and couples to work with are people that have been savers their whole life or have money put to the side or have access to some type of capital. It might be through a HELOC or whatever. And literally, when they tell me how much they want to use towards stock options, I literally will say, okay, how much money do you need to make each month? And they give me the number, and I say, okay, let's take that capital base. Let's see if we can get to that number. And we shape a portfolio, and it's not investing advice. I just tell them this is what I would do. And I lay it out and I say, well, you could buy some of this and then buy some of that and then buy some of that and then do this and do this and do this. And then when we get done, I say, okay, here's your number, $7,245 or whatever. This is bigger than your number. How do you feel? I literally I think investing is connected to feelings. My wife got me into feelings and stuff. And because she's a therapist. And every single time, every single time they smile. Like every single time, it's like, yeah, and that's because money creates that natural dopamine rush. It's so much fun to make more money. And it's and you think about this, right? Think about how excited we are if our boss gives us like a tiny raise, like he gives us like a 5%, 10% raise, and you make an extra $1,000 a year or $2,000 a year and you feel good that day. Imagine if you're making, an extra $3,000 a month. Like that's a pretty good feeling. So this is real stuff. This is not hocus pocus. We got probably a couple thousand students or something in Prime now. I don't know how many are there exactly, but I want them to give you authentic reactions so that you will just kind of know what's going on. And if you are a student and the reaction isn't what we want it to be, then reach out to our team and they can talk to you about ways we can figure things out so that you can get the reaction that you want. Okay. Elhai says greatest feeling ever. Yeah, it's really good. And I think that what also happens is that you're also feeling my natural reaction to this because this affects my life. This is how I make money for my wife and my kids and my family. So this is not just me teaching. This is me doing as I'm teaching. So I'm definitely a player coach. I invest right along with the students. That one stock I showed you that went up by $200 in a day or something, and everybody made a bunch of money. That was literally an asset. My student asked me about it. I looked at it and I said, "Oh yeah, this is great. I love this." And I had some extra money sitting to the side, so I invested in it too. We all made money together, right? So this is a great feeling. Investing, now, mind you, I want to be really clear though. Investing always has risk. There are some times where you have to learn how to manage and deal with the fact that portfolios don't always go up in value. And that's why we have the Black Financial Therapy Department, because my wife, a therapist, is there to help us figure out how to process feelings in a way that's not going to destroy the long-term value of what we're trying to do, right? So the risk part is really important. I'm not here to ever make you think that there's not risk, but I am here to tell you that there are ways to manage risk effectively, and the good does outweigh the bad. All right, so let's see a couple more questions, then we're going to bounce on out of here. Let's see. I hope everyone's. Please help. Can someone please help me sign up? Okay, so Stan, if you go to drboyceprime.com, you should be able to hit the button at the top that says start making money now. It'll take you to the bottom. You got the monthly option or the annual option with the discounts already embedded. If you are stuck, if you have any more trouble signing up, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They will work with you until it's fixed or until you feel better. They will call you on the phone if they have to, and they will make sure that you get signed up. Okay, so Stan, so let me know if you're still stuck on that. All right, a couple more questions, then I'm going to get on out of here. Let's see here. I just enrolled in Miami. That's money in a minute. Okay. Is this an overlap or complement to the Prime course? That is a complement to actually Money in the Morning. So Money in a Minute is basically, which if you're interested and you want to take a look at that, you text the word Miami to 87948. That's Money in a Minute. Get it? That's the acronym. So Money in a Minute is where basically, when we were doing Money in the Morning, I said, how do we form habits where we can increase our financial literacy by having a lesson delivered every morning to us on our cell phone? So Money in a Minute is where every single morning you get like a basic lesson on stock options delivered to you right to your cell phone. And so you can watch the lecture. It takes 90 seconds, 2 minutes, very short. So almost really mini lectures. And then you've learned something that day. And by the end of 30 days, you have a basic fundamental understanding of the market and kind of how it works. So feel free to text the word Miami to 87948 if you'd like to take a look at Money in a Minute. Okay, let's see here. Also, can you have an investment club to do this program? Yes, absolutely, Eunice. The investment clubs are the best way. It's a lot of fun because you can build wealth, learn, and also connect with people you love at the same time. It's the best Black experience ever. What's the URL again? It's drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. Let's see. What trading platform is best for getting started? I like Robinhood for the simplicity. There are other apps out there, but Robinhood's one of my favorites. Let's see. Will this be Zoom? Will these be Zoom meetings? Yes, we're gonna have one soon. And so once you sign up, you will be on the text list, and I will text you guys. In fact, if you wanted to get on the text list now, you'd have to log in to come in. But if you want to even get on the text list for Prime now, text the word options to 87948. If you text options to 87948, I will send you links when we have our meetings coming up, and also when we do Q&A. So text options to 87948. You have to log in though, so make sure you're signed up so you can get in. Let's see. What app do you use for stock options? Oh, I use a lot of them. Let's see. I mentioned Robinhood earlier. That's my favorite. In Prime, do you show how to analyze stocks? If so, where do I find that in Prime? You know what? With stock analysis, I take a little bit of an unconventional approach in the sense that analyzing stock is not what a lot of people make you think it is. A lot of people make you think that it's a matter of looking at all these ratios and trying to figure out the direction of a stock or a company by looking at their financials. I just don't know if that is the best approach, to be honest with you, not based on the research, because I don't even think it's like it would give you a bunch of information that would only confuse you and you wouldn't even know exactly how to apply it. So really paying attention to what the analysts say is more important than you trying to be the analyst. It's like if I want to get my car fixed, I could take the hood off and I could pull the engine out and I could try to take it apart and put it back together again, but I'd have to have a lot of training to do that properly. So the best thing for me to do is not for me to try to fix my car myself. It's the best thing for me to do is to take it to the shop and give a guy $1,000 or whatever and have him use his expertise to go inside the car. Do you understand? So to some extent, the inner workings of a corporation are like that car. And I think that a lot of people teach stock analysis in the wrong way. That's my 2 cents. But if you want to understand stocks, believe me, we got 7 years of material, lectures, curriculum, probably 2,000 lectures on it right now that I've done since 2015, and it's all available to you. And you can just go through them. And I guarantee when you're done, you'll know more about stocks than 99% of the population. Okay. So I'm going to go. Sandra's asking what are the days and times and durations of the bi-weekly coaching calls? They tend to be Thursday nights at 8 p.m., but it's not every single Thursday and it's not always at 8. Sometimes my schedule kind of I reach out and I'll let you guys know what the time is. There is a schedule inside. If you log in at Dr. Boyce Prime, you will find a schedule for the next Prime meetings, and we do Prime Q&As. Every 6 weeks, we do something called Prime 101, which is Prime for beginners, where we'll just do a beginner session and where you can hit the reset button, or if you can get up to speed. So we do a lot of these things to make sure that you're able to understand everything that's going on. So let me give the information one more time before we go. How long will I be in Charlotte for the Power Networking Conference? I'll be here for till tomorrow, basically, and then I got to go on another trip. But I'll be here every morning with you guys, and the days I can't make it, you'll get a text message. So really quickly, if you'd like to get that special offer that I mentioned, just go to drboyceprime.com. There is a monthly option and there is also an annual option. The discount's quite substantial. I think you're going to like it, and I know you're going to love the program. You can instantly get started, start coming to the Prime meetings, and really start applying some of these strategies right away and generating income today if you wanted to. So have a good day, everybody. Thank you guys for allowing me to share this with you. Now I get to go and talk to the people at the Power Networking Conference in confidence, knowing the areas that I have to tighten up and the areas where everything's smooth. And we're going to meet tomorrow morning again for financial consciousness training. So have a good day, everybody. God bless. Important as going to work every day for a white man. Right. We value, we'll go to work for that guy every day. We'll go to work for Massa every day. And that's our top priority. You know what I mean? Like that becomes the most important thing we have to do. Anytime the kid wants attention, it's like, well, I got to go to work. I got to go to work. I got to go to work. So I think maybe we can try to get to a point at some point where we can really distribute a true inheritance of a type of Black privilege by basically saying, educating my kids or anybody who I adopt as a child. That's more important than anything else that I'm going to do, right? And I think if you do that, if you think about this, when I think about this brother who we talked for a while, and he'd made some mistakes in his life in some areas where he felt like he didn't go as far as he wanted to go, but I had a lot of respect for him, a lot of admiration for him because I can tell clearly from his behaviors, from his choices, that his children were going to be light years ahead of him. I mean, think about this. He explains to his 17-year-old how he generates thousands of dollars every week selling his stock options. And nobody knows that stuff when they're 17. 17-year-olds don't know that stuff. So you those little head starts mean everything. I give my grandmother a lot of credit for the head start she gave me. And my grandmother didn't even know anything about finance, really. She never took a class in finance or economics. My grandmother just, she knew how to save and hold on to her money and keep her credit score up, basic things like that. She knew how to buy savings bonds. That was another thing she knew. But she did not know the types of stuff we talk about up in here. I mean, I just want to be clear. This what we do every day in here is cutting edge. It is better than anything you would get. You could be at Harvard and you wouldn't get something this good because nobody understands Black wealth the way we do. Nobody understands the Black economic challenges, the struggles of our families, the issues that we confront. Most people can't even identify with some of the weird things that happen in our community. Like I don't know, like your mother uses your social security number and ruins your credit before you turn 18, or daddy's not in the house, so you have to figure out ways to make money for mom and them and everybody else, or dealing with applying for jobs and knowing that because you're Black, there's certain jobs that you'll never get. You're not going to get the good job. You'll get the Black job, or all the other things that we deal with every single day, when it comes to Black economics, or starting a business and not only not getting the capital that you need in order to start the business, like you don't get the financial support, you can't get the bank loan. Nobody in your family will loan you money because they don't have any money. But also you're dealing with, the Negro naysayers who, the Negro naysayers are the people who always have a problem with every solution because they operate in fear. Fear is a low vibrational low frequency, sort of lower level instinct, right? And because they're all living on this low vibrational frequency, when you try to rise, they emotionally weigh you down without even trying to. You get emotionally weighed down because everybody dumps their fear on your back, and you're trying to fly like an eagle, but you got 80,000 pounds of fear on your back, and it's really hard. It's really, really hard. So I'm going to say this too. Not only should Black excellence and Black privilege, I think Black privilege can be delivered by a commitment to Black excellence. Excellence comes through preparation, but also I think that Black success is not the same as white success. Like I think that when we succeed, when we win, when we overcome it all and become successful, there's nobody in America anyway that can really match that in terms of understanding what we had to go through to get there. Like yeah, there are some white guys out here that have PhDs in finance like I do, but I told my chairman when I was 29 years old, I went into I was kind of cocky when I was young, you know. I was kind of like I'm from Louisville, you know, we got that Muhammad Ali in us. And so I was kind of cocky, and I remember telling my chairman, I said, you don't understand. I'm not like the other students here. Not I have I'm the best, you know, I know stuff better than everybody else, sure. But you're looking at us as a group as if we all started in the same place. You don't understand. They didn't start where I started. You don't have another student who could say he was born in the projects. You don't have another student who could say my daddy was on drugs, so he wasn't even there on the day I was born. You don't have any other students who can say that they overcame the things I went through in terms of growing up with you know, growing up with roaches and stuff in the house. You don't have any students that can say that. So don't put us in the same category. We're not the same. Like Kendrick says, they not like us. I was saying that 25 years ago. So long story short, I'm going to just say to you, you know, that your uniqueness, your individual experience, the things that you overcame, to me, those are your superpowers. If you study, you know, the storyline of any superhero on a Marvel comic book not Warner Brothers, the other one, DC Comics, you'll notice every superhero has a horrible origin story, right? Something really terrible happened to that superhero that made them great. So really, what I've noticed is that the difference between a struggle that weakens you and a struggle that makes you stronger is your attitude. You know, how do you really embrace it? Do you embrace it and say, okay, this is what's going to make me stronger, or do you look at it and say, oh my God, this is what's going to give me another reason to feel sorry for myself? If you're in the latter category, then I hate to say it, but you know, you're it becomes wasteful energy. You know, it's like if I eat a bunch of food and then I just sit on the couch, then you know, I'm taking a bunch of sugar or whatever, and I sit on the couch. Well, that sugar is gonna just sort of sink into my body and become almost like a type of poison. It's gonna make me fat, whatever. But if I get up and I go use that energy to work out, then that's going to really fuel me and make me stronger, right? So I would encourage you, take those experiences that you have and just really understand that that really is a type of training camp that God created for you that gives you an opportunity to be as great as you want to be. You know, and it's really hard to remind yourself of that because sometimes we go through hard stuff. And I think that the energy, the attitude, one of the reasons that Black wealth does not grow, and I'm going to explain why Black wealth doesn't grow. There's a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons why Black wealth doesn't grow is because there is a pessimism that sort of seeps over us from the time that we're born. And the pessimism is not just that fear that I told you about. You see, what you got to understand is that economies don't grow in fear. It's like trying to grow a flower in terrible soil. You know, if you have really nasty soil and it's dry and it's toxic and whatever, and there's no nutrients in it, nothing's going to grow in that soil. You're trying to grow, you're trying to create life in a dead space. So to some extent, there are sectors of the Black economy that are just dead. They're dead largely because of the way we perceive time, the way we perceive risk, the way we perceive our circumstances. You know, for example, I've talked to you guys extensively about how Warren Buffett and people like that will always tell you that a lot of wealthy people are made wealthy by basically buying assets extensively when the market's down. When the market goes south, they don't sit around and cry about how bad the market is. They say, "Oh, wow, there's so much cheap stuff out here I can go purchase." So they start moving, they start activating when times get tough. They don't sit there and just, you know, cry about it or just say, "Oh, well, look, they done did it to us again, y'all. They done took it from us again." I can just tell you that a lot of economics is really built on uh psychology This is why when they measure the state of the economy, they measure things like consumer confidence. How confident and optimistic are consumers? Because they know that an economy where consumers are optimistic and confident, which is connected, right? When you're a confident person, you're optimistic about yourself, your life, and your prospects. They notice that when consumers are optimistic and confident, the economy goes up. So I think you got to ask yourself that question. When you look around at your family, look at your family and economic consciousness exercise. This is what this is going to be. And when you hear them talk about struggles and challenges, do you pick up on optimism and confidence? Like, oh, we got this. We're going to go get this. We're going to make this happen. I'm feeling good today. Or do you pick up on pessimism and negativity? The negativity, oh, it's just so hard out here. How you been doing, man? Oh, man, just surviving, man, just surviving. Well, if you're just surviving, I mean, the truth of the matter is that that's called survivalnomics or strugglenomics. That's not powernomics. You can't play powernomics if you're just surviving. It's like if I'm trying to win the Super Bowl and I have a great football team, and I think that we have the ability to win, but our goal is to just survive each game and not die by the end of the football game, just to survive. Like we might lose by 30 points, but at least we made it. At least we didn't get injured today. That's not an attitude. That's not a winning attitude. A winning attitude that leads to positive outcomes tends to be based on your prior perception of your self-worth, your odds of winning. I think a lot of people don't succeed because think about it. Why would you try hard to do something difficult if you believe that you can't do it? If you don't believe you can succeed, why? Like I didn't get up this morning with the plan to go climb Mount Everest because I think that if I tried it, I would probably freeze to death. I don't know how to climb. I don't know what I'm doing. I would fall off the mountain. That's what I would do. So you're not gonna see me get up this morning and be like, yeah, I'm gonna go up on Everest today and climb the. I'm not doing that. Partly because I know I don't have confidence in my ability to climb Mount Everest. Now, there are things I have confidence in. I have confidence in my ability to break down economics on a lot of different levels for you every single day. I have confidence that it's going to make a difference. I have confidence that it's going to start my day off right. So that's what I'm doing. You got to understand, you put your energy and you make investments. There's the word investment. Remember, I want to circle it back to the words like investment. So you'll stop. So no one will ever be tempted to think that we quit talking about economics. See, when I take you around the world, I'm talking about life and trees and happiness and everything. People think, oh, he's not talking about economics anymore. No, no, no. We're talking about investing, but we're talking about it in a holistic framework because you've been investing your entire life. Anything that you invest in has the capacity to grow. That which you do not invest in is not going to grow. A flower will not grow if you put no water in the flower. And you won't put water in the flower if you don't think the flower has a chance to grow. So it's a chicken egg situation. It's a feedback loop. They feed into each other. You feed the flower because you think it'll grow, and it grows because you feed it, and then you feed it more because you see it growing, and then it grows because you feed it. So it becomes a constant feedback loop. And so I want you to translate that to certain other areas where we don't invest. The Black community doesn't get a lot of investment, particularly from even Black people, because there are people who believe it's a waste of time. They don't believe it's going to grow. Lots of dreams die. The cemetery is full of some of the best, most brilliant ideas. The cemetery is full of visions that did not come true. The cemetery is full of people who had amazing ideas that would have been given life, but these people, unfortunately, due to a lack of vision, lack of confidence, lack of discipline, whatever it was, they let those visions just whittle away and disappear and die. In this room right now, there's several hundred of you, a few thousand people watch this, join us every single morning. A lot of you have a vision for yourself, for your life, for your economics, for your family, whatever. That is brilliant. That's amazing. That's going to change somebody's life. That's really going to make a difference. But if you don't have that confidence in the vision, if you're not willing to invest in the vision, then the world will never see it. And then no one else will invest in it because you didn't even invest. It's your idea, but you're scared to invest in your own thing. Well, what makes you think anybody else is going to invest in something that you don't believe in? So part of my goal when I talk to you every single morning is I say, I think the first thing I got to do before I ask anybody else to commit to making any adjustment in their own life, is I got to show you that I believe in this damn thing. I got to show you my own confidence in what we're doing here. I have to show that to you. I have to show you my commitment. And that's why I commit to popping in here every single day. If you've been watching me, if you've been watching me for 8 years, 10 years, 12 years, you've been seeing me pretty much every day for 12 years. I'm available somewhere every day. Right. So that's my way of saying no, no, no. If you're investing in this road with me, oh, you're investing in something that's real. This is something, this is a dream that's made out of concrete. In my head, I see it as if it's already there. You know, so I encourage you, figure out what that is for you. Figure out what matters to you. Figure out what it is that you are going to invest in and believe in and plant your seed in, and just go make that damn thing happen. And really every day, just understand though that there's a process, and that psychology is huge. In an economy where everyone is pessimistic, cowardly, and not feeling good about the future, those economies do not grow. That's why they measure consumer confidence, because they know that confident consumers who are very optimistic are going to boost an economy. And I don't believe that we're always so optimistic about ourselves. This is why I was explaining to you all how a lot of economics is just like love. It comes back to love, because it's hard to be confident in something if you don't love that thing. And it's hard to love something that you're not confident in. So really, at the end of the day, do you love yourself? And you better, because you're all you got. We're all we got. Right? So we got to love this. And if you love it, then you'll invest in it. If you love it, then you'll believe in it. If you love it, then you'll never give up on it. Do you understand? And if you do that and you position yourself where that's a consistent strategy, then guess what? You get to a point where you're kind of insulated from all the BS that's out here in the world. You know, I'm you know, I've had scenarios where if somebody got mad about something I said and they tried to cancel me, and I was like, you can't cancel me. You can't, because I know how you cancel, but you cancel people by creating scenarios where whoever is investing in that person, whatever company is supporting that person, backs away because they're so afraid that they're controversial or whatever. So then they get canceled, right? Because then they lose their TV show, or they're not they the record label drops them or whatever, right? But I'm like, but you can't cancel me, because I'm not ever going to stop investing in Boyce. Boyce's backer is Boyce. And I've talked to him. I meet with him every day. And he tells me, hey, keep going, because I got your back. So you can't cancel me. My funding is secure. Damn it. That investment is coming from God. It's coming from a place that you can't even touch. You can't take my soul from me. That's not gonna happen. So I would encourage you to put yourself in a position where the world can never cancel you. They can't cancel you by taking your job. They can't cancel you by, a woman can't cancel a confident man by ending the relationship. A man can't cancel you by telling you that you're not pretty, because you know how pretty you are, right? You've got to find a source, and this is something we don't think enough about. We don't think enough about the source of the funding for whatever it is that we're doing, right? And I'm not talking about just the financial side. I'm talking about all of it. When you are reliant upon funding sources for your vision, your dream, your empire, if you're dependent upon sources that are not reliable, that are not stable, that are not sturdy, that are going to back away at the sign of any problems or any trouble or any disappointment, then you're very vulnerable. That's a risk factor. Remember, when I studied under Renee Stoltz at the Ohio State University, he's one of the greatest risk management experts on earth. So we spent a lot of time talking about risk and understanding how risk works, how risk shows up. So one of the biggest things about the Black community in our economics is we don't understand risk. Because if you did, you would understand how risky it is that the number one funder of your dreams, of your education, and of your economic success is the same group of people that put you in chains, raped you, beat you, stole all your money, castrated you, hung you from trees, and all this other. If you understood risk, you would not be dependent on people who have harmed you in the past in the way that you do right now. You wouldn't. You would not. Nobody, that's not even logical. That is not logical. So the truth of the matter is that we will make these risky moves. We'll have a job and we'll be working for massa, and we'll think we're secure because massa's sending the paycheck on time every Friday. And then we're like in shock when massa decides, Tyrone, I found out about your conviction for possessing weed when you were 19 years old, and we're gonna have to go in a different direction, Tyrone. And then next thing you know, Tyrone's devastated because his financial backer has backed away. He no longer has his investor anymore. And I'm the guy who kind of says, yeah, Tyrone, but I don't think they really ever liked you that much anyway. I think that they're not like us, Tyrone. They're different. You have to find some other way to get what you need without going to the people who don't give a damn about you. That's why that's literally the whole premise of my life. And it's hard for me to explain because when I explain it this way, people get nervous. They think I don't like white people. No, I don't have any problem with white people at all. I got many white friends. Isn't that what they always say? I got a lot of white friends, and I'm very nice to them. And as long as they're nice to me, I'm nice to them. It's just I'm not gonna trust you to make sure my family gets fed. I'm not trusting you to make sure that I get to be a man. I'm not doing that. I'm not predicating my self-confidence and my self-respect and my self-esteem on whether or not you validate me or not. Because I know how y'all do. I know how you are. I read the history books. I've been kicking it with Dr. Claude Anderson for damn near 20 years. I understand that I know where the bodies are buried. I've read the secrets. I've read the real history books that really tell you about how you used to use black babies as alligator bait. So I don't expect more from you than anybody should expect from you with the history that you have. Your credit score is very low, so the trust is not there. I'm not loaning you anything. I might partner with you. I'll be friends with you. I can even work with you. I have nothing against people who are not black, and that's something I have to keep on explaining because people think that in order to love yourself, you got to hate somebody else. I don't believe that in order for you to love you, you got to hate nobody. I don't even wake up with hate in your heart. Hate is a toxic emotion that will kill you. It stresses you out. It literally destroys you. My wife just yesterday was going through, she was updating her trauma certification, and she said, Boyce, you would not believe. She always comes to me with everything she learns. I become the student. She has to come and she communicates, right? You know how you ladies like to talk a lot, and I talk. Shoot, I can't talk. I talk as much as I hung out with my mama a lot, so I'm a big communicator too. So she said, Boyce, oh my God, I was reading about trauma, and did you know that women are more likely to get cervical cancer if they were traumatized and they didn't heal from the trauma? I was like, really? It's connected to cancer? Well, I guess that makes sense. But still, like these little things, they affect you in so many different ways, and this is important stuff to know. This is important stuff to know. Now, let me move into one thing I wanted to bring up today. I wanted to bring this thing up because I was running with my wife. I run very slowly. My back was hurting and I'm fat, so I'm not a good runner. But I did cover my 3 miles, and that's great because as long as I cover my 3 miles, I know I'll never look like Roland Martin. So that's the goal. As long as I never have to, I'm playing. I'm being just so petty today. Anyway, but anyway, so here I was running with my wife. I shouldn't have said that, but I don't care. It was funny. Um, and we're running, and I told her we were talking about jobs and working and working for people and especially working for massa, right? Working for people who don't like you very much. And I said, I said, really, my dream and my vision is one where I don't believe black people. I think if we did right by our children, we could position all of our kids where they never have to work for anybody. I really believe that. I really believe that that's quite doable. A disciplined parent can do that. Any disciplined parent can really do it. The things of the $5 a day plan and all that. We've talked about that. So we won't go into the specifics of that today. If you go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, that's free. It's all right there. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. That'll explain everything. And and she was when we were kind of going back and forth. And she was saying, somebody said, you still have a neck though. Aha, Brandon. Okay, Brandon's got jokes. Well, my neck, I think my neck comes from lifting weights. I've been lifting so many weights that all my shirts don't fit no more. So, I'm doing my thing. So don't make fun of me, Brandon. Anyway, so my wife and I were talking about this. And I said, because it really still bothers me deeply that we spend so much time in these spaces that we don't want to be. We spend so much time at work, and being at work becomes the dominant force in our lives. Like if you add up, I'll do the math really quickly. If you work 40 hours a week, and let's say it's 50 hours a week, really, because you're spending time not just at work, 8 hours a day, let's say, but you have an hour to work or an hour getting ready for work and getting there and an hour kind of coming home and decompressing. So let's say that let's say each week you're spending 50 hours at work, coming home from work, getting ready for work, whatever. And you do that for 50 weeks a year. That's 2,500 hours a year. If you do that over a decade, that's 25,000 hours over a decade. If you do that over a 40-year work life, you're talking about 100,000 hours of work. Most people really work about 50 years, actually. So if you go out 50 years, you're talking about 125,000 hours that you're spending, in many cases, doing something that you would not be doing unless you were getting if you something that you're doing that you wouldn't be doing if you weren't getting paid for it. You understand? And if you and here's the thing, right? So I was talking to my wife about it, and she said, well, some people, they like their work. Some people are fulfilled with their work. Work gives you a sense of purpose. And I said, yes, it does. But I kind of think that your purpose should be connected to something that you care about, something that is a God-given purpose, as opposed to massa just giving you a purpose and saying your purpose in life is to come to the Ford plant every day and pull this lever, or your purpose in life is to serve Chipotle every day to customers. All these things are fine, and it's not meant to work shame. I'm not saying that work is something we should be embarrassed about. I think hard work is important, right? It gives you something to do, a reason to get up in the morning. And they find that when people don't have work to do or something on their schedule, they tend to just waste time and engage in things that are very unhealthy, right? So, because the idle mind really is the devil's workshop. Okay, I get that. But I would love to ask everyone what I refer to as the $10 million question. Okay, I'm gonna ask you all the $10 million question. I want you to answer me in the chat. Give me a yes or no. The $10 million question is this: if you were not getting paid for your job, and let's say you had $10 million in the bank, if you had $10 million in the bank right now, would you keep going to your job every day? The job that you have, if you had 10 million, if you won the lottery tomorrow and you had 10 million in the bank, so money wasn't nothing but a thing, would you keep going to work every day? Yes or no? Okay, and I see Tequila and Brandon and Patricia and Shirley. Okay, I see your answers. I'm looking at your answers. Okay, and I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm seeing a lot more no's than yeses. I really am. I'm seeing a lot more no's than yeses. Okay. And let me tell you, I did a survey on my Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1, Dr. Boyce Watkins and the number one. So if you're on Twitter, feel free to follow me. It's controversial because I just say what's on my mind, but it's fun. At least I thought about it before I offended you. And so if you want to come hang out with me on Twitter, just go to Dr. Boyce Watkins 1. And also, I'd like for you guys to follow me because I get tired of debating with weirdos. All right. So here's what the results of the survey were. I asked that very same question, and 62% of the respondents said no. 37.9% of the respondents said yes. So that's about what I am seeing in this chat, that about 1/3 of the respondents are happy with their work. They feel that it's fulfilling. They feel like it's connected to their purpose. They're glad to be doing it. They'd be doing the work even if they were doing it for free. And for those that are in that category, I really congratulate you. I think that's really awesome. And I'm never a guy, and I want to make that's another point I sometimes have to clarify, is there are people who think that the only thing I want Black people to do is quit their jobs and become entrepreneurs. No, that is not what I'm saying ever. Because some of y'all will be terrible entrepreneurs. Some of y'all don't need to be running a business. Some of you don't want to. It's hard work. It's very stressful. It's hard to do. I've never said that everybody should be an entrepreneur. I've just said every Black person needs to own something. Remember, owning a business ain't the same as running a business. In fact, there's plenty of people out here who are very wealthy who own lots of businesses who ain't running nothing. They own donut shops and can't make a donut. They own shoe stores and don't even know what shoes are in the store. So owning the business does not mean you have to actually run the business. So never ever think those are two areas I got to kind of clear up. Three areas really. One myth is that I don't like white people, which is not true. Because I just love myself. Another one is that I've been telling Black people not to vote or to go vote for the Republicans, which is never true. I've only told you to vote for who you want to vote for, and don't let anybody intimidate you out of that. And the third one is that I'm telling Black people to all quit their jobs and start businesses. I don't do that. I tell you to find your happiness, find your bliss, whatever that is. And if that's a controversial response to you, then I don't know how to help you. If I say I want you to be happy and you say, screw you, then I can't help. I don't know what to say at that point, right? So anyway, so let's circle back to the $10 million question. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna throw out there. If I ask you that $10 million question and I say, okay, on this job that you have, if you had $10 million in the bank, would you still go to that job? And your answer is no, then I'm going to argue that that is evidence to me that this capitalist economy and the whole black job seeking culture has disconnected you from your purpose. You are disconnected from the purpose that you were put on this earth for. And I believe everybody has one. To me, a purpose is just something that you're passionate about, maybe something that you're also good at. It's something that achieves a goal that matters to you, right? My purpose is to be a great parent and to raise my kids and love them and make them feel safe and happy in the world so that their lives are better. That's a great purpose to have. Maybe another purpose might be something in the community. Maybe your purpose might be art. Art, my youngest daughter, her purpose is clearly dancing and performance. So I want her to be as connected to her purpose as possible, because when she is connected to her purpose, that unlocks an entire universe of happiness and optimism and mental health and potential and excitement and genius that she would not have if I shut all that down and forced her to go and screw bolts for a living at a factory. Do you understand? So what I hope you'll get, and this is and there's it's hard to fix this quickly. So I'm not telling you to run off and cuss your boss out today. Don't do that. But what I'm saying is that when you know the history of capitalism, you know the history of the American economy, you'll understand how deeply insidious it is, and how much of a dream killer it is. This has not always been the case. This is more of an artifact of industrialization. If you go back before the Industrial Revolution, you really didn't have this culture where people were leaving their kids behind so they can go and spend their whole day in the factory. Like, you had to be trained, you had to be brainwashed to believe that that makes sense. And so really, to me, the greatest gift, one of the greatest gifts you can give a child, if you care about a child in your life, is to figure out, okay, how do we create a pathway where you can get away from the corporate plantation and do what you're supposed to do what you're meant to do what you're passionate about. And the thing about it is that following your passion is not disconnected from making money. If you understand economics and you have financial literacy training early, which every child in our community should have this, then you learn that almost everything has an economy around it. Everything has an economy. So if you know that everything has an economy around it, then that means you can find the things you're passionate about, go be great at it because you love it so much. It's not work. I haven't worked a day. I have not worked for at least 30 years. The last time I worked, I was 22 years old, going to like make food at Arby's. That's the last time I had a job. I ain't had a job. I have not worked since then because I love what I do. And I'm great at what I do because I'm passionate about what I do. And I'm passionate about what I do because this ain't work. If I had to work, I would get fired in about an hour because I get easily bored. You have me sitting around doing some bullshit, excuse my French. I'm going to say, why am I doing this? This is dumb. This is a waste of time. This doesn't even matter. I don't care about this. And I'm going to be terrible at it. And so the reality is that if you unlock your that passion and you find and you connect to your purpose, then what it does is it just unleashes another side of you that really gives you an opportunity to be impactful and great in whatever area of life that you want to be great in. And again, I just think even basic stuff like just being like a superstar parent, like really, really, really such a great parent that your kids grow up and say, oh my God, without my dad, I would be nothing right now. I'm in the NBA now because of my dad. I'm a surgeon because my dad spent so much time with me and took me to science camps and whatever it is, right? Like, I just think even something very basic like that. So if you think that there's no opportunity for you to connect to your passion, I would encourage you, number one, maybe that meditation piece of just figuring out what you are passionate about, who you really are, is important. But then also life gives us many opportunities to be impactful and passionate in what we do. And I think that what happens with money, and this is where money becomes the devil, is money can distract you from where you're supposed to be, and also a lack of vision for your life that sort of that can drive our ultimate need to kind of follow other people's advice. And so you love something and you really want to do it, but you don't quite know how you're going to make enough money to survive. And then somebody comes along and says, well, that's not realistic. You should be doing this over here because they're hiring at the post office and you have to be practical and reasonable. Right. And that's kind of, and I get that. Right. These are people that think that they love us and they think they're helping us by doing this, because what they'll do is they'll take this big, gigantic, bold dream you have and they'll shrink it down into a nice, collapsible little reality that fits into the umbrella of the resources that you have access to and the rules. And they'll say, hey, why do you have this big black dream when you could just go get you a nice black job? And you get that nice little black job at the post office. And then what happens is you kind of spend, 10, 20, 30 years sitting there doing stuff that you don't really that doesn't have a lot of meaning to you, and then you're kind of sometimes sad, like you have a lot of regrets, like you're looking back and you're imagining what your life would have been if you had actually done what you wanted to do as opposed to doing what you were told to do. In fact, I read those studies about what old people on their deathbed say when they're reflecting on their lives. Like, what are their biggest regrets? And their biggest regrets tend to be that I didn't live for me. I didn't do what I wanted to do. I did what everybody else told me to do. I would feel my passion, and the universe would tell me to go left, but all my relatives would tell me to go right. So I went right, and I regretted it ever since. Right. So what I think is true as well is this. Let's just be realistic, right? We've got, when your kids grow up, they're going to have bills to pay. Um, we have to have money to survive in this economy. This is why I love teaching and talking about money, is because money is really important. Money's critical. Money's life or death for some people. Um, so if you are financially literate, then what you're able to do is you're able to understand that it doesn't have to be an either or conversation for yourself. It can really be a both and. So when I talk to our youngest child who loves to dance and loves to sing, and every now and then I'll hear her say something, or I hear someone say something to her, like they'll say, well, dancers don't make very much money. I instantly interrupt and I say, no, but that's not going to be your situation, because I'm going to show you how to make money. So you'll have all the money that you need. You'll make as much money as a medical doctor or whatever you want to do. And then you can go dance all day. Right? We can get the money part out of, again, let's go back to the basics. Money's not the be all end all. In a capitalist society, they make you think that as long as whatever you're doing is making you plenty of money, then you're doing the right thing. And the shittiness of that trade-off, that just the thing that infuriates me to no end, is what they get you to do is they get you to the point where you're trading things that money should not be able to buy. You are 25 years old. You should be enjoying your life, traveling, living, learning, having experiences. But instead, you're sitting in a warehouse all day, or you're you're in an office and you're bored to death all day, or you're surrounded. And even worse for Black people, you're surrounded by these microaggressions and all this racial hostility that we have to deal with every day at the job. That's not supposed to be your life. So if you feel this sort of tingling with you, is that in your heart that you're in the wrong place. You know that there's another parallel universe, there's another reality out there that was supposed to be your life. That was supposed to be your life. And this goes back to when I was talking to you guys about the difference between God's plan, your plan, and Massa's plan. Right? Massa's plan for you is to put you in a nice little black job and keep you there so that you can contribute to the economy in the way that he sees fit. But that has to be superseded by your plan. But your plan is still limited. I encourage you to even go deeper and to rise, whether you want to call this spiritually or consciously, and really see if you can connect to God's plan. Like you can't tell me that it wasn't God's plan for me to be talking to you right now, doing what I do right now. In fact, and it was and that whole idea was even inspired by the fact that my 17-year-old mother, when she gave birth to me, she's not 17 now, but she was 17 back then. And she put me on the altar. She went to church and she was pregnant. And if you know, in the 1960s, when a Black girl got pregnant, it was terrible. They didn't treat you well. People would call you dirty names and all that, which I think is an absolute sin, because there's no more valuable of a job in all of humanity than the job of being a mother, right? I just don't understand how we lost connection to this very basic idea. It's insanity to me that we will look down on a woman for becoming a mom. Like I just don't understand that. Like there's nothing more important that a human being can give us than life, right? Like that's literally the most important thing that anyone has ever given me is the chance to live. And and so anyway, so my mother was dealing with this nonsense, of people, that were gonna judge her because she was pregnant. And my father was 15 years old, so he didn't know what the hell he was doing. And then he went off and got on drugs and stuff. And my mother, so she's sitting in church and she's pregnant, but she couldn't tell anybody because she was so scared. And she just starts praying, and they bring you up to the front. I don't know anybody. How many of y'all go to black churches? Anybody been to a black church? So they have a time where they bring everybody up, and you have to go up to the altar, and you can say a little prayer. And my mother sit up there praying, and she just kept praying and praying and praying. And then everybody went back to their seat and sat down, and she's still sitting up there just praying because she's so scared of like having this baby, and so anyway, she said that she just felt something. She said that God told her, like, she just felt it. She said that she just said, "Okay, I'm good. I'm giving this baby to you, and I just need you to do this because I don't know what to do." I can't tell this story. Every time I tell a story, I get emotional. I don't know why. I gotta stop that. Stop it, boy. Stop it. Okay. So she literally said she gave me to God. She said I had a feeling in my heart that I had to have this baby, that you were going to do something important in the world, and I had to give birth to you. And so she said, I gave you to God, and that was it. And so long story short, here's the thing that's interesting, right? I guess now years later, and now all the problems we had back then, those are long gone. And years later, when we're reflecting on that story, I don't know which came first, the chicken or the egg, right? So maybe because she gave me to God and she saw me as having a purpose from God, maybe that's what led to the impactful things that we've done. Like we've been able to reach millions of people, and a lot of you in here, I hope that I've been able to impact your life in a positive way, right? But maybe it's the other way around. Maybe it's because she told me that I had a purpose, that maybe I internalized that and said that because I've been given a purpose from my mother, I need to be on level 10. Do you understand what I'm saying? So maybe it's all in my head. Maybe it's all just a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, okay, I was told that I'm the chosen one, so I better go out and do some important stuff, right? And here's the thing though, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter like why it happened. All that matters is that it happened. And this also speaks to the power of our children. When we talk about giving them black privilege is not just giving them a bunch of money. Black privilege might be instilling in them the specialness that they will carry with them through life, to know that because I'm representing something important and because I am an important human being, and I was important enough for my parents to spend lots of time with me and teach me things and prepare me. Oh, I got to go do something important in the world. It's mission critical that I uphold the standard. Do you understand? I really believe that in many cases, a lack of progress, a lack of success, et cetera, a lack of initiative for young people comes from the fact that nobody ever told them how important they were. Nobody told them that they were special. Nobody told them that this is the tradition that you're upholding. This is what makes things like the educational system so dangerous for Black people, is that from the very time I remember learning Black history, all I would hear is that you used to be slaves until Abraham Lincoln freed you, and now you should spend your life being grateful to white people for letting you go eat at the same lunch counter as them. I don't want to hear that shit. That's not inspiring to me. That means that I wasn't nothing until you decided that I was going to be somebody. You lifted me up and gave me my self-esteem. You gave me my identity. You made me relevant in the world, and then we carry that through life. The same person that brought you in this world can take you out. The same person who gave you your self-esteem can take it away from you. The same person who gave you your validation can rip it away when they get mad at you and you're not doing what you're told anymore. The same person who gave you your financial security can take it away if they're not happy with your behavior. So every time the situation calls for you to stand up, somebody says, sit your Black ass right back down. This is the dilemma that we run into when we don't take control of what happens with our young people. If we don't inject them with the Black privilege that they need early to know, no, to no, 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 you are somebody, whether they say you're somebody or not. You were born somebody. You were born special. You know, you're a Miller, you're a Smith, you're a Watkins, you're whatever, right? That's the standard you're upholding, and you don't need nobody out here validating none of that. You got the juice already. Don't go looking for the juice. The juice is inside of you. Look inside yourself to find out who you're supposed to be. Don't look at the world. The world don't. The world's full of people that don't know who the hell they are, where they're going. All they know how to do is look around and see what everybody else is doing. What's everybody else doing? I'm gonna go follow the crowd. That's to me is not that's not the goal. That's not the objective, right? So the same way my mother, she gave me the story about giving me to God as a baby, and I believe her. It sounds like a real story, and she was really scared. And I thank her all the time. I say thank you for not aborting me. I appreciate that. But still though, I don't know. Maybe her telling me that is one of the things that made me say, okay, you know what? I got to go out here and at least do my best. And again, this goes back to what we said earlier. I'm gonna close on this point because I think this is a great point to end on for today. Remember I told you a lot of the economics and which is linked to success and everything else, a lot of it just goes back to self-love. To love, right? If you love something and you care about something, then you'll tend to value that thing. And if you value something, then you're going to invest in that thing. And I argue that many of us don't see investment in our community because we don't see the value of that. We don't invest in our families because we don't see the value of family. That's why I have to spend time reminding you of how your family is that multi-million-dollar asset that you didn't think much about. Because if you knew how valuable it was, maybe you'd put more energy into forming the connections that make a strong family, or working on the marriage, like taking classes on how to stay married, or maybe spend time working on figuring out ways to spend more time with the children. Okay, or also, and then more at the core of this is that in many cases, I think that we don't invest in ourselves at a high level, perhaps because we don't see the value in ourselves. You think about this, and an unemployed Black man, in many cases, will sit at home waiting for the phone to ring because he does not believe that his free time has value. He thinks, well, my free time only has value if someone hires me and they pay me for my time. But to me, an insightful person, a financially conscious man, would understand that, oh, wait, I've got 12 free hours every day to do anything that I want now. I can sit here and I can create a business. I can invest in my family. I can invest in myself. There's so many areas I can invest in now that my time has been freed up. I've got all this free wealth called time that I can then apply to all the things that matter to me. And that's where self-love and valuing what you have is really important. And you should be able to value what you have independently of whether or not a particular system acknowledges you or not. Because unfortunately, the reality is that we live in a country where being unapologetically Black means you're not going to get invited into a lot of spaces. I had a conversation the other day with somebody who said, yeah, boys, we got these people that have this money that want to partner with you on blah, 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 but they're a little nervous because you do this and do that. Or we had you come to our event and we lost a corporate partner because we invited you. And I said, I appreciate you inviting me, but don't invite me next time, please, because I don't want you to lose money because you're affiliated with me. I know how dangerous I am. I know that being associated with someone who thinks like this, you're not going to fit into corporate spaces because they're just not quite ready for whatever it is that I'm bringing to the table. But I'm okay with it. Like, I don't need to be invited. I don't care if I come to your stuff. Like, I like you. I just don't. It's okay. So uninvite me, kick me out, and keep your partner if that's going to help you because I can't back off of this. I'm not going to apologize for this. What I've got here is too valuable for me to not invest in this. I must invest in this. If I back away from this at all, I'm missing an amazing opportunity to do something that is the most important thing on earth I could be doing anywhere for anybody. So I'm sorry, I can't course correct now. Really. So really, I would just say to you, pick your thing, pick your juice. And if you really are committed to the damn thing and you're putting your energy into the damn thing the way you should be, you won't care what nobody else is doing. You don't need nobody else to invite you into the party for you to be relevant or to be important. They should be trying to come to your party. And that to me is an example of self-love And when you love something, you invest in it. When you invest in something, it will grow. So the things in my life that grow, they grow because I invest in it, and I don't apologize for it. I don't hesitate. I do that every single day. So find your thing. I think you'll it feels good. It feels good. So anyway, Derek says I spilled my coffee after the Roland Martin comment. Sorry, Derek. When I see you, I'll buy you a cup of coffee. All right. So anyway, I can't start a day without being at least a little bit petty. But anyway, so let me stop. Roland's a good journalist. I've known Roland for a long time. We're not the best of friends. I can't lie, but I've known the guy for a while. All right. So anyway, let me finish up really quickly and say this. If you're not on the text list to get the text notifications when we go live, make sure you text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, if you want to take a look at the Prime program and see what we're doing with stock options, stuff like that, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. And also to go with Money in the Morning, we created something called Money in a Minute that allows you to learn any specific skill that you want to learn. The first one we did was stock options. And basically the lessons get sent to your via text message to your phone every day. So if you'd like to take a look at the Money in a Minute curriculum, just text the word Miami to 87948. It's $2.99 for lifetime access, and you get 35% off if you're here in this class. So just text the word Miami to the number 87948, and you'll get a link, and the link will give you a place where you can go sign up at the discounted rate. And then what will happen is every single morning at 9 a.m., there will be a stock option lesson that will appear in your phone. And it's basically for those of you that are beginning, that are just sort of new to it and want to understand how it works and the basic terminology. So it's very basic. It's stock options fundamentals. So if you're more advanced, it's not quite for you. But if you're just getting started or you want to reset on the basics, then text Miami to 87948. All right. So yeah. So I hope that Nina says, please repeat your stock options email. So the URL is drboyceprime.com. Dr. Boyce Prime. Prime stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. The number one goal of that class, and everyone loves it, it's really popular, is the number one goal is to increase income. And it's a direct pathway. It's not hocus pocus. It's not, a bunch of goofy stuff. It's really stuff that actually works based on economic science. And I think you're going to like it. I know you're going to like it. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. And I hope you have a great day. All right. And let's see. Vaughn says text money to, the number is 87948. So that's the number for all the text words. It just depends on what you're looking for. All right.